Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. In this video we're going to be making a clone of the PayPal website, which is going to be the Kenyan version of the PayPal website, and it's not only going to be the homepage or the landing page, but we're also going to build out the internal pages. So all these pages that you're seeing here, we are going to build them all out. And once again, I'm emphasizing that this is the Kenyan version of the PayPal website. If you go ahead and try to visit the US version, this is how it currently looks. So this is how it currently looks for the US version of the PayPal website. And this is the New Zealand version. You can see it changes with the location. And then this is also the German website, the German version of the website, I should say. So what we're going to be working with is the Kenyan version. This is what we're going to build out. We're going to be building out all these pages. And the repository that we're going to be using is called PayPal homepage clone. You can check the link in the description. I'm going to link it below so that you can have easy access to it. And inside here, you're going to find that I have canvassed a new React application and I have added the images folder, and it's going to contain the images that we're going to need for this particular build in the homepage. Currently, it only has the images for the homepage, but as we continue to build it out, then I'm going to add more images for the other pages as well. So currently, this is what we're going to be working with. And the first thing that I want to do just to get up to speed is I want to go ahead and clone this repository on my local machine. So I'm going to go to this green button. I'm going to click and say local, and I'm going to be using git clone. So I'm just going to copy this link. Alternatively, you can download the zip file and then extract it, and you can work in that extracted folder. My preference is just to use git. So I'm going to copy this link, and then I'm going to open up a terminal, so command prompt, and then I'm going to cd into my desktop and then into a folder that is called yt-videos, and then I'm going to say git clone and then paste in this link, and it is going to clone into a folder that is called PayPal homepage clone. And so once it finishes, in 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, that's annoying. Sometimes it's really fast and other times it is extremely slow. I have no idea why. Perhaps it's just my machine. Okay, so I actually think something is wrong with this because it doesn't take this long. So let me cancel it. Clone succeeded, really. Let's say git clone again. So git clone and then paste this. Really? Why? Okay, copy this again. And then git clone and paste this in. Okay, let's delete this file, this folder. So, and then let's say git clone again. Okay, could you work, please? There we go. See how it was fast this time? I don't know. Okay, now I want to open up an instance of Visual Studio Code into the newly created folder. So I'm going to say code PayPal-homepage-clone. And this opens up an instance of Visual Studio Code into this folder. And then I can close this out because we no longer need it. And then we can close this as well. And then the first thing that we need to do is I want to mention that I have a few dependencies here. So I installed React Router DOM, and then I also installed Tailwind CSS, which is right here. And the reason why I did that offline is because it is going to be faster, because all we need to do now is just say npm install, and it's going to install these dependencies and all other dependencies that we're going to need for our application. I just thought it would be faster, but in case you want a detailed step-by-step on how to install them, then you can check out the Tailwind CSS website. So I'm going to say Ctrl J, which is going to open up my integrated terminal. And you can see that now we are in the PayPal homepage clone folder. And then I'm just going to say npm install. And then I'm going to let this run. And so once that finishes running, then I'm going to say npm start, which is going to start our local server on localhost 3000. And there we go. So once it opens up, you can see that we have PayPal homepage clone as the only text that is rendering on the screen. And that is because if you take a look in the app.js, obviously by the time you're seeing this video, then this is not what is going to be built out in the app.js. But currently this is what I have, and that is the reason why we have this rendering to the screen. And then the reason why it is styled up like so is because of these classes that I've added in Tailwind, and a custom class that is called heading on the heading 1 that we have here. And the reason why I have this here is because we're going to be using this style many times across our application. So as we begin, the first thing that I want to do is I want to set up our routing. So let me close these multiple pages. I want to set up our routing where we're going to be able to link back to the home page here. And then we need to add in these many pages and these ones as well. And then the pages for partners and developers. And then the login and sign up pages as well, which are just going to be forms. Before we can begin building everything out, I just want to make sure that this is all working. So using React Router DOM, I'm going to go inside my app.js. And then on top of this, we're going to say import browser router. So browser router, and then we're also going to import routes and then the route component as well. And this is going to be coming from React Router DOM. And probably this should come second because React is a higher level import than this. And then now instead of returning an H1, let's remove all this. Let's return a fragment. And then let's return browser router. So browser router and close it out. And then let's return the routes component. So the routes component. And then let's begin constructing the route path for each one of these. So the path for the /, we're going to be creating an element that is called homepage. Now remember that we don't yet have these pages. So once I save this, then it is going to break our application. So for example, if I save this, then notice what happens in our app. Then this should break if this reloads. If it reloads anytime today, you can see that now it breaks. That is because we don't have this page currently, or this component, if you want to call it that. And then I just want to say how many pages do we need. So we need 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 pages. Those are many. So I'm going to say copy and paste 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13, and then finally 14 is going to be our error page. Now this, oh my god, these are going to be many pages. So let's see. The first page is obviously the /, which is going to be our homepage or our landing page. The second page is going to say how PayPal works. So how PayPal works. Let me see, what is the link to this? The link is /personal. What is the link to this? Pay online, send payments, get paid. Okay. So I'm just going to make similar links to this. So let's say this first one is going to go into /personal. And then the component is going to be called personal. Just call the components the same thing as the link so that it doesn't confuse me. And then let's say pay online. So pay -online. And then pay online. And then this is going to say send payments. So send money online and requesting payments. So send -money -online. And then we're going to say request, wait, what was this? Send payments, payments. And then this is going to say requesting payments, requesting payments for our path. And then the component that is going to be called get paid, we're going to be rendering here. So get paid. And then we need the get the PayPal app. So mobile apps, so /mobile apps, mobile-apps. The element, we're going to call it mobile apps, which we're going to create. And then search for deals. So this is shopping. So /shopping. This is going to say shopping component. And then this is going to say all business solutions. So merchant, accept payments online, email, invoice, and freelancer. So merchant here, and then the element, oops, going to be called merchant as well. And then we have the accept payments online, accept payments online. The element is going to say let me say accept, let me just call it the same way. So accept online payments. And then we have the email invoice, so send invoices. So email -invoice, and then send invoice. and then this is going to say /freelancers, and then the element here is going to say PayPal for freelancers. So let me just call it freelancers. And then we need the partners and developers. So partners and developers. And then the component is going to be called partners and developers. And then we need the login. So login, and then sign up. This is going to say sign up. And then finally we're going to have the error page, which is going to be a wildcard, and then we're going to say error page. So error. So what this means is that for every other page that doesn't match any of this, then the error page is going to show up. And let's save this and let's break our application a bit. It's going to break obviously once this finishes compiling. And then let's change the document title here to say a simple and safer way to pay and get paid. So inside the index HTML, let's change this title to a simple and safer way to pay and get paid, and then let's say PayPal Kenya. There we go. So save it, and then we can close this. And then now what I want to do is, because all of these are pages, right? All of these are going to be pages. I'm not going to place them inside a components folder. Instead, I'm going to place them inside a source folder and inside a folder that is called pages. So pages, let's go ahead and create homepage.js. So homepage.js, and then let's just say RFC, and it's going to create this. Now RFC comes from an extension that I have that is called ES7 plus React Redux and React Native snippets, such that I can do shorthand properties like RFC, and it's going to create a function component for me and export it as default. It just makes the programming faster because you don't have to keep on repeating some blocks of code that you don't have to. So once you create homepage, you can close it down, and then let's go ahead and create personal. So personal.js, and then let's say RFC, and then let's go ahead and create pay online. So pay online.js. Probably I want this to be open somewhere so that I can see the names that we are creating. Oh my god, this is hard. So pay online, let's say RFC here, and then we need this send payments. So new file, send payments.js, let's say RFC, and then we need the get paid. So new file, get paid.js, let's say RFC. Don't want this to be here, I need it to be here. Okay, and then we need the mobile apps. So mobile apps.js, let's say RFC, and then we need the shopping and then the merchant. So shopping.js, let's say RFC, come on, RFC, let's say merchant.js. So merchant.js, let's say RFC, and then let's go ahead and say accept online payments. So accept online payments.js, let's say RFC, and then we have send invoice and freelancers. So send invoice.js, let's say RFC, and then freelancers. So freelancers.js, let's say RFC, and then we have partners and developers. So partners and developers.js, and then let's say RFC, and then we have the login, the sign up. So login.js, let's say RFC. We have the sign up, so sign up.js, let's say RFC, and then we need the error page. So error.js, and then let's say RFC, and there we go. Now see how all these pages, there are quite many to import them one by one inside. Let me close all of this. So there are quite many to import all of them singly, one by one in the app.js. So what I'm going to do is inside the pages folder, I'm going to create a new file that is called index.js. And then inside index.js, we're going to import all of these files. So let's say import accept payments, accept online payments from /accept. There we go. And then copy this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 should be enough. And then let's say export, and then we're going to be exporting each of these files. So the first one is accept online payments. The second one, just click on this one and say Control D. This is called error. And then next Control D. This is called freelancers. Next we have get paid. And then next we have home page. And then next we have login, and then merchant, and then mobile apps, and then partners and developers, and then pay online, and then personal, and then send invoice, and then send payments, and then shopping, and then finally sign up. And then before we can use them in the app.js, we need to export all of them. So export accept online payments, and then error, and then freelancers, and then get paid, and then homepage, and then login, and then merchant, and then mobile apps, and then partners and developers, and pay online, and personal, and send invoice, and send payments, and shopping, and then sign up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this part because I don't want to repeat all this. So I'm just going to copy it and then save your index.js. And then inside my app.js, I'm going to paste this below, and then I'm going to change this to import. So import them. So we are importing all of these files, and these files, these files are coming from /pages. So now we don't have to import all of these files singly, but we can just import all of them from the pages folder. And the reason why that is possible is because the pages folder has the index.js folder in the index.js file. And the way JavaScript interprets that is that the index.js is now the entry file for the pages folder. So you can import everything inside here, and then you can just export all of them at once. So once you have that, then I can save this, and you should see that this, okay, login is not defined, app.js 44, 42, app.js 44, login. Did I call it with a small I? I think I did. There we go. So that now we should be able to see what is the homepage. We should be seeing something here because we're currently on the homepage, but we are not for some reason. So let's go inside the homepage, and why doesn't this work? Let's reload. Okay, there we go. So we see homepage right there. That's looking nice. Now, once we have that, I want to go ahead and create a new folder that inside the source folder that is called data. So data, and that is going to have quite a few things. So for example, inside here, what I want it to hold for now is all these links that you have just created. And then in future, we're going to be creating like things like this. We're just going to have them inside our data so that we don't have to hard code everything inside. And then it also ensures that things are dynamic so that I can just change something in the data and it changes it everywhere within our application. And also, in order to do things like this for the buyers, for sellers to create these tabs, we're also going to have some piece of data that we're going to create, and then for other pages as well. But for now, we only need the navigation bar. So inside data folder, I'm going to create a new file that is called data.js, and then I'm going to say export const data, and then this is going to be equal to an array of objects, and the objects are going to have a title. And the title for this is just going to say how PayPal works. So this one, so how PayPal works, PayPal works. And then below this, I'm going to have another property that is called description. and then description again say this bottom line. So what can you do with a personal account? What can you do with a personal account? And then we're just going to do the same thing. Now before I continue, I want this to link to a URL, and the URL for how PayPal works is going to be going into the forward slash, because remember how PayPal works is showing the, wait a minute, it's not the homepage, it is the forward slash personal page, the forward slash personal page. So every link that we're going to create is going to be linking to a page that we have created in our app.js, and that is what I want to happen, right? And we're going to be creating like 13 of these links, so I can just copy this. And actually, how do I want this to happen? I think what I want to do here is I want to create, this is going to be the parent array, and then I'm going to create an object for the personal here, and then an object for business, and then an object for this one as well, so that we can separate them out. Otherwise they're going to, like, it's going to be interpreted as if they are all one item. I don't know whether you get what I mean, but let me try and do it here, and then probably you're going to understand it. So let's go ahead and say that inside here, so inside here, let's go ahead and remove this first of all, and then let's say that this is for personal. So for the personal link, then we're going to create this. Wait a minute, is that correct? Wait, I want this to be an array, right? I need this to be an array. Let's see. What am I missing? Okay, there we go. I need this to be an array of objects. Okay. And then we can create more links inside here. So we need about 6 links for the personal. So copy, and you know what, let me just say Shift Alt and down. So 1 2 3 4 5, and then this is going to say pay online. So pay online, online payments without borders. So pay online, and then this is going to say online payments without borders. Okay, let me minimize this and then bring this to the side here, because I want to see these links. So this is going to say /pay-online, and then next we have send payments, and send payments locally or abroad. So send payments, and then it says send payments locally or abroad, and then the link says send money online, and then next we have get paid. So wait, what? Oh, here. Okay, get paid, and then the text says request payments from almost anyone. So request payments from almost anyone, and the link says requesting payments. So requesting payments. Make sure that these links correspond to the links that you created here, otherwise you're going to get an error page. And then next we have get the PayPal app. So manage your account on your mobile. So get the PayPal app. Wait, what was it? Get the PayPal app, and then manage your account on mobile. Manage your account on your mobile. The link is going to say /mobile-apps, and then next we have search for deals, and then pay with PayPal and save money. So search for deals, and then this is pay with PayPal, and save money. And then this link now goes into /shopping. Okay, so once we have that, you can see that we have only created the links for this first tab, like for this drop down, right? So now we want to create the links for the second tab, which is the business tab. And so what I'm going to do is right from the end of this array, I'm going to copy this part. Actually, is that a good idea? Is this even a good idea? I've just realized. Probably I should change this into an array. Let me see whether it's going to work. Change this into an array. And this is going to be personal is equal to this. Okay. And then now I can copy personal down. So copy and paste it right below this. But we're going to move 2 links because this second one only has 4 and this second one says business. And then it says business and then all business solutions. So all business solutions. Okay, they are small case. And then the text says see our range of products. So oops, see our range of products. And then the text here should say what raised me up JS. Bring it here. So it says, where is it? Merchant. So this is going to / merchant. And then this next one says accept online payments, get paid on your website. So accept online payments. And then the text here says get paid on your website. The link here is going to say accept payments - online. And then next here the link says email invoice. So email - invoice. The text here is going to say create and email online invoices. Create and email online invoices. And then here is going to say send invoices. And then finally we have PayPal for freelancers. So grow your freelance business. So PayPal for freelancers. And then grow your freelance business. And then the link here goes into /freelancers. Those were many pages to create for all that. And then once we have that, then we can save it. And then we are going to consume this in a moment. But for now, it's just going to be as so. Okay, so that is the initial structure that we're going to have. And in the next video, then we're going to begin with building out our hero section right here. Hello everyone. So in the last video, we set up React Rotterdam where we created our links, and then we also set up our components corresponding to each of those links. And then we also built some kind of data array for our navbar. But I'm going to mention that we are going to build the navbar as the last item. So we are going to be navigating manually for now. But once we finish building our application, that's when we're going to add in our navbar. And the reason is because I hate dealing with navbars. We also set up our pages, and we set up many components in our pages, and our application is running on localhost 3000, currently showing the homepage. So let's go ahead and let's now create our homepage, which is basically this hero section, and then we are going to just continue moving downwards. So obviously the first thing that we need to do is we need to add in this background image, and remember that we have an images folder here, and inside the images folder we have the hero banner JPEG right there. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut out this images folder from here. So cut it out, and then inside my source folder I'm going to paste it inside, so that now we're going to have the images inside our source folder. And then I'm going to create a new folder inside the images folder. So just right click and say new folder, and I'm going to call this folder homepage, just so that we can divide the images on the homepage and those from other pages. And then I'm just going to grab all of these and then just drag them inside the homepage. So drag and drop. And there we go. So that is going to be our structure, and probably we're going to be restructuring this quite a few times, just depending on how the application is going to go. And so now what I'm going to do is insert the pages folder, because now we want to build out the homepage, right? Where is the homepage? Here. We want to build out the homepage, which currently just says homepage, but the homepage, remember, encompasses all of this. So I want to have different components that are going to be housing this. So I'm going to create a new folder here inside the pages folder that is called components. And then inside components folder, I'm going to create a homepage folder. So homepage. Okay. And then now inside the homepage folder, I'm going to create a new file that is called hero.js. That is quite a deeply nested file structure, but we can work with it. So now inside hero.js, I'm just going to say rfc, which is going to generate this for me. And then now instead of rendering homepage here, I want to render the hero section. So the hero, just like that. You can see that it is imported from components homepage hero, meaning from this file, from this folder, and then this file. So that now when I save this and we take a look at our application, we should see reload. So once it reloads, you can see that we only have hero displaying on the screen, and that is what we want because that is the only thing that we are currently rendering. So let's go ahead and let's begin to build out this structure, and the structure is going to be as follows. Inside the hero component that we've just created, let's return a fragment first of all, and then inside here we're going to create a section, and this section is going to be the parent for our entire background image. So we're going to add this background image using CSS, and then this section, therefore, let's give it a class name of, let's just call it hero. And then inside here, let's create a div with a class of overlay, and the div with a class of overlay is going to house this h1. So h1 with a class of heading. Remember that in our CSS we have a class of heading right here. So this custom class is going to be for headings such as this one. So let's go ahead and add in this heading. Let me just copy this. So copy and paste it in. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph. So paragraph that says this. So copy and paste it in. And then below this paragraph, we have a link here that goes into link account. Is there a link for this? Let me see where it goes. I don't think we created a page for this. Yeah, this is an entirely different website here. So for now, I'm just going to have it in as a button with a custom class of btn blue, which we're going to create, and it says link accounts. There we go. So let's save this and let's see what we have on the screen, and we should have only this. Okay, so now let's begin to style this out. Of course, I want to build it mobile first, so drag this to the right, and then let's place our code editor to the left, and then inside our CSS file, which is right here, let's go ahead and say that for the hero section, we want it to have a height of, let's say, about 600 pixels. And then we want the background to be coming from URL from /images/homepage/hero banner.jpg. Let's save it and we should see it appear somewhere. There we go. Okay, now obviously this is not what we want to happen, right? Because you can see on large screens, then it displays correctly, and you can zoom out, but then you notice that when you zoom out, it displays as not what you expect, basically. So let's fix that right away. Now, since we're building this mobile first, I want that the lady here should appear on mobile screens. So therefore, what we're going to do is this. First of all, we want to get rid of the repeating images. So let's set a property of no repeat, and then let's set it to the right because that's where the lady is, and then let's set it to cover, and it should come here. There we go. So on mobile screens, this is how it's going to look, and on large screens, it's going to look like this. Now, the reason why it doesn't really show any kind of difference is because the image is large enough such that it spans the entire width properly. But what you can do is, if you want to fix it on large screens, just in case you are going to have an issue, then you can add a media query here and say that for a min width of about, let's say, 1440 pixels, meaning if you have a device that is greater than 1440 pixels, then you want to readjust these properties a bit. Oops, no, don't do that. Let's copy this and paste it here, and then we don't need to have this. but you can now set this to the center. Now here nothing is really going to change because the image spans the entire width properly, but just in case you're going to be working with images that you want to display like some kind of way, you can just play around with the positioning right here. So this, you can add this in or you can comment it out. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything in our application currently. So now once we have that, then what we want to do is we need this text to move to the center. And the way we do that is by just doing this. Let's first of all save this. And then inside our hero section, inside this div with the class of overlay, we can actually remove this class from here. And then we can turn this into a flex box. And when I save this, notice what happens. We don't want that to happen, right? We want them to go one on top of the other. So let's add a flex column here. And then let's say items dash center and justify dash center and save it. And you can see that nothing really changes, right? Of course, we want the text to go to the center, and then let's add a padding X of 8, meaning it's going to push this inwards just a bit. And then we want this to move to the center of the image, right? Now, the way we do that is by adding a fixed height. So for example, if I go inside here and add a custom style and I set the height to, I had 600 pixels on this section. When I save this, then it's going to move to the perfect center. And that is what we want. Now you can add this here, or you can add it inside your CSS by just saying that for the hero and then the div, you want the height to be 600 pixels. And when I save that and then come and comment this out, you see that nothing changes on the screen because they basically do the same thing. Now the reason why I've added in this inside here is because the height of our hero image doesn't change even on larger screens. You can see that we haven't played around with this height anywhere else, right? So you can add it in your CSS if you want a bit more control, or you can add it in your JSX. It does the same thing basically. So let me comment this out. And then of course, let's begin to change out these colors and style out our H1s. So inside here, let's say, you know, the headings, we can style all the headings at once by going inside our custom class. Let's set the color to white. Oops, set the color to white, come on. Okay, and then let's use a tailwind directive called @apply, and then let's say text dash 4XL to begin with. And then let's say that for large screens, then the text should be 5XL just to make it a bit bigger. And actually, I think that should be it, right? Let's go back into our hero.js. Let's go inside this paragraph. Let's give this a class name of margin on the Y of 6 to push away from the heading as well as from this button. Let's change the text into white, and that should be it actually. You know what, let's make it larger because it is the text on the hero section. And then let's deal with our btn. So inside our button, let's create a custom class right above the heading called btn-blue. And inside here, I'm going to use a background color here. And the background color, let me just get the correct one and open up. There we go. Let me use my extension here that is called color picker eyedropper. Let's copy this hex value and then let's add it in here. There we go. So that is the correct color for our button. And then let's continue to style it out. And we're going to say this. We're going to say @apply once again from Tailwind. We're going to say padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 8, rounded dash full to add a rounded border with a very slight box shadow, though you don't need to add in a box shadow really. And then let's change the text to white. So text dash white, let's say with dash full. I think that should work. There we go. And that is our button looking nice. Let me say padding on the top of 3 and padding on the bottom of 2 so that this readjusts properly. Does that really actually? I don't think it matters. Let's just say padding on the Y of 3. Padding Y of 3. That looks nice. And then let's also have a hover, a kind of hover state. So I'm going to say that when you hover over this, let's turn the BG into blue-600. Let me see how that changes. Let's say 700. I want it to be darker. Or, you know what, that works actually. And then let's say add a transition on all properties, transition all with a duration of 200. And there we go. That's looking nice. So that is our custom button. And you can see that that is our hero section. Obviously, you don't want this to do this on large screens really. So let's go ahead and fix this right around here, where we're going to say that once we get to what is the let's go ahead and say that once we get to small devices, which is about 640 pixels, then the width of the button should go back to auto, which is going to fix this. And then for small widths, let's increase the padding on the X to be about 20, meaning for small device widths and above. And then let's limit this section, so right around this div, actually the div, we need to limit the div. So here we can go ahead and say that for small screens, then the max width should be 3XL. Let me see how small that is. That looks okay. Actually, how does it look on large screens? Oh, it looks like this. Actually, this is smaller on large screens. I've just noticed. It's okay. So we need to make it right around, let's say about 4XL. And then let's say that for small screens, then the MX should be auto, which is going to center it properly. There we go, looking nice. Let's reduce the height for this to about 500 here, and then inside our CSS, let's reduce the height to 500 here. That should reduce it. There we go. We can work with that. Looking nice. That is basically our first section. You can see that it is responsive from mobile all the way upwards. So let's go ahead and build our second section, which is this part, as well as this one. And you know what, I can actually place this and this one to be one component. So let's go ahead and let's create a new component inside our homepage. So inside our homepage here, let's create a new component and let's call it well, let me just call it section 2 because I can't think of anything. So section 2.js, and then let's say RFC inside here, and let's return a fragment. And not, let's just say section 2 just to see what we are rendering on the screen. So let's go ahead and render section 2 inside our homepage. So right below this, let's render section 2, and inside our application we should be able to see section 2 right there. So let's go ahead and build it out. So inside section 2, the first thing that I want to do is I want to return a div, and inside this div I want to add in this text that says this. So let me just copy all of this, so paste it. Let me just paste it here, and then we're going to have a button that says explore business solutions. So explore business solutions, and let me save this and let's see what happens here. So there we go. So we have our button, and then we have this. So inside this div, let's give this div a class name of text-center with the padding X of 8 because that's what I used up top. And then let me add a padding Y of 3 maybe. How does that look? Too small. Let me say padding Y of 6. Okay, let me add a BG of slate-200 to see how the background looks. Let me reduce it to 100. Yeah, that looks much better. And then let's increase this text. Let me say text-XL. How does that look? You know what? Let me say text-large for small screens, and then for large screens I can say text-XL. Let's see. Okay, that looks okay. Let me see. This text needs to be lighter just a bit, so let me change the text color. Let me say text slate-600. How does that look? Not so good. Let me say 700. And then inside the button, let's begin to add a class name here. Let me say border-2 and border dash, what is the color? Border blue-600. 600, that, I mean, it does almost match to this. And then let me say text-small to reduce it. Okay, not small really, but text-base to reduce it. And then let me add a padding on the X of, you know, padding all around. Let me say padding all around of 3 and rounded-full to make it rounded on the edges. Okay, this was not a good idea. Let me say padding S of 3 and padding Y of 1. How does that look? Okay, that looks okay actually. And then I don't know whether you can see it, but it looks as though this text is just a bit above the button, like it's not perfectly centered. So let's fix that by changing this into a flex box. Obviously it's going to go back here, but we can bring it to the center. Let's first say item center, and when I save it, look, it now moves downward just a bit. I mean, it's barely visible, and sometimes you can ignore it, but it bothers me, so let me fix it. And then let's add a gap of about 4 to separate it out from this button. And then let's say justify center, which is going to bring it back to the center. And there we go, looking nice. And on small screens, this is how it's going to look. Obviously, we don't want it to look like this, so let's fix it up. Let's say that change this into a flex column, and then on medium screens, meaning tablets and above, then change this back into flex row. So flex row, meaning on mobile devices, it's going to be stacked one on top of the other. And then on larger devices right around here, you can see that now it goes back into raw form. That is the kind of responsiveness that we want, and I did not mean to close that, but there we go. So that is the first div on top. So let's go ahead and create this second part. So we're going to go outside of this div, and we're going to create a section, and this section is going to have an h2 that says PayPal is for everyone who wants to get paid. There we go. And then that is going to be our h2, and then below this h2 we're going to have a div that is going to have articles. So the div is going to be the parent for everything inside here, and then the articles are going to be each of these items, so 1, 2, and 3. So let's go ahead and do this. Let me have an article. The first article is going to have an image that we're going to bring in, and then below this we're going to have an h4 that says individuals. So individuals, and then below this h4 we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So let me just copy and paste it here, and then below this paragraph we're going to have a button that says learn more, and it is camel cased, not camel cased but capitalized. So before we save this, let's go ahead and bring in one image, and the image is going to be called, what is it called? Individuals. So 1 individuals. So let's go ahead and say import, let me say individuals from dot slash, or is it dot slash, and then dot slash again, and then dot slash again, and then images / homepage / 1 - individuals .jpg. Okay, and then let's render out the image here. So individuals, and then let's save it, and we should be able to see something on the screen right there. Okay, now this is one way that you can do it. You can hard code everything inside here, but I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to create an array of objects that we can then loop over and then display them on the screen, which makes our data just a bit more dynamic to manage. And so what I'm going to do therefore is this. I'm going to go inside our data.js file, so data.js, and then I'm going to create a new array of objects here, and I'm going to say export const. Let me say, what should I call this? Okay, now this is the problem with this. Thinking of names is so hard. Let me just call it section 2. So section 2, just to make it rhyme with everything. So section 2. And then inside here, I'm going to create an array of objects. Obviously, the title here is going to say individuals, and then the description, meaning the paragraph text, is going to say this. This one, copy and paste it in. And then below this, we're going to have a button that says learn more, and then we need to get our image. Now the image, we're going to need to restructure this a bit once again, but the image is going to become from ./images / homepage / 1 - individuals.jpg. Now I want to show you this so that you understand why we're going to restructure a bit, but for now it's going to remain like this. And then let's just copy this 2 more times. So Shift Alt and down, meaning copy it once, and then 1 more time. And then the second one says businesses. So let me copy this part, copy, change this into businesses, and then paste in this text here. And then this is going to say businesses, and it says 2 - businesses. And then this one says PD 3 - PD. And what does PD? Partners and developers. And then let's copy this text and paste it here, and says partners and developers. It is small letter. There we go. Now let's go ahead and save this, and then back inside our section 2 on top, let's go ahead and import use state. So use state, and then let's create our state value. So I'm going to say const, let me call them cards, is equal to use state, and by default we want to get in this data that we've just created called section2. So we also need to import that data. So right below this, let's say import section2. Remember, it is a named import here because in our data.js it is a named export, so it is not a default export. Okay, so let's say import section2 from, and it is coming from dot slash data / data. There we go. That is the correct path for it. And then inside our use state, let's go ahead and pass in section2. There we go. So we're importing our data and then we are initializing it here to our card state value. And then what we need to do now is, instead of now rendering this article like so, then we are going to map over our cards. So we're going to say cards.map. And then for every card that we get back, we also want to get back the index of the card. And then we're going to be returning this article. So cut this out from here and paste it here. And because we are mapping over some data, we need to have a unique key, and that's why we're getting the index here. So the unique key is going to be the index. And then the image here is now no longer individuals, but it's going to be card.image. And card.image, because we are now accessing the values here by their properties. So card.image, and then the title here is now no longer going to be hard coded, but we're going to say card.title. And then the paragraph is going to say card.description, and then the button is going to say card.button. And then now let's go ahead and save this and watch our application break just a bit. So let's, okay, so personal is not defined, business is not defined. Where is it? Where is it? What does it say? Data.js line 3, 6. Oh, wait a minute, it's getting this one. What? Okay, let me disable all of this. Disable all of this. Just comment it out. And then let's save it, and it should fix our application. And you can see that now all of this is fixed, but we can't see the images, even though we know that the images exist. That is because when you're doing something like this, then the images that you are targeting have to be inside the public folder. So let's go ahead inside the public folder and create a new folder called images. And then images, we need to go inside the homepage folder again. So create a new folder here called homepage. And then inside homepage, now we want to get these 3 images. So 1, 2, and 3, just select them and then drag and drop them inside the homepage folder. Drag and drop, there we go. And then now we should go ahead and reload our application and we should be able to see it. But the reason why we have this error is because inside our section 2, we imported this on top. So we no longer need this, we can remove it. So save it. And then now when our application reloads, we should be able to see our images. Fantastic. So let's begin to style this out. And let's go inside our section. And the first thing that I want to do inside the section is I want to limit everything so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. Because as you can see, this doesn't go to the end, right? So let's go inside our section and let's give it a class name, and let's say padding on the X of 8 to add a bit of padding so that it doesn't reach the end. And this is only for mobile screens. I mean, not only for mobile screens, but especially for mobile screens, so that it doesn't go all the way to the end here. And now let me just place this here, place it properly. And then let's also add padding on the Y-axis to push it everything downwards. So padding Y of about, let's say 10 to push away from this part as well as on the bottom. And then inside this h2, let's give this a class name of, let's say, what? My keyboard language changed again. I hate this. What did I do? Okay, I have fixed my keyboard language because it was bothering me. So now let's begin to style this out, and let's go ahead and say this. Let's say that this text should go to the center, so text-center. Let's give it a margin bottom of 8 to push away from this part. You know what, let me say 6. Okay, you know, let me say 8. Then let's say text-2XL for mobile screens. Make it just a bit bigger. Let's say text-light. Is it light? Is it light or normal? Oh, wait a minute. What font are we using? What font are we using? Oswald, we're using the 200 and 400. So let me say text dash, what is the class? Extra light or what? No, not text, font light. Oh my god. Font light, there we go. And then let me say this. Let's say for large screens, then the text should be 4XL. Make it insanely big. And then let's go ahead and insert this div. Let's see. Is this text to the center? Okay, yes, it is to the center. Let's say that inside this div, you want this div to have a class name of grid. So turn it into a grid with grid columns -1 to begin with a gap of about 4 to separate them out. Let me say 6. And then we're going to say this, that for medium screens, then the grid columns should be 2, and for grid columns 2, and then for large screens, then the grid columns should be 3. And then if I maximize this, then notice that now we have 3 grids, but I still want to limit them. So let me give them a max width of about 4XL. How large is that? Let me say MX auto so that everything goes to the center so that you can see it properly. So it's right around here. And no, it's still a bit smaller. So let's make ours larger to about 6XL. How large is that? 6 is too big now, right? 6 is too big, just a bit too big, and 5 will be just a bit too small. So you know what, let me use 6XL just because it's bigger. So 6XL, and you can say I googled how to change the keyboard language. It bothered me that much. So let's go ahead and say this, that now that we have this, let's style this out better. Let's style it out better. So businesses, how does it look? Okay, just a bit bigger. So inside our h4, let's give this a class name of text-large, make it a bit bigger. And then let's say margin on the y of 6, separate it out from the image as well as from this text. Let's go inside here, let's say text slate 600 or 700, I should say. Let's say 700. And then inside the paragraph, how does it look? Let's say give this a class name of margin bottom of 6 to push away from the button. How does the paragraph look? It's bold, right? I mean, it's not really bold, but it's just a bit bolder, so we can overlook that. Let me increase this grid gap here. Let's say that for large screens here, large screens, then the gap should be 10, just to increase this grid gap a bit. Yeah, I think I like it better that way. And then for these buttons, I'm just going to copy the classes on these buttons. So let's go inside our, where is it? Actually, it's right here. So copy this part and then let's paste it inside this button. But we're going to play around with this just a bit because I don't want these buttons to look like this, right? And are they spanning the entire width? Oh yeah, they're spanning the entire width. Oh, wait, this is centered. All this text is centered. Why didn't I say that? So let's go ahead and say text center on the parent div, but the images are not going to be centered, as you can see. So we want to say right here, let's give this a class name of MX auto, which is now centered. There we go. And then for the buttons, we want the width to be full so that they go all the way to the end right there. Let's reduce the border to 1. So border, the class is just called border. And then let's increase the padding here to 3. How does that look? Yeah, so instead of having padding x3 and padding y3 here, we can just say padding all round of 3. That looks much better. Anything else? The text needs to be bold, so font bold, and then text dash blue dash 600. This is bold, not old. There we go, looking nice, fantastic. And you can see that that is our section. But what I want to do is I want to increase the padding on the bottom right here. So we're going to say this, we're going to go inside this section and say that for large screens, then the padding bottom should be 20. Just increase the padding bottom just a bit, and that looks nice. Let's increase the margin bottom on this heading. The heading is right here. Let's say that for large screens, then the margin bottom should be 16. And then here, let me increase this to 5XL because it's looking a bit small. That looks much better, I think. I do think it looks much better. Yeah. Should we become nitpicky? Should we become nitpicky with this? I think we should. Let's go ahead and say here that the padding on the top, or you know what, this can remain, and then let's say that for large screens the padding top should be, you know what, let me just do it like this. Let me just say that padding width should be 20 for large screens. Yeah, let's just do it like that, and then margin bottom 16, and then let's change the color for this h2. Let's change the text to slate 700, and we're going to get that. Fantastic. And then now let's deal with this section next, which is, as you can see, it's quite easy to deal with. And this section, we're going to give it a name of section 3. So create a new file here called section3.js, and please make sure that your files are being created inside the homepage folder. Okay, so everything is coming from inside this homepage folder. So for section 3, let's go ahead and say RFC, and this section is just basically UI. So let's go ahead and create a div after returning a fragment, and then this div is going to be an article because I like articles. And then let's return an h3, you know what, yeah, let's return an h3 that says this. So copy and paste. Really, didn't copy and paste it here. Below this, let's return a paragraph that says this, copy and paste, and then below this we're going to return a button, and the button says learn more here. Now I just want to mention that I do realize that these are links. Okay, I do realize that they are links, but the reason why I'm creating them as buttons is because I don't know which pages they are going to currently, and I don't know whether they're going to be linking to any of the pages that we have created. So that's why I'm having them in as buttons for now, really. Anyway, so inside this article we're going to have this, and you know what, I've just realized that I have messed with the structure because I want this to be limited just like we did here by adding a max width. But the way I've structured this, if I try to limit the article, it is going to limit even the background color. And you know what, let me just do it so that you see what I mean. So we have created this left article, so let's go ahead and create this right one by just copy pasting this downwards, and then let's copy this and paste it here, and then let's copy this and paste it here, and then this link your PayPal and M-Pesa accounts. So link your PayPal and M-Pesa accounts. Okay, hyphen. Let's save it, and then let's render it inside our homepage. Where is our homepage? Oh my god, the files are becoming too many. So let's render section 3 here, and then and then of course remember to import it on top. Save it, and inside our application we should see this. Now what we need to do is inside section 3 we can close this actually, and this one as well, actually this one as well, and our data, let's have our data open. So inside section 3, oh wait, I closed it. We need this first article to have a background color. So let's go ahead and add here a style attribute, and let's say background color, and then set it to a hex value. Let's go ahead and get this color. So this extension once again is called color picker eyedropper if you want it. So that is the color here. Let's add in our color, and then let's copy this part and add it inside our second article. Let's space it out, and let's get this color for the second article. So copy and then paste it here. Now when I save this, look at this, we have everything looking correctly. But if I want to come and limit this, then I would go inside this div, right? I would give this a class name of about max width -6xl, and then I would say mx auto. Now this is going to limit everything, but it also limits the background color when you want the background color to persist. And you would say, okay, you know what, then grab it from here and then add it individually on the elements. And I can do that, right? I can add it here, but then that is not really what I want to do. Like, I don't want to keep on adding this class over and over again, right? So let's undo all that. Let's undo all that. And therefore the solution becomes this. Inside this article, we're going to grab the h3, the paragraph, and the button, and place it inside a div, so that now I can go ahead and limit the div once. Oops. I can limit the div to have a max width of 6xl with an mx of auto without having to limit anything else but only the div. And the solution is the same for the bottom article here. You can use an article or a div, it doesn't really matter all that much. So let's copy this class, copy, and paste it here, and we should have limit everything. There we go, looking nice. And then now we can begin to style them out. Now these two articles have the same style, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to click right here, and then I'm going to go above and I'm going to click right here, but first I'm going to hold down the Alt key so that I can add two cursors, so that now I'm going to be adding the class names all at once on both articles. So the first thing that I want to do is text white, and then padding on the Y of 10 and padding on the X of 8. And actually not, those are the only two articles we need to add on the parent. We only need to add those two articles. So once we have that, then let's go ahead inside this div, and the div being the parent, we want it to display as a flex item so that they display 1 and 2. And then inside this first article, I need to add a flex of 1, so flex -1. And then inside the second article right here, I need to add flex of 1 as well, so that now they take up 50% of the screen without like trying to overdo one another. And I'm still wondering, why doesn't this come here, by the way? Did I do something wrong? Probably this shouldn't be 6xl, it should be something like 4xl. It should be reduced a bit, maybe. Yeah, I think that is the mistake that I made, so we should probably reduce this even a bit more. That wasn't a good idea. That wasn't a very good idea. So let's just continue styling this out. So inside this h3, let's say, let me see, how is it bigger? It's basically just bigger. So give this a class name, and let's say that for mobile screens to begin with, let's say text-2xl, and then for large screens, let's say text-4xl, and then let's copy these classes and paste them on this h3. And then on this paragraph, the paragraph I think can remain as it is. Let's save it, let's see how it looks. Okay, let's add a margin bottom on the h3. So the h3, let's say margin bottom of 8, and then on the paragraph as well, let's add a margin bottom of 8, and then let's do the same thing on this h3, so margin bottom of 8, and then on this paragraph, let's say class name margin bottom of 8. That is basically just to push each of these elements away from one another, because we don't want them to be so close together, right? And so once we have that, then I want to go ahead and let me see whether I added something, because I've just noticed that this the paragraph is a bit too squeezed for me, okay, only for me. It's a bit too squeezed. I mean, even this one is just a bit like it has a bit of a line height here, and I just noticed that this margin is not as big as I expected. So let's fix that inside this h3 here. Let's reduce the margin on the h3 to about 2, and then as well as on this one, let's reduce it to 2. Let's have it as that. And then let me go and add a global style inside our index css. So right below this, let's have a global style on the paragraph. Let's say line height, and then let's set it to 1.8, just to separate it out just a bit, barely visible, but I think this makes it just a bit more readable. And I did not intend for that to rhyme, or did I? Let's go ahead and, okay, now I need to figure out how to fix this. How do I fix this so that it is on the same level? How do I fix that? Nothing is coming to mind as a solution. Let's see. What if I say this is margin X auto? What if I say margin left auto? Should it come here? There you go, margin left auto, meaning only add the margin on the left but not on the right. So let me say this should be, instead of large, let's say XL. I mean, now this is the problem with the Tailwind, like you can't really get, like you can't really fine tune everything unless you extend it in your Tailwind config file. But I don't want to do that, so let me just deal with this. Not deal with this really, but let me use this. So here, let's copy these classes and let's paste them here. But now this is going to say margin right auto so that it comes here. Okay, would you look at that? It is coming together quite well, if I do say so myself, which I do. And that is our section. That is this section right here. So now we can go ahead and create our next section, which says PayPal connects buyers and sellers. And for this section, it's just a bit more technical because we need to add in these tabs. I mean, it's not difficult to add it in, but you know, it can be a bit hard to grasp the concept. So let's go ahead and say this is called section 4 because I can't think of anything, any creative name. So let's say section 4.js and then let's say RFC. Now for section 4, let me go ahead and just render it. Let me close this. Let's say section 4 and then let's remember to import it. Really doesn't want to import. Copy downloads section 4, section 4. Okay, and we should see section 4 right there. So for this section, let's go ahead and first let me just copy paste this h2 that we had here, which was on section 2. So section 2, let's go ahead and copy paste this part. Oops. Copy and paste it here. So obviously we want to return a fragment first of all, and oops, then our h2, and then this says PayPal connects buyers and sellers. So PayPal connects buyers and sellers. So once we have that, I mean, you can see what we have on the screen right here. Once we have that, then what we need to do is create this section right here. And in order to create this, we are going to create an array of objects. We are going to create an array of objects to hold this data, as well as another array of objects to hold this data. How do I want to do that actually? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we're going to have to split this into two components. Okay, so you know what? Instead of creating an array of objects, let me go ahead and do this. Inside our section 4, we're going to create two custom components. So let me say function, call this buyers, and then let's return a fragment that says buyers, and then let's say function sellers, and then let's return a fragment that says sellers. Okay, now let's go ahead and render these two items. Below the h2, let's render buyers, and then let's render sellers. So basically these two components, and then save it, and we should be able to see buyers and sellers here. Now I want to try and implement the functionality of toggling between these two first before we move forward. Otherwise we're going to end up building the entire thing and then the functionality is going to elude us. So let me go ahead and above this, let me import use state from React because we need some state values. So use state from React. And then what we need to do is this. Let's set up our state values. And I'm going to say const value and set value. This is equal to use state. And by default, it's going to be, should it be 0 or 1? Oh, you know what? This needs to be a Boolean. So it's either true or false. It's either true or false because we only have two values. Where is it? We only have two values. So we want that when it is true, we want to render this. And then when it is false, we render, oh, sorry. When bias is true, we render this. And when sellers is true, we render this. That's what we want to happen. So let me go ahead and do this. Above this, I'm going to create a UL with 2 list items, and these list items are going to be buttons. And let me just copy this down. And the first button says for buyers, and the second one says for sellers. Okay. And then what we want to do is we want to conditionally render these components depending on whether this is true or, well, depending on whether our state value is true or false. So what I'm going to do therefore is this. I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to add in my curly brackets, and I'm going to say that only when value is true, that's when you want bias to the bias component to show on the screen. And then here we're going to do the opposite. We are going to say when not value, that's when you want the sellers. I hope that is the correct functionality. So let's turn this into true, and on the screen we should only be able to see buyers. Okay, so we can only see buyers on the screen. And you know, let's tell this out so that we can see it properly. So let me go inside. Okay, this is not what I wanted. Let's fix this. Let's fix this functionality. Let's fix the UI. Let's cut this out. Let's place it inside a div with a class of max width dash 6xl with an mx of auto. Let's say padding x of 8. Let's say padding y of 10 to begin with, and then for large screens, let's say padding y of 20. Let's paste that in, and let's see what we have. We have this. Okay, looking fantastic. And then now if I try to turn this into false, then what should show is the sellers component. So let's say sellers. There we go. So our functionality is working. It is working correctly. Let's change this back to true by default. And then now we can begin to work on our UI. So the first thing that I want to do is I want this to display as a flex box. Display flex, that it comes here. Okay, and then I'm going to say item center and justify center. For the buttons, let's add a gap of about, let me not add a gap because I want to add padding on the buttons. So here and here, let me give it a class name. Let's say padding y of 2, padding x of 8. Just because, just because. But we're going to change up these class names in a moment because we want the class names to be dynamic depending on our state value. Because as you can see that when buyers is true, then it is highlighted and underlined. And then when sellers is true, it is also highlighted and underlined. So that's what we want to happen. So let's go ahead and build out our buyers component. So inside here, inside our component, let's go ahead and say that for buyers, then we want 3 cards. So 1, 2, and 3. First of all, let's create a div here, and then let's create an article. So the article is going to be this image to begin. So the img, the source, we don't have the source yet, but we're going to import it. And then below this, we're going to have, let's see, what is this? Should we place it inside a UL, or should we have it as a span and a paragraph? Let me have a paragraph here. Let's have a span. The span says 1, and then the text for the paragraph says this. So copy and paste it. And then let's import this image just so that we can see what we have on the screen. And the images should be called what? For buyers 1, so buy online browser 1. I think that's the correct one. So let's say import buyers 1 from dot slash images / homepage / buy online _ browser 1.png. And then let's copy this down 3 times. So change this to buyers 2, and then change this to buyers 2, change this to buyers 3, change this to buyers 3. And then let's go ahead and now render buyers 1, which is our image, and then save it, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And okay, there we go. So that is the correct image. So now what we're going to do is just copy this article down 2 more times. So Shift Alt 1 2. So change this into 2, change this into buyers 2, change this into bias 3 and change the span into 3. And of course the text needs to change as well, so copy this text and paste it here, and then copy this text and paste it here and save it. And then now let's see what we have on the screen. So we have this, and then we have this, and then this. So that's looking okay. Now what we need to do is we need these articles to align as a flex box. So what we're going to do therefore is this: we're going to go inside this div, give this a class name of flex. Okay, they're going to align in raw form, but then you'll notice that on small screens it's going to have an issue. Look at that. Oh, wait a minute, we didn't fix this even on small screens. Everything else looks okay on mobile except this part and this part as well. So let's fix this part, and then we're going to go back and fix this. So what we're going to do therefore is this: we're going to say flex column on mobile. Let me see, flex column, so that they're going to align in column form. And then for the images, let me just try something here. Let me give this a class name of width dash full, because I want to see how it's going to behave on mobile. Oh my god, that looks horrible on mobile because the image becomes blurry. That looks horrible. And you know what, I've just realized I should probably add this class for the images, for all images. So let's have a max width of 100% so that they don't overflow outside of their container. And then let's set the width to 100% as well, so that they take up 100% of the entire container, so that we don't have to keep on adding that class manually. And you can see that it messes up with this quite horribly. We're going to have issues, but you know what, actually the reason why it messes up with these top images is because of this width of 100%. So if I remove it, it goes back to normal. So let's not have it, and let's just have the width of the max width of 100%, which means basically to set the images to take up 100% of the container in which they are placed without causing an overflow. So inside section 4, let's go ahead and let's just add, let me remove this class from here, and then let me add a class that says mx auto, which is going to center it here. Okay, and then let's copy this, let's paste it on this image and on this image as well. And then let me style up this span. So this span is going to give a class name of padding of about 6 with a rounded dash full with a very slight border. How does that look? Okay, that doesn't look okay. Let me change the border to slate dash 700. Okay, that's too dark. Let's say 500. Okay, and then let's play around with this padding. So padding y of 4 and padding x of 6 to make it rounded. Padding x of 6. Let's see. Almost. And then let me say display this as an inline block so that I can add a margin on the right of 4 to push away from this text just a bit. So here, let me say padding y of 3. How does that look? That should now make it properly rounded. There we go, looking nice. And then let's copy these classes on this span. So copy and paste them here and paste them on this span as well. Let's see. Fantastic. Oh my god, it looks so nice. It does look nice. And then now let's go ahead and deal with the UI, how we want the UI to look. So we had this as flex column to begin with. So I'm going to say that for, let me add a flex wrap here. Flex wrap. And what flex wrap means is that when the flex items reach the end of the device, they automatically go into the next line. So for example, if I did not have flex column here, but I had flex wrap, then look at this. Nothing really changes because they can't align 3 items here. They automatically go into the next line. So if I increase this to a certain width, you'll notice that this should come here. So let's increase it. Let's see. Look at that. And then if I increase it even more, right around, oh, it doesn't because this, we have applied a max width of 6XL here, so this cannot fit here. But we're going to fix that anyways. For now, let's add a gap of about 8 to separate out all the elements that we have. And then we're going to say this. We're going to say that for medium screens, then wait a minute, let's first let's first add in flex column here so that we don't forget and mess up everything. Save it. Let's see. Okay, and then we're going to say that for small screens, then the flex should be wrap, and then for medium screens, then the flex should be row, meaning reset this from a column into a row. And now they should be aligned 1, 2, and 3, but it doesn't because of this class. So let's remove wait a minute, that shouldn't change anything. So for small screens, I should say flex no wrap. Flex no wrap is the class. There we go. Fantastic. And then you know what, flex looks horrible. I mean, I can fix it using flex, but I've used flex over and over. So let's use grid. So let's go here and say that for small screens, then this should change into a grid. And then for small screens, let's say grid columns 2. And then for small screens, we don't need to add a gap because the gap is already applied here. So let's see. So 1, 2, and 3. And then let's say that for medium screens, then the grid column should be 3. And we should see 1, 2, and 3. Fantastic. Looking nice. And I'm thinking, should I display this as an inline block or as a block element? Let me see, because it's messing up with this just a bit. So block element, and then I need to go inside the paragraph and display the paragraph as a flex box, so that now this comes here. I think that is much better. And then I should say item center as well. Item center, so that this goes back to the center. That is much better. So let's copy these classes on the paragraph, copy and paste it here, and then paste it here. And then let's remove the inline block here. Let's make it block element. So let's just say block element. And that should do that. That is much better. That is much better. So now what we need to do is we need to add some padding here. We need to increase this margin between this UL and the images. So where is the UL? The UL is this one, so it should be inside this div. Let me say that margin top of 10. Pushed away from this part. Okay, and then let me go inside these paragraphs. Really, let's say margin top of 8, just to push away from the images a bit. Is that too much? Let me say margin top of 4. Okay, let's copy this and paste it here, and then paste it here as well. Margin top of 4. Looking fantastic. And so as you can see that this is the for buyers part. So now we need to create the for sellers part. So the for sellers, what we need to do is just basically change this into false, and then we should see sellers here. Okay, and then we can begin to structure it out, and it's going to have the same structure as this, I think. So let's just copy all of this and then paste it inside here, but we're going to remove these articles right around here, and then we're only going to remain with one article so that we can see what we have on the screen really, just for the UI. And for the for sellers, let me see how it looks here in our application. So for sellers, it's basically the same thing really, basically the same thing, only the images are different. So we need to import the correct images. So the for sellers one, so let's go ahead and do that. So copy this, copy, and then paste it 1, 2, and 3. Change this buyers, let's change this into sellers 1, and then sellers 2, and then sellers 3, and then buy online. Where is it? This one. Starting from this one. Starting from this one. That would be the wrong image. So let's say for underscore sellers underscore 1, oops, and then underscore 2, and then underscore 3 dot png, and then let's go ahead and render sellers 1, and we should see the image here. Where is it? The image should be for sellers, and you can see that the image updates, and then the text for the paragraphs needs to say set up a business account. Set up a business account. Once again, just to mention, I realize that this is a link, okay, but the reason I'm not adding it in as a link is because I don't know where this page goes, and I don't think we have created the link for this page. So let's go ahead and do this. You know what, I've just realized this span, the way you've set it up, then the span goes like to the center because of item center. Let me see whether that is going to be an issue first of all by adding in our two remaining articles. So 1 and 2, change this into sellers 2, change this into sellers 3. The text here says this, so copy and paste it here, and then copy this part and paste it here, and then save it, and then let's see. So there we go. Obviously we need to change these numbers, so this is 3 and then this is 2. Okay, so you can see that the reason why this goes downwards is because of item center, right? But this one, it's more upwards. So the way we fix that is just by saying here item start, and it should bring it upwards. There we go. So here, let me just copy start and paste it here, and then paste it here, and then go above, paste it here, and then paste it here, and save it, and it should fix everything. Okay, and now the remaining thing, one of the remaining things is that we need to add in our button. So our button is going to be the same as this button. So let's copy the classes from section 2. So section 2 button, section 2. Let's copy, which button is it? This one. Should be this one. Copy. And then inside section 4. Now inside the buyers, look where I'm going to place the button. I'm going to go outside of this div. Outside of the div. Why am I going outside of the div? It's because this div is displayed as a grid. So if I add in this button inside the div, the button is going to be added inside a grid of its own. That's not what I want. And so the button says what? Should say learn more. So learn more. And then let's copy this button and paste it outside of this div for the sellers. There we go. And we should be able to see our button right there. Of course, we don't want the width of full here, so let's remove width full. Let's say doesn't have a padding on the x-axis, so let me say padding of 3. Let's say padding x of, let's say, which is a big padding, 52. Okay, that's a bit too big. Let's say 40. Okay. And then let's go ahead and say right here, let's say make this a block element. What happens there? Nothing. But then I can say mx auto, which is going to center it. There we go. And then let's say margin top of 10, because now it is a block element, so we can add margin. Fantastic. So let me copy these classes here. So padding y of 3, padding x of 40. Let's change it here. So padding y of 3, padding x of 40. And then let's paste in our classes here to make it a block element for the sellers as well. For the buyers as well. So that now when we take a look at the buyers here, when we set this to true, then we should be able to see our button right there. But of course, we haven't removed the width of full. Where is it? There's our button width of full. We need to remove this class. And there we go. Nice. And so now the only thing that is remaining is the toggling for this part, which is a bit annoying. Just a bit annoying. How do we do that? We're going to add an on-click on this button, on-click event. And we're going to add in our inline function. Where we're going to say set the value into true. Meaning when you click on the buyers, set the value to true, right? And then when you click on the sellers, copy and paste it here, then we set the value to false. That should be the correct functionality. Let's try it out. Click on buyers. It's already on buyers, so click on sellers. Okay, that should be correct. So currently when I click on buyers, it shows up the buyers. When I click on sellers, it shows the sellers. Now the only thing that is remaining is the styling for these buttons when you click on them, right? So we are going to do this. Instead of having the class names like this as a string, we're going to make them dynamic by adding in our template literals. Our curly brackets first, and then our template literals, which are backticks. And then we're going to say this, add in our two classes. and then we're going to say, add in our variable, our $sign, and then our curly brackets, and we're going to say that when value is true, meaning only when value is true, then we want the text to be blue-600. First of all, let's save that to see whether it works. Bias, there we go. You can see that now the text is now blue. So we can continue to add in our classes here and say change the font to bold. And what else? Font to bold, it should have an underline. Is it? Not even an underline really, but a border bottom. So border dash bottom. Is that correct? Oh wait, border B is the class. Border B is the class. Border B, and then let's say border B-2, and then let's say border dash what color, blue-600. There we go. Nice. And then we're going to do the opposite on this button. So let's copy these class names here, and then let's replace it here. And then instead of saying that when value is true here, we're going to say when not value, meaning when value is false. So let's save it, and we should see nothing change on the screen. But when I click on this, look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? Looking nice. Now what I want to do is I want to have a hover state for this, so that when I hover over it, it gives some kind of like indication that you're hovering over it. So we're going to do this. Right here, we're going to say that when you hover over this, then change the text to blue-500, add the transition dash all with a duration of 150. Let me change this to 400 just to make it a bit lighter, and then let's copy these classes and paste them here. Oops, paste them here. Let's see. There we go. That looks nice. It does look nice. And would you look at that? That is our functionality. Let's see how it looks on small screens. So for small screens, this can be aligned as they are because they're small enough where they don't go all the way to the end. So that looks nice. And our toggle is working correctly. Nice. So now what we need to do is we need to fix this section. So this is section 3. Section 3 needs to be fixed. How did I align them? They are a flex box. So I'm going to say flex column to begin with, and then for medium screens, then change this back into flex row. How does that look? Flex column, nice. And then for medium screens, right around. Oh no. What? This is because I placed max width on small screens. Where is it? Where are you? Oh wait, it's not here. Then that is as simple as just making this to be applied on medium screens, as well as on this div, say medium screens. There we go. Fixed. Would you look at that? So right around there, medium screens, they align as 2 items. And then right around here, they align as a flex column. That's looking nice. And we can go ahead into the next section. And the next section is this part here, this blue part. And this blue part, I think, is a radial gradient. I think so, at least. So let's go ahead and create it. So let's create section 5. So inside homepage here, new file called section5.js. Let's say RFC. And then let's go ahead and render section 5. Let's close this. So section 5, import it, and there we go. And we should see section 5 on the screen. And then let's go ahead and add in this h2. And this h2, let me just copy the classes of this one. So section 4, where is section 4? Here. Let's copy the h2 that we have here. So copy, and then inside here, let's add it in. So let's first of all add in a div with a class of max width -6sl with an mx of auto, and then paste our h2 in, and then change this now no longer text slate, so we can remove this class, and then we can remove the margin on the bottom actually, and let's reduce this to 4. And then this text says join 200 million active people. I've done something wrong because I've added the max width on this div, so the blue color won't persist to the end. So let's fix that by just adding in another div. Okay, And then once you have that, then below this div, we can add even another div. And then this other div is going to say these 3 articles. So we're going to create an article here. The article is going to say an h3 that says safe and protected. Copy and paste. Below this h3, we're going to have a paragraph. Copy and paste. Below this paragraph, we're going to have a button. Copy and paste. There we go. And then we can just copy and paste this article 2 more times. So 1 and 2. The second title says this. Oops. Copy and paste. The second one says this. Copy and paste. The button text says this. Oops. Copy and paste. And then the third title says this. Copy and paste. The next text says this. Copy and paste. And then finally the third one says this. Copy and paste. There we go. So that is our section. That is our div actually. So let's save this. Let's see how it looks. Right around here. There we go. On small screens, it looks like so. Really terrible, right? And then on large screens, we are going to limit it. And so first of all, wait a minute. We need to add this. We need to add this part here on this div, class name, so that the div, so that these are also limited. And then we need to have a padding on the x of 8 here, and then a padding on the x of 8 here. And then this div needs to have a gradient. So let me add a custom class name here of radial gradient. And then let me Google how to make a radial gradient. So radial gradient CSS, because I have forgotten. So radial gradient is right here, and it says it would have this. So let me see. Demo. So really, I just want this first one, right? I just want the first one. So let's copy this part, copy, and then inside our CSS, inside the custom class of radial gradient, let's go below this. Let's say that for the dot radial gradient, I need to paste this in, and the first color, let's go ahead and get the colors using our color picker eyedropper. So go from this color, copy and paste it here to this color. So this lighter one inside here. Okay, copy and paste it here. Save it, and then let's see what we have on the screen. Yeah, it does not look how I expected. Well, this color is outside. The lighter color is outside. I want this one to start, and then this one to end. There we go. That looks much better. And then now let's go ahead and begin to style this out. So let's give it a padding on the Y of 10. And then for large screens, let's give it a padding on the Y of 20. And then change all the text to white. Okay, looking nice. Inside this H2, let me see. Okay, yeah. Inside this H2, let's give it a margin bottom of 8. Then for large screens, let's say margin bottom of 12. Okay, and then let's go inside this div, change this into a grid with grid columns -1 to begin with a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, then grid columns 2. And then for large screens, then grid columns 3. Save it, and it should be 1, 2, 3. Okay. What did I just notice? What did I just realize? I realized something in my head, but can't seem to remember it. Oh, you know what? Oh, I realized that I wanted to add a padding here on this H2 so that it doesn't go to the end, but I've already added it in. So okay, that looks okay. You can see that it looks manageable on small screens, but let's style out these headings first of all. So inside this H3, give this a class name of text-large. How big is that? No, let me just say XL. Let's say margin bottom of 2. And then on this paragraph, let's give this a class name of margin bottom class name equals to margin bottom of 8 to push away from this link. And then on the button, let's say class name font dash bold to make it just a bit bold. And then let's copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then let's also paste it on the final one, and then copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here. And now everything should be uniform. There we go, looking nice, nice, nice. Even the radial gradient is looking quite nice, if I do say so myself. And then finally we need these two sections, so sign up and get started. And for the sign up, maybe we're going to be using the sign up on multiple pages, or not really. It's nowhere. Let me see if it's on multiple pages. Nope, it's nowhere. I thought we could create one component and then just reuse it, but it seems that we are not going to do that. So let me create a component in the home page here called sign up. So sign up.js, and then let's say RFC, and then inside our home page here, let's render sign up. So sign up, and then we should be able to see sign up on the screen right there. Okay, and then let's begin to build our component. So sign up, let's return a, what is this, a div? How does it look? So basically this h2 that we've been copying all along up to here, we need to get it as well. So let's go back into section, this is 5 and 4, so section 4, and then copy the h2, sorry. So section 4, copy this h2, and then let's paste it inside here. Then below this h2, we're going to have a button with the class of btn blue. Remember, we created it, and this is going to say get started. Is that it? Get started? Oh yeah, get started. And we have this, so get started is here, and we have our thingy, our h2. So let's reduce this to margin bottom of 12. Let's grab both of these and place them inside a div with a max width of 6xl with an mx of auto, and then a padding on the x of 8, and then a padding on the y of 10 to begin with, and then for large screens, then padding on the y of 20, and paste this in, and we should be able to see this. And then inside here, let's make this a block element, and then let's say mx auto to properly center it. Okay, and this padding x is a bit small for me, so let's increase it. So where we had btn blue, we had a padding on the x of 20. So let's say that for large screens, then the padding has to be 40, just to increase it massively for no good reason. Yeah, this can work, I mean, you know. And so that is this section. And then finally, oh wait, the text does not say this. So sign up again started here. Let's change this text here, and we should see sign up again started. And then we can finally create our footer. Now the footer is going to be on every page, right? We want the footer to appear on every page, so I don't want it to be on the home page only. So I'm going to create the footer. Did I create it here? I'm going to create the footer as a global component, and the way I'm going to do that is by going inside the source folder and creating a new folder called components, and then inside components I'm going to create footer.js, and then inside here let's say RFC, and then the way I want footer to behave is I want it to appear on every page, just like we're going to do with the navbar. So we're not going to render it inside our home page, but we are going to render it inside our app.js, if I can find it here. And then because I want it to appear on every page, it is not going to be limited to any route. So we're going to go outside of the routes component here, and then we're going to render our footer. Okay, so once again, the reason why, remember to import it, the reason why we're rendering footer here is because I want it to appear on every page, so that when I save this, I should still see footer here, but even if I go to a route that does not exist, I am still going to see the footer. Okay, remember we created the error page, but the footer is now going to appear on every page. That is basically the functionality that I wanted to show you. And now let's go ahead and build out the footer. So the footer looks like this. We have, we're not going to add in this flag because this flag is dynamic depending on which region you come from. But we're going to add in this top part, which is going to be a pane. So inside the footer, let's go ahead and return a fragment and then a footer element. Footer, if I can even spell it. And then inside the footer, we're going to have a UL with list items. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So LI times 6. This is going to be help and contact. The second one says fees, and then security, and then features, shop, feedback. So features, and then shop, and then feedback. Okay, and then below this UL, we're going to have a horizontal line. So HR, which is horizontal line, and then we're going to have another UL, and then this UL is going to be this part here. Okay, not because now we want to add in this part, then I'm going to add in a div, and then inside this div we're going to have two ULs. So the first UL is going to be this one, and then the second UL is going to be this one. So this first UL has how many links? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So LI times 5. This one says about, and then newsroom, and then jobs, developers, partners. So jobs, developers, and then partners. And then this one has how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. So LI times 4. This one says copyright, so ampersand copy and then semicolon to add this copyright symbol. So 1999 to 2023. And then this is accessibility, and then this one says privacy, and then legal. Okay, and then below this div we have a paragraph that says all this. So copy and paste, looking nice. So let's save this, and then let's see what we have on the screen, and then we can begin to style this out. So first of all, let's limit the entire footer. Give this a class name of max width 6XL and MX auto, and then padding of the X of 8. There we go. So limits everything. Inside this UL, give this a class name of text slate 700, and then let's change it into a flexbox with item center, and then justify start, so that they don't go to the end. Give it a gap of about 4 to separate them out. And you know what, I am doing something wrong because we need to build this mobile first, otherwise we're going to have issues, as you can see. So here, let's just change this into flex column. Okay, and that can remain, by the way, even for mobile screens. So let's go ahead and copy this, paste it inside this UL and this UL. Is that going to be an issue? I hope not. Okay, and then let's go ahead and let's see. Let me go ahead and give this a class name of text slate 600 with text small. How does that look? And then let's say margin Y of 6 to separate it out just a bit. There we go. So let's style this better. Let's do this. Let me change this to slate 800 just to make it a bit darker for this top part. And then let me change it into font bold. So font bold. Okay. Let me change it back to 700. Yeah. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a line break here, so that it breaks right there, and then above, so right below this actually, I'm going to add another line break so that it adds a space here. Okay, and you know what, let me even do it for here. Let me even do it here. just because there we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make this align here on larger screens. So right here, I'm going to say that for medium screens, then change the flex to row. And you can see that this is what happens. So we're just going to copy this and paste it here and paste it here. And that should be it. Okay, so this is here and then this is here. And then what we're going to do is we need this to be a flex box so that this comes here. And then what you need to do is this needs to be a flex box, so these two, so that this comes here. And I apologize if you can hear some noise outside. The kids are coming back from school. So let's go inside this div, and that is the reason why I added this div. So I can go here and say give a class name that for medium screens, then change this into a flex box right there. And then for medium screens, I'm going to say items dash center, and then for medium screens, then justify dash between, which is going to take it to the end right there. Would you look at that, looking fantastic? Nice. And these are links, by the way, in case you didn't notice, but these are all links, but I've not set them to be links in our application. So that's our footer, and you can go ahead and try it out to go into something like a link like pay online, which I think exists. And you'll notice that in our pay online link, the footer still shows up, looking nice. And so that is going to be our homepage, and in the next video we're going to begin to build out our personal page. I think it's going to be this part. We're going to build out this page in the next video. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So in the last video we built out this homepage where we built out all these components all the way to the footer. And so in this video we're going to begin to build up the personal page, which is this one right here, how PayPal works. And it is this page. So if we navigate into application into /personal, then we're going to get this blank page, obviously with the footer because we rendered the footer on every page. And then we have the text that says personal, which is correspondent to our application. And so what I've done is inside the source folder and inside the images folder, I've created a new folder called personal, which is going to have all the images for this page that we're going to build in this video. So it's going to have this hero image as well as these images for these tabs that we have that we're going to create. So right away, what I'm going to do is inside my pages folder, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm just realizing I may have to rename this a bit because this is, I feel like it's going to blot out our structure a bit. But inside my pages folder, I'm going to create a new folder called personal. And then inside personal, I'm going to create a new file called hero.js obviously, and then I'm going to say rfc, and then it's going to create this div for me. And then once I have this, then I'm going to go inside my personal page. Where is it? Here, inside my personal page. And then now instead of rendering this, I'm going to render out what did I just create? Hero. I'm going to render out hero and just make sure that it's coming from personal/hero. That is the correct component that you want to render. And of course, we don't need a div, so I'm just going to return a fragment. And then I'm going to save this. And in our application, we should now see hero once this reloads. And as it reloads, then let's just go ahead and begin building out this hero page. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to return a fragment and then a section with a class of, let me say, hero, or let me say personal dash showcase. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with the class of overlay. And then this div with the class of overlay is going to have an h1 that says this. Let me just copy and then paste it here. And then below this h1, we're going to have a button with the class of btn. What was the class that I had in CSS? Let me see. It was btn blue. So the class of btn dash blue, so that it takes the classes of our custom button. And then the button says sign up and get started. Is it camel case? No. And get started. And this is going to be our hero section. So let's go ahead and save this. And once this reloads sometime today, we're going to have this on the screen. So let's go ahead and begin to style this out. The first thing that we're going to do is create this class in CSS. So inside our CSS, we're going to go right above this media query. And we're going to say that for the personal dash showcase, we want to copy this style. We want to copy this style, but we're going to increase the height and of course change the image. So the height for this, I'm going to set it to 800. and then the image is going to be coming from /personal/ what is it, personal hero.jpg. And once again, when you clone this repository, you're going to have access to all of these files, so you don't have to worry about where you're going to get the images. And then once I have that, then let me just save it to ensure that we're getting the right thing on the screen. And there we go. 800 is a bit too big. See how it's just a bit too big. So let's reduce it to about 700. So 700, let me. I think 700 works correctly. Yeah, 700 works correctly. So let's work with 700. And then what we need to do is, let me see, we need this text to come to the center, and then we need it to be capitalized. So not capitalized, but we need to make it bigger. So let's go ahead and create this class of overlay. So I'm going to say that for the personal showcase, and then the class of overlay inside, I want the height to be 700 pixels as well. And the reason why I'm adding the same height here is so that when we display this as a flexbox, it's going to come completely to the perfect center of this image. So let me show you. If we go ahead and say display flex and then align item center and justify content to the center and save it, then this is going to come here. And there we go. And of course, we need the flex to be aligned in column form. So flex direction, set this to column. And it's going to set this one on top of the other. And then let's make this h1 bigger. Let's start it out inside our, where is it, hero. So inside this h1, let's give this a class name of text white and text dash 4xl and margin bottom of 8. Okay, this is too small. Oh, you know what? On mobile screen, this should be fine. And then we need this to be centered. So let's do that. So inside the overlay here, let's say text dash center. And then let's add a padding all around of, what did I use in my homepage hero? What did I use? Padding X of 8. So let's maintain that. So let's say padding X of 8. So this pushes inwards just a bit, and then it is now centered text. So text center. And this looks fine on small screens. And then on larger screens, we can increase the size. So beginning right around somewhere here, we can go ahead and say that for large screens, the text should be 5xl. How big is that? Okay. And then for XL screens, let me say 2XL screens, then the text should be 6XL. Make it bigger. And then of course we need to limit it. So inside the div with the class of overlay, let me just remember what max width I had applied on everything so that we can maintain it. So we have a max width of, where is it? Did I not add a max width here? No, max width for Excel? No, that doesn't seem right. Where's the max width? So we have a max width of 6XL. That is the one that we're going to be using all through. So right here, let me say max width should be 6XL and then MX auto so that it centers everything properly, and this should come here. That looks okay. That looks okay. Let me see. Yeah, the font is just a bit thicker. So let me say if I say font light, what happens? Okay, that's much better. So font light. And then we have our button. So that is our hero section, as you can see. And probably we should limit this just a bit more. So let me set this to 5XL just for the hero section, that is, so that this reduces. No effect. So let's say 4XL. There we go. Still too big. Let's say 3XL. Is it still too big, or is the, I think this text is just a bit larger, but we can work with this. Let's work with this. And then next, let's go ahead and create this part. And this is just going to be a bit of copying and pasting because we created this h2 in the previous page as well. And so what I'm going to do is inside this section 2, let me see if it's here. I'm just going to copy this h2. So this h2, I'm going to copy it. And then inside my hero.js, I'm just going to go outside of this section and I'm going to create an h2 that says this. Oops. Okay, I already copied this. Let's just paste it in. And then let's go ahead and copy the h2. So copy this and paste it here and save it. And let's see what we have. Okay, so that is our h2. Now, the reason why I've placed this h2 inside our hero component is because I don't see the need of creating a separate component for the h2 because I don't think we're going to be using it anywhere else in our application. So that's why I've just put it below our section, which is our hero. And then you know what, let me style this out better. So let me grab this and place it inside a div with a class of max with dash 6xl with a class of mx auto so that it centers it correctly. And then we can paste this in and then save it. Let's see. Okay, and then let's add a padding y of 10, and then for large screens we're going to add a padding y of 20. That looks okay, looking nice. Okay, and then let's go ahead and create this section next, which is going to be our kind of hard section. And okay, you know what, because this section is a bit more technical than these others, let me just go ahead and create this part. And remember, we created a component that is called, I think, signup or something in our components here. Where is it? Signup. Is it this one? No. What did I call it? Signup.js. This one. I created this one. So we're just going to reuse this. So inside our personal.js, right below our hero, we want to render our sign up. And remember that this sign up now comes from components homepage sign up. So it is basically components, this one, homepage, and then this component that we are rendering. And then above this, we want to render, see how this section, where is it? This section here kind of looks like, let me show you, it should be here. It kind of looks like, where is it? This one, right? Only the title is different. So what we're going to do therefore is this. I am going to go inside, that should be, I don't know which section it is, but it should be section 5. Is it section 5? Yes, it is section 5. And I'm just going to copy all of this. And then inside my pages folder and inside my personal folder, I'm going to create a new file. And let me see actually, which section is this going to be? This is the hero, and then this is the section 2, so section 3. So inside our personal, we're going to call it section 3.js and then paste this in. But then remember to change this to section 3 as the component name. And then we need the title here to change from this, paste it in. And then everything else I think remains the same. Safer and faster, safer and protected, shop with peace of mind. Okay, it is not complete this time, so let's just do some copying and pasting. So copy and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here. And then more about security, the button remains the same, so across devices worldwide with just one account. Okay, that remains the same. So mostly free, also free. It's free to open PayPal accounts, so this also remains the same. Okay, so only the first article changed. And now you notice that when I save this and then go inside my personal, I can render section 3 here. And section 3, now notice where it is coming from. Section 3 from personal section 3. Because we have two section 3s, we have one that is here in our homepage, and then we've just created another one here. So take note of that. And when I save this, then we should be able to see it render here. There we go, looking nice. And then all we need to do now is, because we have this rendered, which is this part right here, and the text is different, the h2, but it doesn't really matter all that much, I don't think. And then we have our footer. So all we need to do now is create this section, which is the tabs, which means this one, and then creating the tabs for this toggle, which I think is going to be quite interesting. So let's go ahead and do that right away. And how we're going to do that is, let's just first add in the h2, you know. So let's just add in the h2. Let's copy this h2 from here. So this div, copy this, and then inside my personal, I'm going to create a new file called section2.js. And then inside here, I'm going to say rfc. And then just for my peace of mind, let's go ahead and paste in the h2 here, and then remove this div that is the parent, so that we return a fragment. And then save it. Okay, before you save it, let's just say join the, okay, I can't copy this text. Join the 192 million active accounts worldwide. So join the 192 million active accounts worldwide. wide who use PayPal to, and then we have the tabs that are going to be created here. So you can save this for now, and then we can render it inside our hero, sorry, inside our personal component. So here we want to render section 2, so section 2 here, and we should be able to see something on the screen right there. Of course, we need to play around with these paddings. So let me go ahead and fix those paddings for now. Inside section 2, we can remove, what do we need to remove? Let's make this to be padding bottom only. So padding bottom and padding bottom. So this reduces, okay. And then what I want to do is I just want to go ahead and let me see, how do we need to do this? So these are tabs. These are tabs, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a component for each of these tabs. So for the buy online tab, we're going to create this. For the send payments tab, we're going to create this, and then so on and so forth. And then I'm going to show you something interesting that we can do in React. So let's go ahead and create these components. So inside here, let's say buy online. So personal, let's say buy online.js, and then let's say send payments. So send payments.js, and then request payments, and then buy and sell on email. So request payments.js, and then let me just call this buy sell ebay.js because I don't have any other name. And then in each of these files, let's just say RFC to begin with. So RFC, and then RFC. I should have muted my phone. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. And then inside buy online, let's say RFC as well. And then what we need to do is inside section 2. Actually, not really inside section 2, but remember how we created something similar like this in the first page. In the first page, we created this section here. This section, we're just going to basically copy and paste the style so that we don't have to do this all over again. So let me just go ahead and say this should be section 4 here. And so let's go inside section 4. So inside components and then homepage section 4. It should be these ones here. These are the correct ones. This is correct. Let's see for buyers. So function buyers, I think we should begin to copy it from here up to here. So copy, and then in buy online, we're just going to replace all of this. And then of course we need to say export default function, and then we need to import the correct images. So we're still going to call the images buyers1. So import buyers1, but the path for them is going to be different because we want it to go into // images, and then we want it to go into the personal image, the personal folder, sorry. And then it is called, let me see, buy online browser1, buy online underscore browser1.png, and then this is buyers2 and then buyers3. So copy this down once, so 1 and 2, change this to browsers2, change this into, come on, buyers2, change this into buyers3, and then change the reference here to buy online browser3. Okay, that is correct. And then once we have that, we need to change this component name into buy online. So buy online, and then that is correct. So sign up with just an email. Let me see. We need to change this the text. So copy the text here, paste it here. We need to copy this text here and add it here, and then we need to copy this and add it here. I think that's it. Okay, so let's save it. And then are we rendering our buyers here? No, we're not. So let's go ahead and render our buy online component. So let me see, where is it? Too many files and folders open. Where is our thingy? It should be inside section 2, this one. So right below, let me see, right below this div, the h2, sorry, let me create another div, and then inside here we're going to render our buy online. Now this is not the structure that we're going to use, but I just want to see the component in our application. Buy online is not defined, I have not imported it, so there we go, and it should be here. Okay, so this is the buy online component. Okay, fantastic. Now what we need to do is we need to do the very same thing for the other component. So this is the buy online, so we need to do the same thing in the send payments component. So you know what, let me just copy and paste. So select everything in the buy online component, copy, and then the next tab is the what, send payments. So send payments, just copy everything, so select everything and then paste in what you had copied. So change the component name into send payments, and then let me get the images here. The images are going to be send payments browser 1. So let me just select this, let's call this send payments 1, and then just copy this and paste it here and paste it here, change this to 3, change this to 2, and then copy and paste it here, and then paste it here, change this to 2, and then paste it here, change this to 3. And remember to reference the images correctly, because this is now no longer buy online, but this is send payments. So send payments, is it the same name? Send payments, okay. So what we can do is we can just select this text and say Control D, and then paste this in, and then we can move the number. So send payments browser 1, 2, 3, that's looking okay, and then we can save it. And then once we save it, then we can go ahead and inside our section 2, we can render it below this. We can say send payments. Of course, remember to import it on top, and we should see it right below this. Okay, so this is the send payments. Okay, the text is different. The text is not this one. So let's get the correct text. Copy this, and let me see. We need to paste it. Where's number 1? Here. And then copy this, paste it on number 2. And then copy this, paste it on number 3. Would you look at that? Being a developer is all about copying and pasting, is it not? Well, not technically. And then we need to create the request payments. And for request payments, you can see just a bit of the same thing. So just copy everything inside here, and then inside request payments, let's select everything and paste it in, and then change this into request payments. Request payments. Let me see, request payments. Okay, let's begin by changing this text. So copy and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here. Oops, here. There we go. And then we need to change these images. So let me get the correct images. So request payments, request money. So request money. So what we're going to do is just we're going to change this into request. We're going to change this into request money 1. And then we're going to copy this and paste it here and here. Change this to 2, and then change this to 3. And then we're going to select this text and say Control D and paste it in, and then we can remove this, the number here, and this should be small m, so that we get the correct image. And then the image that we're referencing here is request money 1, so copy and paste it here. And then this one should be request money 2, this should be request money 3. Fantastic. And then back inside our section 2 component, we can render out request payments, this one, and we should be able to see it right below this one. So request payments is here, and then we need to build out our final one, which is the buy and sell on eBay, which is all this. So let's go ahead and say buy sell eBay. Wait, I need to copy all of this, and then inside here select it, paste it in, change this into buy sell, what do you call this, buy sell eBay. Okay, and then we need to get these images, so get the correct images, buy and sell on eBay browser 1. So now let me just call this buy sell 1, just because it's an easier name. So copy, paste it here, change this to 2, change this to 3. This should be called, what is it called, buy and sell on eBay. Browser 1, goes to browser 3. Okay, that's correct. So copy this text and paste it here. Buy sell 1, this should be buy sell 2, this should be buy sell 3, and then we need to get the correct text. So copy and paste it on number 1, and then copy this and paste it on number 2, and then copy this and paste it on number 3. Okay, that's looking okay. So now, so that now when we go ahead and render our buy and sell on eBay, then we should see it appear here. There we go. So those are our 4 components. Now obviously we don't want to do this, right? So we want to create tabs for them. So how we're going to do that therefore is by doing this. We can now close all of these. There are too many, and then you can go ahead and open our one component, which is called section 2. And so inside section 2, what we're going to do is this. We're going to import our use state hook, because we want to place in these components inside some kind of state where when we toggle by clicking on one of these buttons, then it's going to show the corresponding component, but it's basically just creating tabs. So what we're going to do therefore is this. We are going to create a component here called items, and we're going to set it equal to use state, and it's going to use state of some data that we are going to create right away. And the data is going to be structured as follows. So we're going to say const data equals to an array of objects, and the data is going to be rendering a component, and the component in this case is going to be each of the components that we've just created here. So the first one is going to say buy online. Okay, and I should mention that if you're creating data like this and you want to render a React component inside your array of objects, always make sure that you have React imported on top. Otherwise, it's going to be interpreted as JavaScript, and JavaScript does not know that these are React components. So always make sure that you have React imported on top. So we're going to have a component here, and then we're also going to have a button, and the button is going to be basically this one on top that says buy online. And then we're just going to go ahead and copy this downwards. So 1, 2, 3, change this into send payments. The text is going to say send payments, and then this third one is going to say request payments. Did I accidentally put something here? Okay, nothing. And then the button is going to say request payments, and then the fourth one is going to say buy sell on eBay, and then the text is going to say buy and sell on eBay. There we go. That's looking okay. So let's go ahead, and before we save this, we're going to remove all of these components. So remove them. Now what we need to do is we need to render out our buttons on top, right? So right above this div, I'm going to create a UL, and then inside this UL, I'm going to map over my buttons. So I'm going to say items.map. No, sorry, not map over my buttons. I'm going to map over the data so that I can render out the buttons. So I'm going to say items.map, which is this one, and I'm going to say that for every item that I get back, I also want to get the index of the item, which is going to be our unique key. And then we're going to render out a list item with the key of index. And then inside this list item, I'm going to render out a button, and the button text is going to say item.button, meaning basically the text inside here. And when I go ahead and save this, then we should be able to see our buttons on the screen right there. So you can see that we have our 4 buttons. So buy online, send payments, request payments, and then buy and sell on eBay. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to figure out how we're going to render out the components. And so what we're going to do therefore is we're going to create another state value, which I'm going to call value, and it's going to have a function here called set value, and we're going to initialize it to use state 0, meaning it's going to be initialized to the first item in our array of objects that we've just created, meaning the first item is going to be this one. So because I only want to render one item, then I'm going to get the first item from my component. I know that I can destructure the component here, and then I can set it equal to my items but because I want it to be dynamic, I want it to depend on the current value that we're on. Meaning if you're on the value of 1, it shows the second item. If you're on the value of 2, it shows the third item, and so on and so forth. So once I get this, what I can do now is inside this div, I can go ahead and render the component. And remember that the component is the React component that we've just created. So each one of these. But you'll notice that now when I save this, it doesn't render all of them at once, but it only renders one of them. And it only renders the one that is currently equal to the value that we have inside here. So for example, we know that this is currently the buy online component, but if I change this to 2, then we should see the third component, which is request payments. So I'm going to save this and notice that it changes, and we now see the request payment component. But by default, I want it to be the first item always, so that's why it is initialized to 0. So let's go ahead and save that, and we're going to have this, and then let's style out these buttons. And for these buttons, I think we style them out inside our component somewhere here inside section 4, I think. So let me just see, did you style them out? This one, it should be this UL. Okay, so you know what? I want the list item, the button. I want all of this. So let me copy this, and then inside section 2, I'm going to, let me just render it on top. Otherwise it's going to confuse me a bit, and I don't want that. Okay, so what we need to do is we need the, here we're rendering, we need to render the key here equals to the index, and then we need the button text here to say item.button. Okay, is that correct? Let's see, that should be fine. So that now we can remove this, wait, is that correct? Yes, that is correct. What we need to do now is we just need to grab this, and then we need to remap our items. So items dot map, and then for every item, let's also get the index, and then we can paste in what we've just copied. And this should now render our buttons, but it also adds the functionality that we added it in the previous page, so that now when I click on this, we should be able to see, oops, let's remove this first of all. Let's just comment this out. That is the issue. Let's comment it out first of all, and then now if I go ahead and click on this, the function doesn't work. Come on, what am I thinking about? Let's go ahead and add a border bottom on this button. So let's go and, so right below, what should I add? Let me just add it here and say border dash B dash 2, and then border dash blue dash 600, and then I can remove it from here because I don't want, actually, do I? Wait. This border should be gray dash 200, I think. Or let me say gray 400. Now this border is when it is inactive. So for these buttons, when they're inactive, for the one that is not currently showing, and then when it is active, then I want the border to be blue. That is the correct one. So let me save this. Let's see, this one should have a border now. Okay, so they all have a border because there is none that is currently active here. So what we need to do is we need to add in this functionality. Instead of saying that set value to true, we need to say set the value into the index, meaning depending on the index of the button that we click on, then we want the corresponding component to show up. So if I click on buy online, nothing changes because we're currently on this component. But if I click on send payments, we see the send payments component, and so on and so forth. But you'll notice that our functionality is messed up. It is messed up, right? Where did I go wrong? Only when value is true. Let me say index is equal to the value. How is that? Is that correct? There we go. So when index is equal to the value, then we want this border bottom dash 2, border blue 600. Why doesn't this apply? Why doesn't this apply? We have a problem, right? We have a problem. Let's figure out why this doesn't apply. Let's remove it. Okay, so it applies when it doesn't have a border bottom. So let me say border dash b dash 2, and then border gray dash 200 or dash 400, and then let's move this. Is that correct? Why doesn't it apply? I'm actually curious. Let's do the opposite. Let's say border blue 600, and then let's say border gray 600. No, you see, that's the opposite. That's the opposite. That's not what I want. But how comes it applies on one but not on the other? Come on. And I'm very sure that I'm going to be editing and then I'm going to see the mistake that I've made, but I can't seem to see it right now. Border bottom 2, border gray 600, border gray 400. When index is equal to the value, text blue 600, font bold, and then border blue 600. Okay, let's reload this because I can't really seem to find the issue. Can't seem to find the issue. Do any of these classes apply? Let's check. Let's just check this out. Where are you? Here you are. If I click on you, do the classes apply? Border gray 400. Border gray 400 is still the one applying. But border blue 600 is still here. Is it because of specificity? Or is it because this one is defined first before this one? Let's move this class. Let's see. Let's see what happens. So if I remove it from here, then it applies. That is quite annoying. Quite annoying. Okay, so you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let me create a custom class here. In our CSS, let's create a custom class below this that is called active. And then we're going to say at apply. When it is active, I want these classes to apply. So let me just cut them out, paste them here, and then save it. And then we can replace all of that with the active class. Does that fix it? What? Why does that fix it? Tailwind sometimes is annoying, but as you can see that now it works correctly, right? Now it works correctly. So you can see that now it works correctly, and we can tab over our items. So let's just make sure that it displays properly on small screens and we don't have any issues. And you can see that we do have issues because we need to add some padding on the left and right. So let me go ahead inside. Where is it? Let me see. First of all, let's fix this by adding flex wrap. Flex wrap. Let's add, save it. Let's see. Okay, that actually works. That actually works better than expected. And then inside this div, let's add a class name, and let's say padding on the x of 8 to push everything inwards. That's much better. And then when we increase it, nothing happens. It's a bit too squeezed. It's a bit too squeezed for my taste, but that is because of how we've just styled them out. Okay, so that is going to be it for this page, and in the next video we're going to begin with the pay online page. I think, yeah, we're going to begin with this page looking nice. Okay, so see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So in the last video we built out this page all the way to the bottom, and in this video I want us to begin to build out the pay online page, which is this one that is currently reflected. So I think this page is a bit more technical on the side of layout, but it doesn't have that much functionality to it. It's just playing around with the layout a bit. And of course, we're going to be reusing some components such as this one and the footer. So right away, let's go ahead, and what I've done, as always, what I do before every video, is I have prepared the images so that we can jump right ahead into building out the website. So when you clone the repository, you're going to have access to these images, and you can see that I have a new folder that is called Pay Online. So inside Pay Online, I have the hero images. I have the first image here, the second image, the third image, and so on, all the way, all the necessary images basically. And that is what we're going to be doing. So therefore, the first thing that I'm going to do is inside my pages folder, I'm going to create a new folder that is called Pay Online. Obviously, I've already created it. So inside the Pay Online folder, I'm going to create a new file that is called hero.js. And then inside this file, I'm going to say RFC, if my extension is going to work today. There we go. And then once I have hero displayed here, then I'm going to go inside my Pay Online JS. Now this is the main page file. Okay, this is the main page file. And then now, instead of just displaying Pay Online, I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to return a fragment. And I want to display the hero component that we have just created, which is coming from ./payonline/hero. So make sure that you're referencing this correctly, because we know that even in the personal page, we have a hero.js. So just make sure that you're referencing the files correctly so that you display the correct file. Now, when I save this, then obviously we're not going to see anything on the screen because we are in the wrong route. But if I navigate into /pay-online, then we should be able to see reload. I hate it when it does this. Sometimes it takes a while to compile. I don't know why it does that, but it does that anyway. So let's just wait a moment. And as we're waiting, let's just continue building this out. And I've just noticed, by the way, what we need to do is we need to change the document title depending on the page that we are on. So I hope I remember to do that. All we need to do is just implement a use effect function, which is going to change the document title. And there we go. So it has reloaded. So once it reloads, you can see that we now display hero on the top left, and that is what we want. So right away, let's begin to build out this first page, this first hero section. And let me see what we need to do. We need to create a component here, a section. So inside hero.js, let us first return a fragment because I like fragments. And then let's create a section with a class of pay-online. Let me make it one word. So pay-online-hero, like so. And then we're going to add a background image to this. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with a class of overlay. And then inside here, we're going to have an h1 that says this, check out in a few clicks, paste it here. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this, this. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button with a class of btn-blue, which is going to say sign up and start shopping, sign up and start shopping. And then below this paragraph, we have a link that says shop online with PayPal. So because I'm not going to create this link, so I'm going to create a button and then style it out to look like a link. So below this button, we're going to have another button that says shop online with PayPal. Okay, and then let's save this and let's begin to style this out just to see what we're going to have on the screen. You can see that obviously only our button displays because only the button has the styling applied to it because of this custom class that we created. Now, the first thing that I want to do is inside our CSS, let me close this part. I don't need this. Where is it? Inside our CSS, let me go below this. Let me create the pay online dash showcase. And then obviously we need to give it a fixed height because of the background image. And to begin with, I don't think we are going to give a fixed height to the mobile version. Or you know what, just to be safe, let's give it a fixed height because I don't want to add massive paddings like this, right? So let me go ahead and say, give it a height of 500 pixels and then save it. And then let's see how it looks. Height of 500 pixels. Does it even reload? Pay online showcase. Does it reload? Pay online dash showcase. What do I call it? Hero. I called it hero. Oh my god. So pay online hero, and it should now increase the height. There we go. And then I want to add the background image. So background, we are going to come take it from URL from /images / pay online / it is called is it BG? Because I know this one has 2 images. Yeah, so there's this BG image, and then there's the font image that we're going to add. So we need to add in both of them. Okay, therefore let's do this. Let me see. Let's increase the height of this image to about 600 here, and then let's go inside the pay online. I can just spell it, and then inside the overlay, let's give the overlay a height of 600 pixels as well, so that when we justify content, then the content is going to come to the center just like it is here. And then now we can go ahead into our component here, into our hero actually. And then I've just realized that we have 2 articles here, or 2 divs if you want to use divs. The first div is this one that has the text, and then the second one is the image here. So let's go ahead and restructure a bit. So we're going to grab everything inside this first div, and because I've used a div here, I just want to use an article so that it doesn't confuse me that much. So we're going to use an article which is going to have the text here, and then we're going to have another article which is going to have this background image. Now we're going to get that background image, and I'm just going to say import font from /, or // and then // and then images / pay online / let me just get the correct name. It is by _ on websites _hero _fg _1x.png. Very long name. I should have renamed it, but I wasn't feeling in the mood. Okay, and then let's display the image here. Let's display the font image, and when I save this, then you should be able to see it right here. Okay, now what you'll notice is that on mobile screens, then we can't really see this image that we have. That is because it introduces a scroll bar here on the bottom. I don't know why they implemented it like that, but that's how it's implemented. Of course, we're not going to do that. We're going to make everything responsive. But for mobile screens, what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show this image. So what I'm going to do here is inside this article, I'm going to give this a class name of hidden, which means display none, sorry. And then on large screens, then I'm going to say display it as a block element. So on mobile screens, it's going to be hidden, as you can see. And then on large screens, it's going to show up. And then let's deal with the functionality to bring all this to the center. But first, let's add a max width so that this doesn't go all the way to the end. So I'm going to go inside the class of overlay, and I'm going to give it a max width of 6XL, and then MX auto to add an equal margin on the left and right so that everything pushes to the center. And then I'm going to change this into a flex box, and then I'm going to say items-center and justify-center, which is going to center everything. There we go. And the reason why it centers everything is because, where is it? We added a fixed height here. That's why it centers everything properly within the image. Now let's see. What we need to do is we need this to take up 50% of the screen, because you can see that it takes up just a bit more. So what we're going to do is inside the hero, we're going to go inside this article and give this article a class name of flex-1. And then let's just copy this class of flex1 and then paste it here as well. And that should do it. There we go. And then now let's begin to style this out. So let's grab this h1. The h1, wait a minute. The h1 should be styled the same way for every page. So let me see how I did it in the personal page inside the hero. The h1, this one. Let me just copy these classes. Copy, and then let me paste them inside here, and then change this into text slate. Let me see, 600, and this is not slate. Should it really be slate or what? Let's see, check out in a few clicks. Let me see, 800, and then because I want to add a gap here, Let me go ahead and say here, add a gap of 16 just to separate it out. And then let's reduce the size of this because it's a bit too big. So we don't need the 6XL here, we can remove it. Let's see. And then we don't need the max width as well. We don't need the max width, we don't need the MX auto. We can add a margin bottom of 8. I noticed that in this website they don't really add margin bottoms on the headings, but I don't like it, so I'm going to add a margin bottom here of 4, and that should do it. Let me see. Okay. And then let me go inside the paragraph, give this a class name of let's say that for large screens, then the text should go into large to make it bigger, and then the text should be slate 700. Okay, and then let me say font bold, margin bottom of 8. I think that is much better. And then let's deal with this button here, which is technically a link. So here, shop online, give this a class name of underline, and then text blue dash 600. And wait a minute, actually that's it. Okay, to font bold, so font dash bold, and then let me say margin bottom of margin top of 10 to push away from this button, and that should be it. Yeah. Well, the underline is only on hover, so let's say that on hover, then the underline should show up. Let's see. There we go. That is looking nice. And then now what we need to do is we need to grab this image and bring it here on the bottom. So let me see if I can do that, and if I'm unable to do that, then I'm not really going to mess with it that much, but let me just try. So give this a class name of absolute. Actually, is that correct? Absolute is going to mess up with a lot of things. So you know what, let me make it relative, and then let me bring it to the bottom by 0. That should bring it here or not. If I change it to absolute, it's going to mess up with many things, you can see. But then I can make the div to be relative, and that should work. So relative, that should bring it here. Okay, that's how you do it. That is how you do it. I had a temporary memory lapse, but it works. Okay, so next let's go ahead and build up this section. And for this section, I'm just going to build it up because it is just the same concept that I used in the last video. That I don't want to create a separate component for this because I don't think we're going to be using this anywhere else. If we are, then I'm going to extract it into a separate component, but for now it's just going to remain inside here. So I'm going to go below this section. So below this section, I'm going to create a div with, let me see, I can create this to be another list with the list items, and then the list item can have a span that says the number and then the text here. So copy and paste it, and then let me just tell it out just to see whether I'm going to get the correct thing. So let me get this color. I have this extension that is called color picker eyedropper. Let me get this color, copy, and then inside this UL, or rather inside this div, I'm going to give this style of background color and add this in. Let's see. Okay, the text here, let's now give it a class name. Let's say text dash white. Let's say padding on the Y of 10 to increase this padding. Fantastic. Okay, and then let's give this UL a class name of max width dash 6XL and MX auto so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. And then let's give it a padding X of 8 so that on mobile screens it pushes inwards just a bit. Oh, and you know what, I've just realized I should probably add the padding here as well. Let me see. Yeah, see how it looks? I forgot to add the padding here. So inside that section, let's add, sorry, not inside the section, but inside the div, let's add a padding on the X of 8 to push things inwards. There we go. And probably this should be centered for mobile. I think text center is much better for mobile, and then for large screens, I'm going to say text left. So it's going to be centered on mobile, and then on large screens, it's going to go back to the left. Yeah. I think that's better. And this is not a good UI. This is because of the padding. Okay, so we're going to have that. Let's style this out. So inside this span, let's give this a class name of border, and padding all round of 3 and rounded dash full. Make everything rounded. Okay, that is not good. Let me say padding on the y of 3, padding on the x of 6. That should do it. There we go. And then let's give this list item a class name of flex, so that this becomes a flex box. Okay, and then item center, and then let's give it a gap of 2 to separate it out just a bit here. Okay, this, I think 6 is a bit big, but 5 would be a bit too small, I think. Yeah, it's just a bit oval. It is barely noticeable, but if you look keenly at it, it is just a bit oval. But it can work as it is anyways. So let's see. So we have shop online, then we have number 2 and number 3. So let's create number 2 and 3. So copy this list item, copy 1 and 2. Then we change this to 2, then change this to 3. And then we can copy, we can copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here and save it, and then let's see what we have. Okay, fantastic. And then now what we need to do is change this UL into a flex box. So let's say flex, which is going to align them like this. Okay, and then we're going to say items dash center and justify dash center. Let's see how it looks. Okay, nothing much changes. Let's give it a gap of about 4, and then let's add a flex of wrap, so that on mobile screens they're going to automatically go into the next line. Okay, on mobile screens I don't want this. I want them to be aligned here, right? So let's remove item center here. Let's remove item center, which should bring them back here. Is it item center or justify center? Okay, justify center, so that they are aligned like this. And then right at around, see how flex wrap works. So if they reach the end of the screen, or if they can fit here, then they're going to fit. Otherwise they're just going to go into the next line. That is what we want to happen. Okay. And then what I want to do is, I always want this to be here. So let's say that for large screens, then items dash center. And then for large screens, let's say justify dash center. And then for large screens, let's say flex no wrap, so that it removes the wrapping here. There we go. Fantastic. Okay. And then the next section that we need to build is this one, which is this section, speed through checkout. So speed through checkout, should I add this to be a separate section or what? Because I don't want to just create a component that has this, Anyway, that's what React helps us to do, so let's do it. So inside pay online, let's create a speed through checkout. So speed.js, let's say RFC. Let's add in this h2. So let's return a fragment first of all. Oops, what did I do? There we go. Let's return a fragment, let's return an h2, and then paste this in, and then some text that says this. Oops, paragraph. And then let's go ahead, and I want to copy the class names of the h2 from, where is it? Request payments. No, should be section 2. This is where we have an h2, right? Here, yes. Copy these class names, and then I can paste them inside here. And then I forgot, let me grab all of this, and then let's return a div. And then we're going to have that. Let's see. Of course, I haven't rendered it, so I need to render it inside pay online. Let's render speed. There we go. And we should have it. Speed is not defined. I always forget to import them. So there we go. So speed through checkout, and then we have this. So let's begin to style it out to look just a bit better. The first thing that we need to do is we need to remove this margin bottom. We don't need it. I mean, we're going to play around with it, but currently we don't need it. And then inside this div, let's give this a class name of text-center and padding on the x of 8. and then a max width of, let's say, 3xl, and then mx of auto. There we go. Let me see how this looks. All you need, okay. And then let me add a padding on the y of 20. There we go. Fantastic. Now let me see, what is this margin? What is this margin? This one. I don't want this one. Okay, so let me see, margin bottom of 4. 8 was a bit too big, and then we're going to have this. Okay, that is still too small. Let's say 6. I think 6 works better. 6 works better. And then let's reduce the max width here to 2xl. Okay, I think that can work for this component. And then next, let's begin to build this out. Now see how this part and this part and this one and this one are kind of the same. I don't want to create a separate component for all of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one component, and then we are going to create these particular sections. And I think we should be fine doing that. So therefore, let's go ahead and do this. Let me create a new component inside pay online, create a new file, and we're going to call it, let me call it image grids.js, and then let's say rfc. And then inside the pay online, let's go ahead and render image grids. And then we should be able to see image grids right here. And so therefore, let us begin. Let us begin. So we're going to do this. Therefore, we need to create, let's first return a fragment, and then we need to create a section. Okay. Now this section, I'm only creating this first one just to see how the structure is going to be. So we're going to have a section. This section is going to have a class name of image grid hero. And then inside here, we're going to have an article. This article is going to have an h2, or let me call it an h3 really, that says this. Copy and paste it here. And then below this h3, we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and paste it here. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button that says read more about currency conversion. And this button, by the way, is styled the same as this one, so we're just going to copy and paste the styles. So once you have this, then let's save it, and we should see this on the screen. Now that we have this on the screen, then let me go ahead and let's begin to style this image grid hero. So below this, let's say that for the dot image grid hero, we want the height to be 600 pixels. We want the background to come from URL, and it's coming from /images / pay online / it is called what? Is it this one? I hope it is this one. And then let me see, let's save it. Let me see what we have on the screen. Okay, we have this. 600 is a bit too big, so let me reduce it to 500. Okay, and then we need this to come here. So this one comes here. How do you do that? Flexbox, and then align items end, and then justify content to the end. That should do it. Let's try it out. So inside this article, sorry, let's say this article, the structure is messed up. Let's grab this article, let's place it inside the div, and then inside this div, we're going to give it a class name of flex, and then items end, and then justify end. We should bring everything here. Okay, and then inside this div, I want to give this div, I should give it another class, but I have been using overlay all through, so let me just use a class of overlay. And then I'm going to say that for the image grid hero, and then for the class of overlay, I want to give it a height of 500 pixels, and then this will cause it to move here. Or not? What? Oh, it is because of this. It's because of justify end. This should be justify. Is it end or center? Justify center should bring it back here. No, justify end. and then item center should bring it here. Okay, there we go. And then we just need to limit this div so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So let's give it a max width of 6xl, and then mx auto should bring it here still. Okay, not mx auto, let me see. Really? Okay, margin left auto, which should bring it here. Okay. 6xl is big for this. We need to reduce this to 3xl so that doesn't go all the way here. Okay, let me see, how does this look? We need to limit this paragraph, right? So let's give this paragraph a class name of width dash half dash 1/2. And then we can take this back to 6xl. I think it's going to work. No, 3xl. And you know what, I'm making a mistake here because I'm styling this for desktops first, so it's going to be a pain to style it for mobile. So let's just see, 2/3. Okay, 2/3 works okay. And then now let's go ahead and copy the styles for this speed for the h2 that is here. Let's copy these styles and then let's paste them inside this h3, but we're going to reduce the size of this h3 because this is too big. And then let me see, margin bottom 6, that should work. And then for the button, let me go inside the hero. Let's copy the classes for this button. So this one for the hover underline, and then let's paste them here. And that should do it. Okay. And then let's remove this margin 10. Let's reduce it to margin 4. And then we don't want text center here, so let's remove it. There we go, looking nice. Okay, looking not so nice. Let's say that for large screen, the text should be 4xl. Make it bigger. Yeah, I think that looks okay. That does look okay. Now let's see how it's going to look on mobile. Yeah, this is going to be an issue on mobile. I mean, not such an issue, but still an issue nevertheless. First of all, let's add a padding on the x of 8 to push this inwards just a bit. Then let's say text dash center, push everything to the center. And then here, let's say that this style is one you're going to apply for large screens, so that this goes here. Okay, and then this doesn't look all that right because of this shot. What you can do is we can play around with this background. Oh, wait a minute. Why did I forget to play around with this background? See how they're repeating? I don't want that. So let's fix that for both images actually. So right here, let's set the image no repeat. Repeat, how do you spell? I mean, it's right here. And then center and then cover. And then copy this and let's paste it. Where is it? Let's paste it here on the hero image. Okay, so that now the hero image doesn't repeat, as you can see. And then this one also doesn't repeat. That's looking much better. Okay, so this is how it looks. Okay, now this is much better on mobile, right? And then on large screens, we want to play around with this once again, because remember we have changed the styles. We changed the styles when we change this to text center. So let's say that for large screens, the text should go back to the left, which will bring it here. And that will, actually, that's it. There we go. So this is this section complete. So now we need to build out this next section. And this section is just a bit easier because this one doesn't have a background image. This is just an image that we are getting. So let's go ahead and do this. Outside of this section, let's create another section. And inside this section, we're going to have two articles. So article number 1 is going to have an h2 that says this, ways to pay. And then it's going to have a paragraph below it that says this. Come on. And then below this article, we're going to have another article that says the image. And the image here, I'm just going to call it phone once again, because it's hard to think of names. So let's just grab this. You know what? Let me call it phone visa, because I've seen this here. So let's go ahead and import this image. So let's say import on visa from // images /pay online / the name is called, this one should be this one. Let me copy. Can I copy and paste it here? Oh, I cannot. So let's say buy on website hero FGX. It should be, let me see, should be n2 1x.png. That should be the correct image. Let's save it. Let's see what we have. And can't resolve this. This is not called hero. It is called, oh, it doesn't have the hero here. Let's see. Really? Buy underscore on websites. Buy on websites underscore n2. Oh, it's a JPEG image. Really? It's a JPEG image. And there we go. So we have it right here. Okay. So now let's begin to style this out. So below this, we're going to have this section. And for this section, we're going to give this a class name of grid and grid columns -1 with a gap of 8. Then let me see how it's going to look. I mean, nothing really changes that much. But inside here, we're going to give it a padding on the Y of 10 for small screens, and then for large screens, we're going to see padding on the Y of 20. And then let's give it a padding on the X of 8 to push everything inwards just a bit. Okay. And then we are going to do this. We're going to say text center. Text center. And then for large screens, we want to set the text to the left. Okay. And then let's copy the classes of this one. So copy these classes. Well, this one is an H3. So just to maintain everything, let me also turn this into an H3. Just so that we can maintain uniformity. Oops. I deleted the text. So it says ways to pay. Ways to pay. Okay. And then let's save it. Nothing should change here except the styles for this. Okay. And then now all we need to do is add a max width and then display this here. And I want the image to be to the center. See how here it is not centered? So let's fix that by giving this a class name of block and then mx auto, which is going to center it. And then what we're going to do now is right around large screens. Inside this section, we're going to say that for large screens that the grid columns should be 2. We should now display them side by side. Okay, fantastic. And then let me see if item center works here. Does it? Oh, it works. Okay. And then let's give it a max width of 6XL and mx of auto so that it brings everything just a bit to the center. There we go. Looking nice. Nice. Fantastic. Okay. And then we have the next section, which is this blue section, which is basically just an H2 or an H3 or a paragraph, depending on how you want it. But first, let me just copy this text. Sorry, copy the color so that I can add this background, the background color. And then we're going to create another section below this section. So section, and then let's just have it as an H2. And then inside this H2, it's going to say all of this. But first, let me add in the background color. So style is equal to background color, and then set it to this. And then inside this H2, we're going to copy all of this. Copy and paste it here. And then let me copy the styles for this, but we're going to change them up a bit. So paste them here. And then let's say that for 2XL screens, then the text is going to be 6XL to make it massively big. And then here we need the text to be white. Text white, and we don't need the margin bottom. Let's save it. Let's see what we have. We should see this. Okay, this is a bit too big. Let's remove this. Let's see how it looks. Oops. Let's change it to 5XL. Yeah, let's work with 5XL. And then let's go inside the section, give this a class name of padding Y of 20 and then padding X of 8. And then we're going to give this H2 a max width of 6XL and an MX of auto, which is going to center it. And we're going to have that, a voila. Fantastic. 6XL is a bit too big. See how this is uniformly here to the end, right? It's a bit too big, right? If only you could answer me in real time. Let's reduce it to 5XL. Let's see. Yeah, let's work with 5XL. That is much better. And then we have the next section here that says this, so buyers never beware. And of course, you already see what we're going to do. We're just going to copy paste this section here. Only this time the image is going to come first. So let's go ahead and do that. So this section, so copy this section, copy, and then below this section, paste it in. And then this, we're going to call this phone buyers. So phone buyers. And then we need this image to come first. So cut it out from here and place it above this article. And then margin bottom 6, that can remain. So buyers never beware. Copy. Come on. Annoying. Imagine getting annoyed at a copy and paste function. So copy and paste it here. And then we have a button here that says more about PayPal buyer protection. Really? Oh my god, this is really annoying. Oh my god, this is really annoying. Can't I copy it? Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's copy the styles of this button from here. So let's go ahead and get that button right here. Copy and paste the styles here. This can remain, this can remain. Now we just need to get the correct image. So buyers never beware. So let's go ahead and say import phone buyers from / images / pay online / and it is called, actually what's its name, buy underscore on websites. Oops, it should be n3 and then lvc underscore 1x.jpg. I hope that is the correct image. We're going to find out in a moment. Let's see. Okay, that is the correct image. You can see it was all just a bit of copying and pasting and then just playing around with the alignment, the layout, and that is the entire section complete. And then now we need to add this final section. So for the final section, we're going to copy the image grid hero. So this part, we're going to copy this section, and then we're going to go to the bottom of this section, paste it here. I think the image grid hero can remain. I think these styles can remain, but we're going to play around with this because you can see that now the text is here instead of the text being here, right? So let's go ahead and say image grid hero. You know what? If we sustain this class here, it's going to take in this image, which we don't want. Now it is possible to change the image manually still using this class, but it's going to mess up a bit. So let me call it image hero -2. Yeah, let's call it, oh, you know what, let's add two classes. So image grid hero and then image grid hero -2. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want the styles for this to apply, and then I want this style here so that I can just change the background image here. I think that is much better. And then let's change the text. So copy and paste it, and then copy and paste it, and then we don't need this button, so we can remove this button. Okay. Do we need this class here? I'm still not sure, but let me just remove it, and then let's save it. And then if we look at our application, then you see the image that comes up, and then you see where this is. We don't want this to happen. We want this to come here and then the image to change. So first of all, let's change the image. So let's go ahead and say .image grid hero -2, and then set the background to URL, and it is going to be url./images / pay online / oops, really, pay on, I hate this, pay online / it should be this one, and then set the background repeat to no repeat, and then set it to center, and then cover, and then that should change the image. There we go. And then we need this to come here. So the way we do that is by going here, saying justify start. We should bring it here. Bring it here. Bring it here. No, we have margin left. We have margin left. Margin left. This should now say margin right. Bring it here. Okay, really? Okay, there we go. There we go. So margin right here. And then let me see. Increase this to 6XL so that this doesn't go all the way to the end. Okay, reduce it to 6XL. Wait. What? We need this to be here. We need it to be here. How do we do that? Is it by reducing this? This is going to reduce this. Okay. Then we need to say MX Auto, I think. We need to say MX Auto here. Is it? Of course not. So MX Auto and then increase this to 6XL. Sometimes, guys, it's just annoying. Just annoying. Okay, so there we go. So it's now correct. It's now in the correct position. And what we need to do therefore is this. We need to change the color of this to white. So remove this, change it to text white. Give this a class name of large screens, let's say width dash 2/3, and then change the text to white. Okay, so 2/3 is a bit big. Let's say width dash 1/2. There we go. Okay, let me just confirm that everything looks okay even on mobile. Okay. Yeah, I think it looks okay even on mobile. It looks okay. So let's go ahead and deal with the, I think it is the final section here, or no, the two final sections. So we need this part. Okay, should we just continue building them out inside this section? I feel like this is not a good idea. Let's create a new component here. So create a new file. Let's call it what? Section 1, 2, 3. Let me call it section 4.js. Let's say RFC. And then inside section 4, let's return a fragment. Let's return a section. This first section is going to be this one. So let me place it inside an h2 and say 72. Is it 72? And then this is a superscript. So let me place it inside a span. And then let's say superscript, let's say %, because we need this to be just a bit higher. And then we can add in this part. Let me let's say an h2, and then let me change this into a paragraph. I think that's much better, which is going to be this part. And then below this section, we're going to have another section that says this. So an h2 that says no hidden costs, no surprises. And then below this h2, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. Copy and paste, and then below this paragraph that says a button, more about fees. Okay, so now let's begin to style this out. First, let me get this background color because it is the easiest to do. So copy this, and then inside this section, let's add a style. Let's say background color, and then set it to this, and then let's give it a class name. So below this, give it a class name. Let's say padding y of 20. That should be fine. And then inside this h2, let me just copy the styles of this h2 from here. Copy and paste them here, and then change this to text white. And then we can copy this one and paste it inside this h2. Oops, is that correct? Oh yes, that is correct. That is correct. Then change this to blue 600. Let me see. And then we need to go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash white, and then inside this button, give this a class name of font dash bold and text dash white. And on hover, we need an underline. Okay, let's say margin top of 10. And then inside, okay, not, let me not add a margin here, let me add it on the paragraph. Let's margin on the top and bottom of the paragraph of 10 to push away from this and from this. And then that should be this section complete. I feel like the padding Y of 20 is a bit too small, so let me say that for large screens the padding Y should be 32 to increase it. And then let me do the same for this upper section. So for this section here, give this a class name of that, and then inside this paragraph give this a class name. Let's say padding on the Y of 8, padding on the X of 16. I don't know whether that is going to work, but we're going to find out in a moment. Let me see. Okay. Let me say border, and then border dash blue dash 600. Okay, let's say margin bottom 8. Let's say rounded of 4 to make it completely rounded. Okay. And then inside this span, okay, you know what, we need to increase this. So let's say text dash 5xl, and then inside this span, let's reduce it. Let's give it a class name of text dash, let me say 4xl. Save it, and then we need to render this. So inside pay online, let's render section 4, and let's remember that we are importing it from pay online so that we don't import the wrong component. Let's save it. Let's see what we have. And we have this. Okay, not the best looking, but you can see that it is almost there. I was telling it blindly. So let's begin to make it better. Let's make it better by turning this paragraph into an inline block. Inline block, so that this now becomes here rounded. Okay, that is not good. That's why I did not want to use padding. Let's say padding Y16. Yeah, I did not want to use padding for this reason, because I can't make it completely rounded like easily enough. So let me say width of 16 and height of 16. That should make it rounded. Yeah, but it does that. See, now that's why I did not. Annoying. So let me say padding Y. Padding Y. What did I use? I used 8. So let me say padding Y 4, padding X of 8. What happens? So padding X of 8 is okay. Let me say padding X of 6. Okay, and then let me increase the padding Y to 10. Okay, let's say 9. Or 9, not 19. Let's say 8. No, let's say 9. 9 is the most. Oh, you know what? 10 actually works. 10 actually works. And then we need to change this text to blue dash 600, and then we need to change the font into light, font dash light. There we go. And then we need to bring this here. So let me go inside this section, change this into a flux box, and then flux dash column, and then item dash center, and then justify dash center, and then text dash center as well, and then padding X of 8. Bring everything here. Fantastic. And then on mobile screens it also looks nice because of the padding X of 8 here. Then let me see, we need to deal with this section next. So here let's say text dash center, but for large screens, actually not large screens, even the text still remains to be center. Let's say padding X of 8 to push it away from the edges, and that almost does it. We just need to limit the width of this. So let me say max width dash 4xl and mx of auto. We should limit it just a bit. Oops, that is not what I wanted. Let's remove this from here. Let's add it to the paragraph. Let's reduce it to max width dash large. Too small. Let's say XL. Let me see. Yeah, that should do it. That should do it. Fantastic. Okay, now you know what? Now I'm thinking like the padding Y of 32 is a bit too big. It's a bit too overkill. So let's remove it from here. Then let me move it. Where did I add it? Here. I think that should be, yeah, this is much better. This is much better. And then finally, we can add in this section. Now for this section, I'm just going to use the component that we created, that is called sign up, I think, because the footer, we already have the footer. So let me use this sign up. The sign up should come from components homepage, and it is called sign up. So inside our pay online here, right below this, I want to import sign up. And sign up, let me import it. So import sign up from dot slash where is it? Should be dot slash pages. Is it? Why can't I find it? Wait, dot slash components, because we want to go inside this folder. I want to go inside this folder. So components, and then homepage, and then sign up. That is the correct one. It should now appear here. There we go. There we go. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Looking nice. Looking quite nice. And that is this page complete. So in the next video, we are going to start out with the send payments page. Let me see how it looks. So send payments, the concept, I think, remains the same. The concept remains the same, ways to pay, and you can see that, oh, wait a minute. This part and this one and this one, we're just going to use the components. Oh, okay. So that means, oh my god, that means then I would have to separate this one from this one. Why did I have to place them together? Anyway, let's just do it right now before I forget. So let me create a new file that is called hidden costs.js, and then inside hidden cost, let me say RFC, and then let me go ahead and grab this section, cut it out, and then let me display it here. Let's return a fragment first of all. Let's have that hidden costs, and then below this, let's render hidden costs. And that should not change anything here, but now we can reuse this component when we're building this part out, so that we don't have to keep on doing everything over and over again. But yeah, that looks nice. It does look nice, if I do say so myself. And this is an easy page, as you can see. So in the next video, we're going to begin with this. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone, and welcome to part 4, if I am correct in my counting. And in this video, we're going to be doing this page. It is called the send money online, or the send payments, and it looks quite similar to the page that we did last. So I expect that we're not going to dwell much on the layout, because we've already done this in the previous page. So yeah, it seems as though many of these pages have the same layout. Let me just confirm, so that we don't keep on doing the same thing over and over again. This also has the same layout. Even this part. Okay, so you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that for the pages that are going to have the same layout as this, then I'm not going to do them. I mean, if you want me to do them, then all you have to do is just leave a comment on the video. But for now, I don't think I'm going to do them, because if we're going to do this page in this video, and we already did a similar page in the previous video, then I don't think that it would be beneficial to do more pages like that. So I think we're going to skip to this page in the next video, and then we're also going to do, let me see this page. This page doesn't have much except this part, but yeah, I think that is how I'm going to structure it for now. If you want me to keep on doing these pages even though they look overly similar, then all you have to do is just leave a comment on the video, and I am going to do it. But for now, we're going to start with this, and of course, as always, I have grabbed all the images from their website. And when you clone the repository, then you're going to find the images right inside the images folder. And currently we are doing this send payments page. So right away, we know that the send payments page is going to be the /send money online. So let's just navigate into that link so that we see what we're going to have on the screen. So send money online, and you can see that we have send payments. So I'm going to place this to the right, and then I'm going to place this to the left. And then inside our pages folder, I have a new folder created called send payments. And inside send payments, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this hero.js. You know what, let me just have this as full screen. I think it's much better. So send payments, and let me just say RFC inside here. And then inside my send payments.js, inside my actual page, now I don't want to return this. Instead, I want to return a fragment, and then I want to return the hero that I've just created. Oops, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. So make sure that you're getting the send payments hero. Yes, that is the correct one. So that now when we take a look at this, once it reloads, then we should see hero right here. And then we can begin to style this out. So inside this hero.js, all we need to do now is return a section. And this section, I'm going to call this section, I'm going to give it a class name of, let me just say pay online hero. Now the reason why I'm doing this, the reason I'm giving this class name is because I want the styles for the previous class, for the previous page, these styles to apply on this page. So for example, if I say pay online dash hero here, and then I give a day with a class of overlay, and I just have an h1 that says, let me just get it, make payments in a few seconds. And then let's have a paragraph that says this. And then let's have a button with a class of btn-blue that says make a payment. So when I save this, then what you're going to see on the screen is the classes are going to apply. And that is what I want to happen. But of course, we're going to change up this background image because the background image is not similar. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add another class, and I'm going to call it send payments. So send payments dash hero, and we're going to use this class to change the background image here. So right away, first of all, let me grab this part and place it inside an article. That is much better. I mean, nothing changes on the screen, but I think the structure is much better. And then let's change the background image here. So send payments hero, let's go inside our index CSS. And then right below this, let's say send payments dash hero. Let's give this a background of URL, and then it's coming from /images / send payments, really send payments / send hero bg. And then let's set it to no repeat and center and cover, and that should change the background image. There we go. And the reason why it changes the background image is because of CSS specificity, where because this one is more to the bottom of the CSS file than this class, then this style is going to apply over the other one. So that's why this works. And then now what we need to do is just bring this to the bottom, not really to the bottom, but to the center. So first of all, back inside this file, what I want to do is I want this text to be centered with a padding on the X of 8. This is for mobile screens, of course. And then what I'm going to do for large screens, I'm going to say text-left, and then I want to have a max width of 6XL here with an MX of auto, just so that everything is limited. So max with the text, not teft, text left, that should be it. That this goes to the left. And then here I can say what's the class, change this into a flexbox, right? Okay, and then I should say justify center, which will bring it to the center now, or not. What's the class at item center? Why does this always confuse me? Okay, there we go, item center. And then we want to limit this paragraph so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. So this paragraph, we're going to say, give it a class name and say that for large screens, then the paragraph width should be a half with dash a half. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to say that for large screens, then the text should be large. Then let me just see how this is styled out. Okay. So here, let's give this a class name of font light, and then let's say text -slate -800. Let's say text-3xl, and then for large screens, let's say text-4xl with a margin bottom of 4. And then for this paragraph, let's say margin bottom of 8 to push away from this button. And that should be it. Let's see. Okay. Let's make this a bit bigger, and let's say therefore here, let's say that for 2xl, then the text should be 5xl. That should make it big enough. Okay. And let me see. That should be fine. That should be fine. Is there anything else? No, that is the entire section. Okay. So now we need to build out the second part. And for this one, I'm just going to do a bit of copying and pasting because I don't want to do the very same thing. So we did that section in the pay online. Inside the hero, we built out this part. So this div, just copy this div. And then inside our hero, below this section, we're going to paste in this div. And then all we need to do now is just change this text. So enter this here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then save it, and we should see it appear right there. There we go. And then the next section is ways to pay. Once again, this is just a bit of copying and pasting. And okay, you see, the reason why I didn't want to do many similar pages is because of the copying and pasting that is involved. You can see that all we're doing right now is just copying and pasting. Let's see. So let's just do the second part. The second part is called what? Speed. So let's just copy this entire function, the entire component, and then here we are going to create a new file that is called ways to pay.js, and then paste it in, and then change this into ways to pay, and then change the title here, and then change the paragraph here, save it, and then back inside our, where is it, we can close which one? This one. I want this file, so let's render send, what is it, not send but ways to pay. Let's render it, and it should appear next. There we go. And then the next section that we want is this one, and for that, once again, we're going to do a bit of copying and pasting. So let me just call the new file image grids, because it's in a different folder than this one, but we know that this one is for send payments and this one is for pay online. So what we're going to do here is this. We are going to copy everything inside here. So copy, and then inside this image grids, we're going to paste it in, but we are going to change the images. So let me just get the correct images. I mean, we only need one section, so we need the top section, this one, and then we don't need this second section. We can remove it. It ends here. We can remove that. We need the blue section, which is this one, which is this quote. So let's copy this quote and paste it here. And then the fourth section, keeping you safer, this is the article. We need this section, and then we don't need this fifth one, so we can remove this. Okay, and then let's just get the text. So copy this text, really just copy, and then let's paste it here, and then let's copy, and then let's paste it here. And then more about security is the button. So more about security. And then below this section, we need to display the hidden articles, the hidden costs that we created. And then below this, we need to display the sign up, which comes from component sign up. And then the footer, of course, is displayed on every page. So make sure that you import these two files on top here. So we have the sign up, we have the hidden costs. Now we just need to get the correct images. So this image, we're just going to call this image keeping you safer. So the image should appear here. Let's rename it to keeping safe, and then you can import it on top. So we don't need this, but you can change this to keeping safe. And then we need to get the correct image. So it is coming from images, send payments, and it is called send n3. So where is it? Let's say send underscore n3 and then underscore lvc underscore 1x.jpg. Okay, and then of course we need to change the background image for this. So image grid hero, I want these classes to apply, and let me also add another class here called send grid hero so that we can change the background image. But when I save this, notice what is going to happen here. We're going to have, if this reloads sometime today. Oh wait, I haven't rendered this, so let's go ahead into send payments. Let's render image grids here. So image grids from send payments. Make sure you're getting it from send payments right here. Save it, and we should see something on the screen. It says what cannot be found. Pay online. Oh, this is the wrong image. Where are you? This should say send payments. Send payments. And then we should be able to see it. There we go. So you can see that we have this here. We have the correct image. We have this showing. We have this showing, and then the footer. So what we need to do is this needs to be aligned to the center. So right here, let's say text dash center. And then what we need to do is reduce this to about, let's say 2XL. Too small, let's say 3XL. Okay, and then we need to change this background image, and that's why I added this send grid hero class. So inside our CSS, we're going to go below this, and we're going to say that for the send grid dash hero, we want the background to come from URL, and it is coming from /images / send payments forward slash send n1 should be n1, and then set the background repeat to no repeat, set it to the center, and cover for the background position, and we should save it, and it should appear here. And there we go. Oh, wait a minute, is that the correct image? Okay, that is the correct image. There we go. Would you look at that? And would you believe that that is the entire page? Because it is the entire page. We've just done a bit of copying and pasting, and I think that is the reason why I don't want to do many of the similar pages, because it's a bit of copying and pasting. Not even a bit, it's a lot of copying and pasting, because as you can see, we've already finished this page. Anyways, with that being said, then what I'm going to do is, let me see, get paid has a similar structure, so I'm not going to do this. But once again, if you want me to do this page, then all you have to do is just leave a comment down below. But in the next video, let me see, what link is this? Get paid, requesting payments. In the next video, we are going to start with this. Okay, you know what? This video has been very short, right? Has it? Yeah, this video is just like about 15 minutes currently, according to my recording. So let me go ahead and do this page right away, because it is also a very short page. So for this page, what I've done is I've created a new folder inside my images, and I've gotten this image, which is the one that we require for this particular page. And I have saved it inside here. And then now what we're going to do is, inside our pages folder, now for this particular page, because it is very small and it is only one section, then we're just going to deal in the parent, which is called the mobile apps.js. So inside here, we're going to return a fragment, and then we're going to return a section. This section is going to be, this is a linear gradient, right? Yeah, this is a linear gradient. We're going to get this, these two colors. So let's give this a class name of mobile-apps. And then inside here, let's have an article, and the article is going to have an H1 that says tap into your money. And then below this H1, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. Copy and paste it here. Okay, and then below this article, we're going to have another article, which is going to be the image. So img, and then we're going to have this inside. So img, let me just say mobile apps, because that is the name of the component. And then let's go ahead and import that image. So import mobile apps from /images / mobile apps / and it is called, why did I, okay, you know, let me rename this mobile apps, because that name was too long. So mobile apps, so /mobile apps dot, is it PNG or JPEG? PNG. Okay, so notice that this is the folder and then this is the name of the file, so don't confuse this, otherwise you're going to have issues. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and then if we navigate into, let me get the correct save. Why isn't this saving? Okay, there we go. If we navigate into the correct link, which is /mobile apps, let's go ahead. Oops, let's see, /mobile apps. We should be able to see this. Okay, and then let me go ahead and grab these two images, sorry, the two colors. So the brightest part, which is right around here, copy, and then we're going to do this inside our index CSS. We're going to go below this and we're going to say that for the .mobile apps class, we want to have a background. Is it a background image or a background? A background, and then we're going to have a linear gradient, and it is going to be 90 degrees, so 0, 90, because we want it to go from the left to the right. So 90 degrees, and we are beginning with this color and we're going to this color. Copy and paste it in, and I think that should be correct. Let's save it. Let's see what we have on the screen. There we go. So there is our linear gradient, and then now let's begin to style this out to look better. Let's close this. Where are you? Mobile apps here. So inside this section, let's grab both of these and then let's add a div, so that we can now limit this div by giving it a class name of maxwidth-6xl and mxauto, so that we can limit the content inside without limiting the background color. And then inside this article, let's give this a class name of text white, so that both of this text is white. Let's style this h1, give this a class name of text-4xl, and then for large screens, text-5xl, with a margin bottom of 4 to push away from this paragraph, and then font-light. That should be it. And then we're going to go back inside this div and we're going to say that this should be a grid with grid columns 1 with a gap of 8, just a bit of a gap. And then inside this image, we're going to give this image a class name of block and mxauto, so that it centers it on all screens. There we go. And then we're going to go back here and say that for large screens, then we want the grid columns to be 2, so that now they display side by side. And then for large screens, let's say items center, which should bring this down. Fantastic. And then let me see, we need to fix something, because on mobile, I don't want this to happen. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's say that the padding top should be 10, padding top here, and then the padding on the X should be 8, meaning push this inwards just a bit, and then the text should be center, and then for large screens the text should go back to the left. So text center on mobile, but for large screens then the text goes back to the left. That is what we want, right? Okay, that does look okay. You know what, let me say padding Y of 10, so that we have padding even on the bottom on mobile. But then on large screens, we don't want this padding on the bottom. So for large screens, we're going to say padding bottom 0, so that it removes this padding on the bottom. And then we're going to go inside this top section and we're going to give it a margin bottom of 20. That there's a bit of margin here, because what we want to do is this image, we want this image to move downwards just a bit, because as you can see, it is not, the blue part doesn't cover all of it, right? So what we're going to do therefore is this. We're going to say that for large screens, then position this image as absolute, and then for large screens, then position it to the minus bottom of 20. And then we need to go back inside this div and position this div as relative. Let's see. Oops, that is not what I want to happen. It should be on this part, relative. That should fix it, or it doesn't. I for sure thought that would work. Relative Let's see. What breaks you? Position absolute is the one that breaks you. Okay. I know the problem. Try to figure it out. Look, but then when you add position absolute, look what happens. The reason why the background color persists all the way to the bottom is because when this is not positioned absolute, it is positioned relative to the blue background. So the blue background persists because of this image, because this image is quite big. So if you don't want to use absolute positioning here, then what you can do is you can add a negative margin. So you can say minus margin bottom of 20, which is going to push this downwards. And that's the thing about margins. The reason why I like margins is because you can add negative values to it, but you can't add negative values to padding. Just make sure that this applies on large screens only so that you can get the correct, what's it called? The correct user interface. Now that I have this as negative 40, then let's increase this margin here because we don't want this to overlap until the footer. So let's increase this margin to 40. And there we go. That's looking nice. And would you look at that? We have done 2 pages within a span of about 25 minutes, less than 25 minutes. Fantastic. So that is going to be the PayPal app page, the mobile apps page. And next, let me see, do I want to do the deals page? Because the deals page is only this. It doesn't have many things, you know. We can do this part, and then this part, and then this part. And then once we do that, then we're going to be done with the personal section, and then we're going to move on to the business section. And the business, I think, is a bit more interesting because the pages are a bit more not so similar. So thank you for watching, and in the next video we're going to be dealing with the deals page. Hello everyone. So in the last video we built out this page, which is the mobile apps page. So in this video we're going to begin to build out the offers page, and I'm not going to do this first part. Instead, I'm going to begin it from here where the title says PayPal is a better way to pay. And I'm going to mention that I think the link changed, or they updated something on their website, because according to the structure that we built in the first video, we have a /shopping, and the element, the page that we want is the shopping page. But I'm trying to look at the links here and I can't see the shopping page. So I'm just thinking they probably just updated something. Anyways, we're going to do this page. And this page has the following structure. So it has the top part here. Obviously, I don't want to do this, but we're going to start from here. So PayPal is a better way to pay. So let's begin. We are going to go inside the shopping.js file, and then we are going to return a fragment, and then we're going to return a section, and then this section is going to have a div, and then this div is going to have articles. Now these articles are going to be this one and this one. So what I want to do therefore is inside the article I want to return an image. Okay, the image, we're going to get the image source right away. And then below this, we're going to have an H3 that says buyer protection, and then below this H3, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. So copy and paste it. And then below this paragraph, we're going to have a button that says learn more, I think. Yes. So learn more. And then we're going to grab this article and copy it down. And then we're just going to change the text. So this text says this. So spread the cost, and then this text, paste it here, and then learn more is the button. And then below this button, we're going to have a small tag that says this, copy and paste it here. Okay, and then let's go ahead and grab the images. The first one is a shield, and then this is the PayPal credit. So I'm going to say import shield from /images /shopping / the name of the image is what? Shopping. The name of the image is I think it's this PayPal blue icon. Let's see. pp-blue-icon.png, and then we're going to copy this down, change this into credit, because that is the name of the second image, and the image is called credit-blue-icon, and it is also a PNG image. And then for the first article, we want to render a shield, and then for the second article, we want to render credit. Let's save it, and then let's see what you have on the screen. In our application, we're going to navigate into /shopping, and we should be able to see something on the screen, but this is going to load until tomorrow. So let me cut it to when it loads in. Okay, there we go. So we have our section here, and then all we need to do now is just style it out. So let's begin with the mobile version first, and the mobile version is going to be styled as follows. We're going to go inside this div, give this div a class name of padding on the x of 8, padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens we're going to say padding on the y of 20, and then to limit everything we're going to give it a max width of 6xl and mx auto so that everything centers properly. And actually not, what am I doing? These classes shouldn't be here, they should be in the section, so cut them out and paste them here. And then on the div we're going to give this div a class name of grid and grid columns 1 with a gap of 8 to separate out these articles. And then we're going to say text center for everything, and then save it. Let's see what we have. Okay, there we go. So the images are not centered. Let's fix that by going inside this image, give this a class name of block and mx auto, which is going to center it. And then let's copy these classes and then paste them on the bottom image, and then save it, and they should be centered. Fantastic. And then let's style this h3, give this a class name of text-3xl, and then let's say text slate-700, then margin bottom of 4, and then let's copy these class names and paste them on the bottom h3. Okay, and then let's style up this button, so give this button a class name of text blue-600 and font-bold, and then let's say that on hover let's have an underline, and then let's copy these classes and paste them on the bottom button, and then let's change this small into a block element, and a block element so that it is no longer here but it is going to be into the next line. So when I save it, then that should do it. Would you look at that, looking nice? And then now that it's a block element, let's add a margin top of about 4, pushed away from the button just a bit. And then inside this paragraph, we're going to give this paragraph a class name of margin bottom of 8, pushed away from the button. And then we're going to go inside this top paragraph and do the same thing. So give this a class name of margin bottom of 8, pushed away from this. Fantastic. And the headings need to be lighter font. The headings need to be lighter font, and then let me reduce it to 2XL. And then let me also say right here, let me say font-light, and then on the bottom h3 here, let's say font-light. Save it, and there we go. Much better. And then on large screens, we just want to display them as a grid. So right at around here, we want them to display as a grid. So I'm going to say that for medium screens, then the grid column should be 2, and they're going to display side by side. Fantastic. And then when you maximize the screen, you can see they don't get to the end. That is because of the max width that we have placed on them. And that is this section right here. Oh, wait a minute, we don't have the title. So PayPal is a better way to pay. How did we forget the title? Let's add an H2. It says PayPal. Is it PayPal is a better way to pay? With a full stop? No. Okay, save it. Let's style it out. Give this a class name. Class name of text-4XL, and then for large screens text-5XL, and then let's say margin bottom of 10, and then text-slate-700 or 800, and then font-light, and then text-center. That should do it. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. So we have this right here. Okay, margin bottom 10 is a bit too small. Let me say margin bottom 20. Just make it bigger for no reason, but I think it looks better. or rather I can say margin bottom of 10 on small screens, and then for large screens then the margin bottom of 20, so that we don't have a very big margin on mobile screens. And so that is that section. And then next we're going to create this one, so not a PayPal member yet, and I'm just going to do it inside this very same article, not article really, but inside this very same section. Sorry, below this section, what am I saying? Below this section, we're going to create another section with a class of radial gradient. Remember, when we were building the homepage, we created a class of radial gradient which had this blue color, so that's why I've added it in. And then we're going to have an h2 with these very same classes, so let's just copy this and paste it here. Oh, wrong, paste it here. And then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says PayPal is more secure. Copy and paste it. And then below this paragraph we're going to have a button that says sign up, and save it. And then let's see what we have on the screen. We should have this right here. Okay, so let's begin to style it out. First of all, let's add a padding on the x of 8, a padding on or a padding on the y of 10, and speak. And then on large screens, let's say a padding on the y of 20, and save it. Was that a good idea? Oh, wait a minute. Where is this h2? Where is this h2? This one. Copy and paste. I was wondering how come this space is quite big, so I didn't notice it. Let's save it, and then let's see what we have. This one, we need the text to go back to white, so text white. And then here we need the class name text dash white, and then for large screens text dash large. Save it. And then we need let me see, text center should bring it here, but I don't want this margin bottom 20, so remove it so that this space is reduced just a bit. And then we need to bring this button here. So for the button, let's give it a class name of block and mx auto with the bg white with the text slate. Text slate, because I want the text to be darker. Text slate 800 and font dash bold. And then on hover we want it to have on hover I can make it animate, so animate dash pulse, which is an animation that Tailwind has. And then what else? We need the padding on the y to be 4, padding on the x to be 16 with a rounded of 4. Save it. Let's see what we have. Should be here. Okay, this padding is a bit too small. Oh, padding on the y of 4, not ppy. Okay, increase this to 32. How big is that? Okay, let's reduce this to 3, and then let's add the margin top to be 8 to push it away from the paragraph. Okay, too small, 10. Would you look at that? Looking nice. And that is this section complete. And then next we are going to go, wait, this is a bit too small. It's a bit too small. Let's say text XL. So next, let's go ahead and build up this part, so stay up to date. So once again, below this section we're going to create another section, and then below this section we're going to have an h2 that says which class is this one. Copy and paste them here, reduce this. Oh wait, we can still have it in because the margin here is a bit big. And then it says stay up to date. And then we're going to have a UL with how many list items? 4 of them, so UL times 4. And then each of these is going to have an image, and the source for these images, we're going to get them because I have already downloaded them. So we're going to say the first one is called Facebook, and then Twitter, and then YouTube, and then Instagram. And then let's go ahead and grab those images. So on top, let's import, if I can just spell it, Facebook from /images /shopping / it is called let's say facebook.png, and then we have Twitter. Wait a minute, copy this down, change this into Twitter, and then YouTube, and then Instagram, and then change this into Twitter_2.png, and then for YouTube we're going to say u_tube_3, make sure you get the spellings correct, and then Instagram_5. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and let's begin to style this out. So give this a class name of flex and item center and justify center and flex wrap, and then with the gap of, let's say, 16, and then save it. Let's see what you have. Cannot resolve facebook.png. What is the image called? Facebook.png. What did I write? Okay, Facebook, there we go. And then we are going to have this. Would you look at that? Looking nice. And then let's go below this section. Inside this section, give it a class name of padding on the x of 8, padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens, padding on the y of 20. And then we're going to have that. Would you look at that? Just make sure that it looks okay on small screens. Right around there, you can see it is because of flex wrap that this is here, looking quite nice. Nice. Okay. And then what do we have next? For the next section, we have terms of use, I don't see whether this is necessary to do, because this is PayPal stuff, you know. It has a background color. This has a background color. This section, let's say BG slate -100. That should be it. Yeah, that's the background color. And then let's add a margin bottom to push away from the footer. So let's say margin bottom 20, pushed away from the footer here. Okay, fantastic. And that is this page complete. And then what we're going to do therefore is, in the next video, let me see, next video we're going to start on the business. We're going to start on the business tab, and we're going to start with all business solutions, which is the merchant tab. Okay, looking nice. Looking quite nice, if I do say so myself. So yeah, see you in the next video. Hello everyone, in this video we're going to begin to build the business tab, and we're going to start with the first link that goes into /merchant. So right away in our application, I want to go into /merchant so that it can be on the correct page. Okay, and then what I'm going to do is there's a page that we built that had an almost similar structure to this. I think it was send payments. Let me just confirm. Yeah, send payments. So what we're going to do is we're going to be reusing some classes. We're going to reuse some classes, and then we're going to do all of this. So let us begin right away. So we're going to go into our source folder and into our pages, and then inside our pages, I'm going to create a new folder that is called merchant. And then inside merchant, what I want to do is I want to create a new file that is called hero.js, and then I just want to say RFC, just so that we can display something on the screen. And then inside our merchant.js, now inside this file, which is our parent of the page, I want to display the hero that is coming from /merchant, so that we can be displaying the correct thing. And now what we should see on the screen is just hero. Okay, and we can begin to build this out. So the first thing I want to do is I want to return a fragment and then a section. And remember that we're reusing classes. So I want to reuse the class that we made that is called payOnline-hero. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with a class of overlay. And then inside here, we're going to have an h1 that says this. So h1 that says this, copy and paste. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this, copy and paste. And then below this paragraph, we have a button with a class of btn-blue that says get started. And then below this button, we have a paragraph, come on, that says this. So copy this and paste it here. Oops, copied the whole thing. So copy and paste it here. And then now I'm going to save this, and you're going to notice that it's going to take up the classes for this one. And we're going to have this. Now this obviously is not the correct image that we want. And so therefore what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another custom class here that is called merchant-hero, so that we can go into our index.css file, and then below this we can add a class of merchant hero, and then we can add in the correct background. So background coming from url/images/merchant / it is called hero banner, this one. And then set the background repeat to no repeat, set it to the center, and then cover. And then we're going to have the correct image showing here. There we go. And so once we have that, then let's begin to style this out. And actually let me see how we styled out the pay online overlay is also here. Pay online hero overlay has a height of 600. So we need to add in that height here so that this actually moves to the center properly. So let's say that for the merchant hero, and then for the overlay class, let's set the height to 600 pixels. My keyboard is not typing. What is wrong? Save it, and then this should move here. Oh, I mean, obviously it doesn't move because it needs to be a flexbox first. So let's fix that. Let's say display flex, and then items dash center. Wait a minute, is it items center? Save it. Okay, and then let's just deflex into column. Okay, so it is not item center, it should be justify center first. Justify center. Okay, that is going to bring it here. But on mobile it doesn't look all that well. So what we're going to do is we're going to say text center for everything, which is going to center everything. And then what we're going to do now is we're going to say that for large screens, then the text should go back to the left. And then let's add a padding on the x-axis of 8 to push everything inwards just a bit. Fantastic. Let's begin to style this h1. Give this a class name. Class name equals to text white, text 4XL. For large screens, text 5XL. For 2XL screens, text 6XL. And then margin bottom of 8. And then font dash light. That should do it. Okay. And then change this paragraph into text white, so give it a class name of text white, and then margin bottom of 10 to push away from the button. And then inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text white, and margin top of 8 to push it away from this button. And we're going to have this. And wait a minute, is this how it looks? Okay, that is how it looks. This is a bit too big, so let's remove this. Okay, and then what we need to do is limit this. Flex column. Why does it? Oh, you know what, grab this. Let's grab this and place it inside an article. I think that will make it stop misbehaving. There we go. Makes the button stop misbehaving. And then inside this article, we'll give this a class name of max width about large. Let's see how big that is. Yeah, so max width large. And then inside this div, right, let me go here, give it a max width of 6XL and MX auto. Wait a minute, is that? Yeah, that should be it. There we go. And then let me see how XL looks here. Yeah, that does look nice. It does look nice. And we're going to work with that. Let me just make this text a bit bigger by going inside this paragraph and saying that for large screens that the text should be XL, to make it just a bit bigger. No, let's say large. Okay, and then we have the next section. And then for the next section, okay, you know what, for this section, let's go ahead and do some copying and pasting. So let me create a component here that is called section2, section2.js. Okay, and then what we're going to do is inside, which file is it? Inside the shopping.js, we created articles like this. So these articles that we created, we're going to copy this section up to, wait a minute, where does it start? Oh, it's on the top. Okay, so copy this section up to here, which contains the two articles that we built in the previous video. And then inside here, we're going to say RFC, and then we're going to return a fragment, and then we're going to paste in that section. Of course, the images are going to be different, so we just need to get the correct images as well as the correct text. So let's first get this h2, copy and paste it here, and then grab this text here, copy, paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here, and then copy this and paste it here. And then we don't need this small tag, but the button text needs to be different. It says get paid by invoice, get paid by invoice. And then this one says get paid on your website, so get paid on your website. Okay, now let's get the correct images here. So let's go ahead and say import, oops, let's say import, what is this first one? Website. Import website from /images, oh sorry, // and then // again, and then images /, it is called merchant / and I think that I call the image what, on your website. So on your website.png, so on underscore your underscore website.png, and then copy this down, change this into invoicing, invoice, and then change this, the name here, into invoicing.png, which is this image. And then we need to change the name here. This first one is showing the website, the second one shows the invoicing. Okay, fantastic. Now let's save it, and then inside our merchant file here, right below this, we're going to render this section to make sure once again that you're getting the correct one, which is coming from the ./merchant. Save it, and we should be able to see something on the screen. Invoicing is not defined. What they call it? I call it invoice. Save it, and there we go. Would you look at that? Bit of copying and pasting so that you don't have to do the same thing over and over again. Let's play around with this, the margin, and that means that even in the previous video I didn't add the margin here, but that's okay. Let's say here margin Y, meaning margin on the top and bottom, and here margin Y as well. That should fix it at the margin. And then the next section that we have is this one. Once again, it has articles. Let's get the color first of all, so grab this, let me get the color, and then we're going to create a section 3, so section 3.js, and then let's say RFC, and then below this let's return a fragment, and then let's return a section, and then let's give this section a style and give it a background color and set it to this, which is just the color that I've copied. And then let's begin to style up this section, so give this a class name, padding Y of 10, for large screens padding Y of 20, padding Y of 20, and then text white, and then text dash center. Yes, and then let's go inside this section, let's create a div, and then inside this div we're going to give this div a class name of max width dash 6xl and mx of auto, and padding on the x of 8 to push everything inwards just a bit. And then this div is going to be a grid with grid columns 1 with a gap of 8, and then for medium screens then the grid columns are going to be 2, and then for large screens the grid columns are going to be 3. And then inside here let's create articles. The articles are going to be structured as follows. They're going to have an h2, wait a minute, an h3 that says, the first one says customer support, and then below this h3 we're going to have a paragraph that says this. Copy and paste it. This is capital S, and I've just remembered that above this there's an h2 that says this. Copy and paste it. Okay, so let's save it, and then let's go ahead and render section 3 so that we see what we are dealing with. So below this let's render section 3, save it, and we should be able to see section 3 here with the blue color. There we go, and then we can begin to style it out. So section 3, let's give this h2 a class name of text dash 4XL, margin bottom of 8. Let's see how it is. And then font light. And then for large screens, then the text is going to be 5XL. Okay. Let's say margin bottom of 10. That should be it. And then here we're going to give this a class name of font dash light with text dash 2XL and margin bottom of 8. How big is that? How does this look by the way? Oh yeah, it is centered. Okay, let's reduce this to margin bottom of 4 and increase this to 3XL. Fantastic. And then all you need to do now is just copy this article 2 more times, so 1 and 2, and then need to change the text. So this one says this, copy and paste it here, and then grab this, copy and paste it here, and then grab this, copy and paste it here, and then grab this, copy and paste it here. Save it. Let's see what I have on the screen. Voila, there we go. Looking nice. Let's see how it looks on mobile. Looks nice as well. So that is what we're going to have. Fantastic. And then when we are moving swiftly, so inside the next section we are creating this one. So we have get started with PayPal. So let's go ahead and create section 4 here. So section 4.js, let's say RFC. RFC. And then let's have this copy, and then inside here let's return a fragment, let's return a section, and then inside this section we're going to have an h2 that says this, and then below this we're going to have an article, sorry, a div, which is going to be the parent, and then we're going to have an article which is going to be this image, and then another article which is going to be this part. So let's add in the image. The image is going to be called a laptop, so laptop, and then let's import it. Let's say import laptop from, it should be this one, so from // images / laptop, oh sorry, / merchant / laptop underscore ie underscore lux.png, and then below this article, the second article, we're going to have this. So we're going to have a list item, and then this list item is going to be a span that says the number, and then the text is going to be here that says this. So copy and paste it, and then copy this 2 more times, so 1 2, and then change this to 2, and then copy this, paste it here, and then change this to 3, and then copy this and paste it here, and then let's save it. Nice. And then let's go ahead and render it inside our merchant. Many files are open. Let's render section 4. Let's see, and there we go. So let's begin to style this out. Let's see how it's going to look. So section 4, let's go ahead and create wait. Yeah, okay, inside here let's give this a class name of padding y of 10, and then for large screens padding y of 32, and then padding on the x of 8. And I'm going to pause the video for a moment because there's a lot of noise from outside. So now we can continue. Let's continue to style this out. Where were we? Get started with the PayPal. Let's give this a class name of text-4XL. Let's say text-center. Let's say font-light. Let's say margin bottom of 10. Bring it here, and then let's say text slate. What was it? 800 or 700? Can't remember. 700. What was I using? Yeah, let's work with 700. Let's increase this text to 5XL on large screens. Okay, and then inside this div, we're going to grab this div, give this a class name of max width -6XL, and then mx of auto, Okay, limits everything just a bit. And then we're going to display it as a grid with grid columns 1 with a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, we're going to say grid columns 2. That should bring this one here. And then we're going to say for medium screens, then item center. Item center. And then let's go inside this image because I want this image to be centered on mobile. So I'll give this a class name of block and mx auto, which is just going to center it. It's not going to mess up with anything inside here, but on mobile it's going to center it properly. And so we have this. Let's go inside this UL. Wait, what? I didn't create a UL for this. Let's grab this. Let's set it up inside a UL. And then inside this UL, we're going to give this a class name and say flex and flex column with a gap of 8, just to separate them out. Okay. And then inside this list item, I'm going to display this as a flex box as well, because I want the number and the text to be separate. I don't want like the text to start here. Instead, I want it to start where the number ends. So flex, and then let's tell out this number, give this a class name of padding all round of 3. How is that? And then let's say border, and then border slate 700, and then rounded dash full. How does that look? Terrible. So let's say padding on the y of 3 and padding on the x of 6 or 5. Okay, let's work with 5. And then here we are going to say, wait, is it? Yeah, we're going to say item center so that the text pushes downwards just a bit. And then we're also going to say give it a gap of about 3 to push away from the text here. And then we're going to do some copying and pasting. So let's copy these classes here, paste them on the list item here as well as here, and then copy these classes, paste them on the span, paste them on the span here, and then paste them here as well. Save it, and we should have this looking fantastic. There we go. Okay. And then the next section that we have is this one, so cell without boundaries. Let's grab the color first of all, copy, and then let's go ahead and create the section 5. So merchant, let's say section 5.js, and then let's say rfc, and then inside here let's return a section, and then inside this section let's give it a style and say background color, and then set it to this, and then let's give it a class name of padding y of 10. Let's say padding y of 10, padding, and then for large screens padding y of 20. My mouth is moving faster than I can type or speak. And then let's give it a padding on the x of 8 so that it doesn't push all the way to the end on mobile. And then let's have an h2. Let's say this, copy and paste. Let's style out this h2, give this a class name of text white and text dash 4xl, and then for large screens text dash 5xl, margin bottom of 10, font light. And then below this h2 we're going to have a paragraph that says this, copy, paste it here, give this paragraph a class name, margin bottom of 8 and text dash white, and then a button that says see all fees, so button that says see all fees. Let's tell it out, give this button a class name of font dash bold and text dash white, and then on hover we're going to say give it an underline. And then I've just realized I should probably grab all this and place them inside an article so that I can go inside this article and give this article a class name and add a max width of about, I can see what, max width of XL and MX of auto. Okay, and then let's render it. So section 5, let's go inside our merchant. Where is this file? Let's go here, let's render section 5, and we should be able to see it right here. Fantastic. So text center everything. So section 5, let's go inside this article, let's say text dash center, and it should be centered. Fantastic. Nice. And then next, let's go ahead and create this section. So section 6, create a new file called section6.js. And then inside here, let's say RFC. Once again, we're going to reuse classes. So we're going to have a section that has a class of pay online dash hero. But I'm going to add another class here that is called merchant. Let's say merchant hero hero 2, just like that. Well, let me call it in words instead of numbers. So merchant hero 2, and then we're going to have an article. It's just going to be styled the same way as this one, by the way, as the top one. Okay, you know what, let me just do some copying and pasting because it's the same style actually. So let's just grab all of this. So grab this entire section and paste it here. And then we're going to grab this one, copy. Now this is no longer an H1, this should be an H2 because you can only have one H1 per page. And then copy this, paste it here. And then we don't need this bottom paragraph. And then the button says learn more. And then it doesn't have these styles, but it is styled a bit differently. So font bold, text white, and then on hover we want it to underline. And then below this, let's have a UL with 2 list items. And then the first one says this, so more secure way to get paid. And then this one, copy and paste it here, save it. Is that correct? Merchant hero, this should be merchant hero 2, so that we can get the correct image, because as you can see, where's section 6? I haven't rendered it. So section 6, render it, and we should be able to see this. Now we need to change this image, obviously. So section 6 is having a class that is called merchant hero 2. So let's go inside our CSS file. Let's say that for dot merchant dash hero dash 2, then we want the background to be URL, and it is coming from /images / merchant / this one. And that's set the background repeat to no repeat, position to center, and then cover, background size. So save it, and we should be able to see the image. There we go. So working as a freelancer. And then we need to change this text to white. Let's go back, close this. Let's go back here, and then reduce this to margin bottom of 4. And then inside this UL, give this a class name of list decimal, so that the thing is appear here. Wait a minute, list, is it decimal? List bullet. What is the class? List disk, that's the class. There we go. And then text white, and then padding on the left of 8 to push it inwards just a bit. Okay, and then margin bottom of 8, push it away from the button. Let me see, almost, let's say padding left of 6. So it comes here, padding left of 4, that should be it, or 5. Fantastic, looking nice. Okay, and then what we need to do next is what? We need this part. And for this one, once again, I'm just going to reuse the, and I know the component is not rendering this, but we built it out once and I don't want to do it, to keep on doing it. The component is called signup, and it is coming from, let's say, import sign up from components / homepage / signup. That is the correct one, and it is going to appear here. Fantastic. Oh, this also has a background color. Oh, wait a minute. When I tilt my screen, that's when I can see the background color properly. But since we've been using this component over and over, all you need to do is just change the background color in one place, and it's going to change everywhere. So let's go inside this component, so sign up, and then let's give it a PG of slate dash 100. But you're going to see that this is going to be a problem. It's not going to go all the way to the end because of the max width that we placed on it. So if you want to avoid that, what you can do is you can grab this, place it inside an article, and then add the max width. So you can add the max width here, copy on the article, and then you can remove it from here so that now this is going to persist. And now that that persists, then we need to have a margin bottom so that doesn't conflict with the footer. So let's go ahead and say margin bottom of 20, and that should do it. Nice. And would you look at that? That is our first page in the business section. And then next we're going to start with the accept online payments. Let me see how it looks. So once again, we're going to be reusing classes. We are going to be using classes quite a bit. Ooh, this is a tab. These are tabs. Nice. This is going to be a bit technical, not so hard, but it brings a challenge, and I like it. Looking nice. So in the next video, we're going to start with this page. Hello everyone. So in the last video, we built out this page, which was the / merchant page, and we built it out all the way to the bottom. And so now in this video, we're going to begin by building the accept online payments page, which is this one right here. And as always, I already have all the images, and we're going to begin right away. So if you go into the images folder, you're going to find a folder that is called online payments, and inside this folder you can get all the images that we're going to need in order to build out this page. As always, the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to go inside my pages folder, and then I'm going to go inside accept online payments JS, which is our main component for this page that we're going to be building. And the first thing that I want to do is this. Inside my pages folder, I'm going to create a new folder. So a new folder that is called online payments. And then inside this folder, I'm going to create a new file that is called hero.js. And then I'm just going to say RFC, which is going to generate this component for me. And then I want to render this component inside our parent, which is called accept online payments. So inside here, I want to first return a fragment, and then I want to render the hero, which is coming from online payments. Make sure it is the correct folder. And then when I save this, I can then navigate into the proper link, and this link is called accept-online-payments. And once it loads in, then what we should see on the screen is just some text that says hero. And as always, it takes a while to load in. I don't know why, but it just does that. So let's just give it a minute. And you know what, as it is loading, let's just go ahead and begin to structure this page. And the way we're going to structure it is just similar to all the other pages that I've built before. And so I'm going to do this inside my hero.js. I'm going to return a section with a class of, let me just remember the class. The class is pay online hero. So section is a class of pay online hero. And then I'm also going to give it a custom class called online payments -hero. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want this section to take up the classes for this, but I'm adding in this second class so that I can change the background image here to the correct one. Because what is going to happen, let me show you. If I create a div with a class of overlay here, and an article as well as an h1 that says, let me just get the text, this one, copy and paste, and then below this let's get the paragraph that says this, copy and paste, and then below this let's have a button in the class of btn blue that says get started. When I save this and I take a look at our application, it is going to load in, error page, what, accept online payments. What page did we create? Let me check. Accept payments online. Oh my goodness, accept payments online. Well, at least we know that our error page is working correctly. But as you can see, we have the text displaying correctly, but the background image is not the correct one. So we are going to fix that. And that is the reason why I have added in this second class. So right away, let's fix that. Let's go into our index.css file. And then right below, let's go below this. Actually, not, we can just copy this class down. And then what we're going to do is we're going to change this image. So the image is now coming from online payments / and it should be hero.jpg right there. So that now when I change this class once again, so it's called online what's it called, online payments hero, online payments hero. When I save this and I take a look, then the image is going to change into the proper one. There we go. So you can see that now we are matching with it. And then now we just need to structure this so that it comes here. So in order to do that, then let me go into send payments and this hero.js file. Okay, so this one, because I just want to copy some of these classes. I don't want to repeat them. So I'm going to copy, let me see. This is the div and then the article. Let me see, how did I structure this? So div and then the article. So let me go ahead and copy these classes, copy and paste them here. And then let's copy the classes for this h1. So is that all? So copy and then paste them inside the h1, but we want the h1 to be white, so we're going to change this into text white. And then let's see, we need the classes for this paragraph, copy and then paste them in this paragraph. And then let's save it, and it should restructure everything right there. And then of course we need this paragraph to be white, so let's go ahead and say text white on this paragraph, text white. Oh, and font bold, by the way, it should be just a bit bolder in font. And then let me see, let's see, the widths are just a bit less in the original, so let's see if we can fix that. Let's go how do I do this? Actually, let's reduce this to 4XL. How much does it reduce? Oh wait, that's not the way to do it. That is not the way to do it. 6XL. Let's give this each one a max width of large, and then let's say that this should only apply on large screens. And then let's do the same for the paragraph, and we are going to remove this class here and then paste in this one and save it. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Looking nice, 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 nice. And that is our hero section complete. So now we just need to go ahead and build out this section. That is a table. I hate tables. I really hate tables. Let's see how are we going to do this. So we have PayPal checkout. So PayPal checkout, and then how do I want to do this? By the way, the logic is not coming. Anyway, so let's create a component that is called checkout. So let's go ahead inside our online payments. So inside this folder, let's create a new file that is called checkout.js, and then let's say RFC inside here. And then once we do that, then let's return a section. Let me check. So, okay, so let's return a section with the class of max width dash 6XL and MX auto, and then padding on the X of 8, and then padding on the Y of 10, and then for large screens we're going to say padding on the Y of 20. And then let's have an h2 that says PayPal checkout. So PayPal checkout, and then below this h2 we are going to have we can have this to be one section, and then we can create this to be another section or a div. How do I want to do this? How does it even look on mobile? Oh wait, I forgot this website doesn't do that. So let's see, let's do this. Let's create a div and then an article, and then this article is going to have this text. So let's create a UL with list items, and let's say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, so times 8. And then let's copy this text. So copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, and then copy and then paste. And then let's save this, and let me close this, and then let me go ahead and render out the component that is called checkout, so that we can actually see what we have on the screen, and it should appear right there because we have added a padding and then max width as well, so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. And then let's begin to style this out. Let me go inside this UL, give this a class name of text slate 700 and font bold. Okay, let's say 600. And then I need to style this H2 as well, so give this a class name of text center, margin bottom of 10, let's say text dash 3XL, and then for large screens, let's say text dash 4XL. Save it, it should now appear here. Let's change text to slate 700. I think it should be larger, right? Yeah, it's larger, and it is light font. Let's change this to 800. Let's say font light, and then let's go back here, change this to 5XL. That should do it. There we go. And then let's go inside each of these list items. So here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. Let's give all of this a class name of padding on the Y of 2 and padding, you know what, padding all round of 2. That should be fine. That's looking okay. And just to mention it, I've added multiple cursors by just clicking on this first one and then holding down the Alt key and clicking everywhere else. And that is how you add multiple cursors. Makes you look cool like me. So once you have that, then let's go ahead and add this zebra style. So let's do this. Let's go inside this UL and let's say that for every odd one, we want the BG to be slate. Wait, for every odd one? Yes, for every odd one, slate 100. That should be it. So this one, oops. Doesn't it count the odd ones here? What if I change this to fast? Will it work or not? What? Or am I using this class wrongly? Odd, nth child odd. Yes, nth child odd. Then I want the BG to be red 500. Why doesn't it work? Let me do this in CSS because I can't seem to understand this. So let me give this article a custom class of zebra. And then let's go below this. Let's say for the class of zebra, let's say background color should be red, just because I want to see it. Okay. And then let's say for the class of zebra and then the UL, and then I want the list item. How do you access it? The list item. Then I want the nth child and I want the odd one. Save it. There we go. But why doesn't it work? That's inconvenient. Let me try it here. Let me say that for every odd one, then the BG should be slate 100. And then let's disable this to see whether it will work. No, it doesn't work. Okay. Perhaps I'm just using it wrongly. So let's have it as that, and then let's change this color now because I don't want this color, obviously. So let's say at apply BG slate -100. Okay, so that now every third one has this grayish background color. And then let's go ahead and create this second part. And the way we're going to do that is just copy this div, paste it here, and then we're going to change the text on the UL. So copy this, wait, what? Copy this, paste it here. And then this second one is an image, so we need an image here. Image, and then text. So image, and then text here that says API, and then image, not text, and then no. So this one says no, this one doesn't have text. Okay, that should be the correct structure. Let's get rid of these spaces. There we go. And then when I save this, then what should happen is the following. There we go. So it should appear on the bottom of this. So how we're going to fix that is, let's first add in the images. Let's add in a check mark. Let's import check mark from images / online payments / what is it called? It is called arrow active. Wait, no, check sign. It's called check sign. Check _ sign capital C. Check sign.jpg. And then let's go ahead and render the image here. So let's render an image that says check mark. And then let's copy this and paste it here as well. Oops, not with the space, obviously. And then paste it here as well. Get rid of the space. And then finally here, get rid of the space. Really? There we go. So that now we should be able to see our check marks. Image cannot be resolved. Images, online payments, checksign.jpg. What is it called? Checksign PNG. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, and we should be seeing it. There we go. So those are our images. And then now we just need to style this so that they appear side by side. And the way we're going to do that is we are going to go inside this div. We're going to give this a class name of flex. They're going to appear here. No, not flex. Let's say grid. And grid columns -2 with no gap. There we go. And then we're going to go inside this article and we're going to give it a custom class that is called text center, so that this text centers here. And then we need to center the images as well. So let's go inside this image and this image and this one and this one. Let's give them a class name of block and mx auto so that they're going to be centered here. And then what else? We need this article to have a border. Okay, and then let's give it a padding all around of 4. That is not what I want. What if I say margin all around of 4? Should do the same thing. Okay, almost the same thing. I should give it an how do I fix this actually? How do I fix this? If I give it an outline, how do you offset an outline? Let's see if Tailwind has an outline offset property. Outline offset. Oh, there we go. That should be it. It's not so big, but it does do the job. Let's reduce the outline to 1. Okay, and then let's give the outline a color. Oh, sorry, outline slate with what is the color? Yeah, outline slate dash, let's say 400. How does that look? Yeah, would you look at that? Would you look at that? And I do realize that I haven't added in this title. That is because with the structure that I've used, adding in this title is going to be a pain. We need to add in this button and one more list item here. So let's copy this down and then remove the text. And then let's copy this down and then let's add in button here, a button that says learn more. Then let's style it out. Let's give it a class name of text blue dash 600. Let's say on hover we want it to have an underline, and then let's give it a font of bold. Let's see, there we go, looking fantastic. Nice. Let's move on to the next section, which is this one. So section 3, that is what I'm going to call it. So right here, create a new file called section3.js. let's say rfc, and then let's return a fragment and then a section, and then this section is going to have a style property. We're going to give it a background color here. Oops, background color, and then let's grab this color, grab this, copy, and then paste it here, and then let's give it a class name of padding on the y of 10. Then for large screens, padding on the y of 20. Let's save it, and then we'll have an h2. So let's go ahead and add in this h2 that says cell without boundaries, and then below this h2 let's go ahead and add in a paragraph. So copy and paste, and then below this paragraph we have a button that says more about fees, and then let's go back into checkout, and then let's copy the classes of this h2, copy, and then let's paste them here, and then change the text to white, and then inside this paragraph let's give this a class name of text white, and then inside this button give this a class name of text white, font dash bold, font type, and then on hover we want it to have an underline. Okay, and I've just realized something, but let me save it so that you also realize it. When I save it, then need to render section 3 here. When I save it, then we're going to have a section here, but this is what happens. So we don't want this to happen. So let's go ahead and fix that by doing this. We're going to grab the button and everything inside here, cut it out, place it inside a div with a class of max width dash 6xl and mx dash auto with the padding on the x of 8, and then we're going to say text dash center, and then we're going to paste this in, and it should now be here. And let's add a margin bottom of this of 10 to push away from this button, and then let's limit this to not be 6xl but around 2xl, maybe let's say 3xl. I think that works better. Yeah, 3xl, looking nice. And then we can go ahead and build the next section, which are these tabs. So for these tabs, what we're going to do is we are going to create a custom array of objects, because I want to be able to reference these images relative to the public path, and I don't want to create separate components for them like we did in a previous video. So let me show you another way. And so therefore what we're going to do is this. Let me close all of these files, there are many. Inside our data.js file, remember we created a file like this. We're going to go below this, and we're going to create a new array of objects, and let me call this export const, let me say what? Let me say payments, because we're on the payments page. So an array of objects, and we're going to do this. We don't need an ID really, but we can have the description here, and the description is just going to be this text. So copy, did I even copy it? No, I did not. So copy this text, paste it here, and then what we're going to do is we also need to reference the image. Now the image is going to be this one, and we're going to be placing it inside an images folder, and then inside online payments, and then we're going to reference the proper image here. So now you'll notice that now we're no longer doing dot slash and then dot slash images. The reason why I'm doing this as dot slash images is because I want these images to be referenced from the public path, so right inside here. And if you do not do it like this, then it's not going to be able to be accessed from this path. I don't know why React does that, but it does that. So inside the images folder, we're going to create a new folder. It's called online payments. and then we're going to add in the images. So let me just add them in. So screen 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's cut them out, and then let's add them inside online payments. So paste them inside here. Did that do anything? What is wrong with my mouse? Cut and then paste. There we go. And then now we can go ahead and do this. We want to get screen1.png, and then let's copy this down 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. Change this to screen 2, change this to screen 3, and change this to screen 4. And then let's get the proper text. So login, copy this, paste it here. Oops. There we go. And then copy this and paste it here. Really? Okay. And then 4, copy this and paste it here. And that should be it. So let's go ahead and save this, and then back inside, where is it? Let me create a new component because I did not. That is called tabs.js, and then let's say RFC, and then let's go ahead and render tabs. So tabs, and it should appear. Tabs is not defined. Import it. Come on, and it should appear right here. So tabs. So let's begin to style it out first of all by adding in this background color. Let me go ahead and grab it. So copy, and then inside tabs we're going to return a fragment and then a section, and then inside this section we're going to give it some styles. We're going to say background color and then set it to this. Okay, let's see what else we need to do. Let me give it a class name. Class name of padding on the Y of 10, and then for large screens padding on the Y of 20. And then inside this section we're going to create a div with a class of max width -6xl with an mx of auto with padding on the x of 8. And then inside this div, that is where we're going to create these 2 articles. So the first article is going to be this one, and then the second one is going to be this one. So we're going to have an article inside here that has some text, and then we're going to also have another article here that is going to be our images. So let's begin to build this out. And first of all, you know what, let me go ahead and do this. Let's go inside this article. Let's add in an h2 that says how it works. And then let's copy the styles of the h2 from the checkout page. Copy this and paste it here, and then change this to text white. And then what we need to do now is we need to import use state from React, and then we also need to import the data that we've just created that is called payments, and this is coming from /data/data. And then we're going to create our state value. So we're going to say const, let me say items, this is equal to use state, and by default I want to pass in the data that I've just created that is called items. And then I also want to create another state value that is called value and set value, and then this is equal to use state. By default it's going to be 0, meaning it's going to be the first item, meaning only this first one is going to show, as well as this one. And then what we need to do now is we need to do what? Let me see. We need to get the images, to extract the images. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to say, where is it? Image. What do they call it? I've forgotten what I called it. Where is our data folder? Where's the data folder? There we go. So I'll call it image. So image is equal to the structuring image, and I'm going to say set it equal to the items of value, meaning display the image that corresponds to the current item that we have clicked on. That's what this means. Such that now if I go ahead and display the image here, image, and then display the image and set it to the image that we've just destructured here, and remember the value is currently 0, meaning the first one. When I save this, look at what happens on the screen. We're going to have the first image. If I change this to 2 or to 1, then we have the second image, If I change this to 2, we have the other image, and so on and so forth. So that is basically the functionality that we're building inside here. But of course, this image is going to be toggleable, meaning it's going to be dependent on what we are currently clicking on, what we're currently viewing. So let's go ahead and build up this section next. And for this one, we're going to do this. Below this H2, we're going to have a UL. This UL is going to be list items times 4, because there are 4 of them. And then the way it's structured is we have a span that says 1 for each of these numbers. And then the text is here, and we can go ahead and get the text. And actually, you know what, I am doing this wrongly, because I'm doing this wrongly because we need to first map over the items that we have so that we can display all the text that is needed. So let's first remove all of this, and then let's say items.map. And then I'm going to say that for every item that you get back, I also want to get back the index. And then we're going to return a list item with the key of index. And then inside this list item, we're going to have a span that says the index plus 1. And I'm saying index plus 1 because arrays are indexed from 0. So index plus 1 means 0 plus 1, and then 1 plus 1, and then 2 plus 1, so that we get the correct numberings. And just to show you, let me remove this first of all. And then after this span, we're going to have the item.description, because that is the property that I have inside here. And then after the item description, we're going to have another span, and this span is going to be the image. Oh, wait a minute. I need this icon as well. So this icon, let me just go ahead and say icon. And then let's import the icon. So let's say import icon from // images / online payments / and it is called arrow active. So arrow _ active .png. That's looking nice. So when I go ahead and save this, then we should have something on the screen, and we have this. Would you look at that? Now see, we have 0, 1, 2, 3. We don't want that, right? So that's why I added in index plus 1 here, so that we can have the correct numberings. So now let's begin to style this out. Let's go inside this UL, give this a class name of let's say text white. Wait a minute, that's actually not a good idea. That is not a good idea, because the text becomes white and bold depending on what you've clicked on. So you don't want to add that inside here. Instead, let's go inside this list item. Let's give it a class name, and we're going to make it dynamic by adding curly brackets and then our backticks. And then we're going to add our $sign and another curly brackets. And we're going to say that when the index is equal to the value, when this is true, then we want the text, then we want the text to be white. Such that now if I save this, watch what happens on the screen. Only this text becomes white because we are currently viewing the first item. And if I change this to 1, then this one is not going to be white. Instead, the second one is going to be white. So this functionality is working correctly. But now what we need to do is we need to make the text that is not currently viewed, we need to make it grayed out. So let's go ahead and do this. Inside the UL, let's make all the text bold, because I need all the text to be bold. And then inside here, so right before our $sign, we're going to say text slate, let's say 600. Let me see how that looks. Yeah, that looks ugly. Let's say 200. No, that's too white. Let's say 400. Okay, so we have text 400, and we have issues. Let me place it after this. That should be it. We have the same issue. I don't know whether you can remember in a previous video where we were trying to add a border, but it was refusing. We tried to add it like this, but it was refusing. So what if I change this to negative is not equal to value, change this to text slate 400, and then change this to text white? What happens? Okay, there we go. So it needed this to be negative, huh? Are you telling me I could have fixed the other video by just changing this to negative? That's discouraging. And so let's change the cursor to be a pointer here. Let's say cursor dash pointer. So the cursor is a pointer for all of them, meaning they're clickable. And then let's go inside this list item. Oh wait, still inside here. Let's change this into a flex box so that everything aligns here. And then let's say items the center, so that this moves down just a bit. And then let's add a gap of about 4 to separate everything out. Fantastic. And then let's go inside this UL, change this into a flex box because I want to add a gap on the UL as well. Change this to flex column. Let's say flex wrap. Let's say item center. And then let's add a gap of 4 as well to separate it out. Wait, don't add that in item center. Okay, looking nice. And then let's tell out these numbers, which is the span. So give this a class name of padding of y of 2, padding on the x of 4, rounded dash full, border, and then border white. That should be it. Looking nice. Fantastic. And then what we need to do is, this is on small screens, by the way. This is on small screens. We need a gap here. So let's go ahead. Let's see, inside this div, let's change this div into a grid with grid columns 1 with a gap of 8 to separate it out from here. And then let's go inside this image, give this a class name of mx auto and then a block element so that it moves to the center. And then what we're going to do now is this. When we scale it up right at around here, then you want this and the image to be aligned here. So therefore we're going to say this, that for medium screens, then we're going to change the grid columns to 2, and then for medium screens we're going to say item center, and that should bring it here. Looking nice. And that is how it looks on large screens. Now we need this text to come to the left, so let's say here that for large screens, then text dash left. That should bring it here. Nice. And then we need this to reset back to 0 so that we're always showing the first item. And then we're going to go inside the list item and make it clickable by adding an on click here. And we're going to say that when you click on it, then we're going to change the value by saying set value into the index, so that when you save this, then I can click on this, it shows the second image and third and fourth. Looking nice. Would you look at that? And we have successfully created this section. So let's go ahead and create the next section. So let me call this section what? Section 4 or what? Section 4. So section 4.js. Technically, I think it should be section 5. And then let's say RFC, save it, and then let's render it inside here. So section 5. Remember to import it, and then let's begin to structure it out. So we're going to have an h2, and then we're going to have 3 articles. Okay, looking nice. So let's begin by returning a section with a class of padding on the x of 8 and padding on the y of 10. And then for large screens, we're going to say padding on the y of 20. And then let's add a max width of 6xl and an mx of auto. And I can add in the max width on the parent section here because it doesn't have a background color. So we're going to have this, and then below this we're going to have an h2 that says this, copy and paste. And then below this h2 we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have 3 articles times 3, and each of these articles is going to be one of these. So the way it's structured is we have an image first of all, and this image we're going to get it, and then below the image you have an h3 that says this, so quicker checkout. And then below the h3 we have a paragraph that says some text, so this one, copy and paste it here. And then it is the same structure for the rest of the articles. So let me go ahead and get the images and we're going to do this. We're going to say import icon1 from // images / online payments / icon1.png, and then copy this 2 more times, change this to icon2, this to icon3, and then change this to icon3 and this to icon2, and then inside here I can render icon1, and then I can just copy this text here, copy and paste it here and here, and then change this to icon2, and then change this to icon3, and then we need to change the text. So copy this text, paste it here, copy this text, paste it here, and then copy this text, oops, really, copy this text and paste it here, and then copy this text and paste it here, save it, and then when I save it, then we're going to have this on the screen. So let's begin to style it out. Let us go ahead and say that for this image, give this a class name of block, really, block and mx auto, and then let's copy the styles for this image here on the second image and on the first image, because I need them to have the same styles. And then on the image, actually, you know what, let's give it a margin bottom of 4 so that it pushes away a bit from the text. So copy this, paste it here, and then paste it here, and then let's style these h3s. So all of these, let's give it a class name of text slate dash 700, and then text dash 2xl, and then for large screens text dash 3xl, and then margin bottom of 6 to push them away from the paragraph. And then for the paragraphs, you know what, they also need to be light font, so font light. And then for this paragraph and this one, let's go ahead and say give them a class name of font dashboard, and let me see what else, text slate dash 800. Save it. Let's see, was it structured? Nope. Let's say 600. Okay, that looks okay. Probably shouldn't be font bold, so let me remove the font bold from here. Let's remove it. There we go. And then inside, let me say inside this div, give this a class name, and let's say text-center, which should center everything. Fantastic. And then let's change it into a grid with grid columns -1 with a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, we're going to say grid columns 2, and then for large screens, we're going to say grid columns 3. And then it should now be aligned here, looking nice. And then that is what we're going to have. So small screens, and then medium, and then large screens. And then let's style out this h2. Let's go ahead into the tab section. Let's copy the styles for this h2. Copy class names, and then let's paste them here, and then change this into text slate 800, and that should be fine. Is this not centered? Let's remove this, and then let's increase margin bottom. Let's say for large screens, margin bottom 16. I need this to be bigger. That's looking nice. Okay, and then it has some text here that you can add if you want, so let's just add it in. Let's go below this div. Let's create a paragraph that has this text. Let's give it a class name of text-center, and then let's say what? Let's say text-small, and that's it, right? Oh, let's say margin top of 8. Let's say text slate 600. That's looking fine. And then finally we have this section, which is the last one, that says 7 million businesses worldwide, So let me call this one CTA, which means call to action.js. Let's say RFC. And then let's go inside the tab section, or let's go inside section 5. Let's copy the classes on this h2, really, h2. And then we're going to create a section here with a class of bgslate-100, with a class of padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens we're going to say padding on the y of 20. And then inside here we're going to create a div with a class of max with -6xl, with a class of mx auto, and then we're going to have an h2 And then this h2 is going to have the class name that we copied, except it's not going to have margin 16, I don't think. And then what else? We don't need text 5xl, we're going to reduce it to 4xl. And the h2 is going to say this, so copy, paste it, and then below this h we're going to have a button that says btn blue, and it says get started. Save it, and then let's render CTA here. So CTA, and we should see it on the screen. There we go. And then we need this to move to the center. Why aren't you centered, by the way? Let's go ahead and let's make it a block element, and let's say mx auto, which will center it. There we go. And then let's add a margin bottom on this section to push away from the footer. So let's say margin bottom of 20, which will push away from the footer. And there we go. Would you look at that? That is the entire section complete. And oh wait, did I make this responsive? I did not. I did not. Let's see. Everything else looks okay. Oh wait, except for this section. We need this div to have padding on the x of 8, so that this pushes inwards. Yeah. So everything else does look responsive. Everything else looks responsive except for this one. Let's go back into the checkout.js, and then let me see how I'm going to do this. This div, what if I give it a width of full? Nothing happens. Width dash, what is the other width that makes it 100%? I've forgotten the class. With screen, that should do it. Oh wait, it's the same thing, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, it is not the same thing. So with screen, and then I can say overflow dash auto, which would create a scroll bar here, or not? Because I want it to be scrollable, but I want it to be scrollable without introducing this bottom scroll bar for everything else. Like, I only want this section to be scrollable. So what if I remove this from here and add it to section 2 here and say overflow auto? There we go. There we go. So it removes the scroll bar from the bottom, but it introduces it here. Do you see that? That's looking nice, except now I don't want this scroll bar here. So let me say, how do you hide the scroll bar? How do you hide the scroll bar? I would have to style it out. So let me just remember how to style a scroll bar, because I have forgotten. You know what? I have a GitHub project where I style the scroll bar. So let me just check it out. Let's see if I'm going to remember the repository. My own website has a scroll bar. So let's see, open up. Oh my god, why are you so slow? Why are you so slow? Let's go inside index CSS, and then there we go. So the WebKit scroll bar. So let's copy these 3 classes, and then let's introduce them on top at the very tippy top. Let me go below this. And then now I want the scroll bar. How do I target the x-axis scroll bar? Is there a way? Is there a way to target the x-axis scroll bar? Oh, and I don't want this to happen on large screens. On large screens, I want it to go back to normal, right? So let's fix that by saying that for large screens, or not, even for medium screens, then I'm going to say overflow dash hidden. And then here I'm going to say that for medium screens, the width should go back to auto, which is going to reset this. There we go. Yeah. So let me see. WebKit scroll bar. Is there a way to style the X at the scroll bar? Come on, why can't I think of anything? Why can't I think of anything? because if I save this, then it's going to style the entire scroll bar. So this one as well as these ones, and I don't want to do that. I mean, I can make it transparent, but that will also make this one transparent. I guess for now, what I'm going to do is just comment this out. Let me just comment it out. And then on mobile, it's going to be like this. It can work like that, but I don't really like it all that much, but it's going to work like that for now. And then that is going to be this page complete. So in the next video, we are going to begin with the send invoices page, which is this one. Looks pretty neat, if I do say so myself. And once again, we have tabs. Would you look at that? And for these tabs, once again, I'm just going to do some copying and pasting because we don't need to recreate all of this. Okay, so yeah, see you in the next video when we begin with this page. Hello everyone. So in the last video, we built out this page, which is the pay online page. And so in this video, we're going to start with the send invoices, which is the, I think it is the /email invoice page, where we're going to build out this page, and it looks quite nice if I do say so myself. And so what I'm going to do is right away, I'm just going to jump into VS Code, and then I'm going to go inside my source folder and inside my pages, and then we're going to create a new folder. So new folder, and I'm going to call this invoices. And then inside invoices, let me just check this out. How do I want to build this? I think this is going to be one section, and then this image probably, as well as this text all the way up to, I can even go all the way up to here, is going to be another component, and then we are going to do these tabs. So let me see. I think I'm going to start it like this. Let me just go into the invoices page. Where is it? Where is the invoice page? Send invoices, this one. Okay. So inside here, this is what we're going to do. I'm just going to open it, and then back inside my invoices folder that I've just created, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it hero.js. And then inside hero.js, I'm going to say RFC. And then once I have that, then I'm going to say this. What do we need? We need, this is only text, so we don't need any image. So this is only text. Let's return a section. And then this section is going to have a class name of radial gradient. And remember, radial gradient is a class that we created, which is going to add this background color. And then inside this section, we're going to have a div. And then inside this div, I'm going to have an h1 that says this. So let me just copy and paste it. And then below this h1, I'm going to have a paragraph that says this. So copy and paste it. And then below this paragraph, we have two buttons. So UL, let's create a UL with two list items, and then these are going to be buttons. And then the first one says sign up now, and the second one says contact us. So let's go ahead and save this. And then once we save it, then let's go ahead and render it inside our parent component, which is the send invoice. So inside here, I just want to render hero, which is coming from /invoices. Make sure it is the correct import. And then I'm going to save this. And then let me see, let me just check the path for the invoices. So /email invoice is the path. Let me just copy this. And then inside our application, we are going to navigate into the /email invoice, and we should be able to see our application. So let this just load in. And so once it loads in, you can see that we have our background color right here and the text that we've just created. So let's begin to style this out. First of all, I'm going to build it for mobile. So let me just shrink it down a bit. And then we are going to do this. Back inside our hero component, I'm going to go inside the div, give this a class name of padding on the y of 10. And then for large screens, I'm going to say padding on the y of 32. And then I'm going to say padding on the x of 8 for everything. And then I'm going to limit everything to a max width of about 4xl with an mx of auto, which is going to add an equal margin on the left and right so that everything pushes to the center. And then let me just say text center as well, so that all the text is going to be centered. There we go. And then let me say text white so that everything changes to white. There we go. let's style this h1, give this a class name of font bold. Let's say text-4XL, and then for large screens text-5XL, and then for 2XL screens I'm going to say text-6XL. Give it a margin bottom of 10. Give this paragraph a class name of text-large, and let's set this for large screens only. Then give it a margin bottom of 10 as well to protect away from the buttons. And then for these buttons, then give it a class name, actually not on the UL but on the actual buttons. Let me give this a class name of padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 6 with a rounded -4 with a border, and then a border color of white for this first button. And then you can just copy these classes here, and then by then let me change this to font bold, and then here let's also add font bold. But this one we don't want to have the border, so we don't want the border. But for this one we want to have an underline when you hover over it, so on hover let's have an underline. And then let me see, let's go inside this first list item, give this a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then let's save it. Let's see how it looks. And would you look at that, we have this looking nice. And you know what, let me increase the padding Y here to 20. Okay, probably should reduce this margin. Let me say 6 here, and let me say 4 here. I think that is much better. Let's see, and this is how it looks. So let's just confirm something. Font bold, this is just a bit bolder and this is just a bit bigger in text, but we can have it as it is. Let me reduce the max width. So here, where's max width? Here, let's reduce it to 3XL. Let's work with that. And then let's see what do we need to do. This is just a bit bigger. I don't want to add a fixed height. I'm really refraining from adding a fixed height. So let's do this. Let's increase the padding Y here to 52. Maybe a bit big, let's say 48. Let's work with the 48. I think let's work with 48. Actually not, 52 does seem like it's much better. So let's take it back to 52, and then let's see. Let's work with 52. And then let's add this orange border here. So let me go below this section. Let's create a div. And then inside this div, let me just grab this color using my extension here. Grab this color. And then inside my div, I'm going to give it a style. And I'm going to say background color. And then set it to this. And then I'm going to give this a class name. Or let me say height-2. And actually that should be it by there. Let me see. Height 2 is a bit too small. Let's say height 3. Yeah, height 3 should be fine. Or height 4. Yeah, let's work with height 4. That is okay. And then now let's go ahead and build out this entire next section. So let me just call this section 2. Let me create a new component here. So inside invoices, new file, let me call it section2.js. And then let's say RFC, just to render something on the screen so that you can render it inside here. Let's go ahead and render section 2 from invoices. Once again, make sure that you have the correct import so that you don't import a different file. And then let's save it. We should have section 2 here. And then the first thing that I want to do is inside section 2, let's go ahead and return a section. Let's return a section with a class of max width -6XL with an MX of auto. And then a padding Y of 10, and then for large screens I'm going to say padding Y of 20, and then let's also have a padding on the X-axis of 8 to push everything inwards. And then let this reload. Oh, I haven't saved it. Okay. So once it reloads, then we have this space here, which is our component, and then you can begin to build this out. So let's first of all add in this first image, and the image should be inside the images folder, and then inside the invoices, and what is it called, device, is it device? Load in, please. Doesn't want to load in. Let's just, I hope it is called device. So let me just go ahead and say import device from // and then images / invoices / device.png. Okay, and then let's go right inside here. Let's first have a div, and then you can have the image. Really, the source for this image is going to be device, which you've just imported. The alt attribute, let me just say, let's say what, accept local and international payments, and then let's close it out, and then let's save it just to see whether we have the correct image. And there we go. So this is our image. Obviously we're going to shrink it down just a bit, but let's just add in everything else first of all. So this is the first div, and then inside the second div we're going to have an h2 that says this, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this. And then once we have that, we're going to create, let me see, actually all of this, the way I downloaded it, this entire thing is one image, and the image should be called what, logo.png. So right below this paragraph I'm going to add in another image, and I'm just going to call it logo. The alt can remain empty, but let's import it. Let's copy this down. Let's say import logo, and then this is called logo.png. And then let's save it. Let's see what we have on the screen just to make sure that we're correct. There we go. So you can see that this entire thing is one image. And then once we have that, then let's go ahead and create this part, which is going to be another div. So let me just make sure that I'm going below this div. So below this div, I'm going to create another div with an h2 that says this. So 4 reasons to pay with data. And then below this, I'm going to create another div. These are becoming so many. But now each of these divs is going to have an article, and then these articles are going to be this one, so an h3 and then a paragraph. So it's an h3 here, copy this, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this, so paste it here, and then let's have an article, another article, let's copy it 3 more times, and then inside here we're going to have an h3 that says this, and then below this we have a paragraph that says this. Oops, come on, copy and paste, add a space in between so that doesn't confuse me. Let's have an h3 and then a paragraph, and then inside here let's have an h3 and then a paragraph. So here get the correct one, so copy and paste, and then here copy and paste. Really didn't copy. And then here copy this and paste, and then copy this and paste, and there we go. So I'm going to save this, and we should have something on the screen. We should have all our articles here. That is looking nice. Now the first thing that I want to do is this. I want to shrink it down to mobile size, and then what I want to do is I want to remove this top padding. So let's go back to the top. Let's reduce this top padding, and let's set this to be padding on the bottom only. So we don't have padding on the top, but we have padding on the bottom, as you can see with this space right here. And so what that will do is it will help me to move this image upwards, because I want to go inside this div and add a negative margin. So I'm going to give it a class name of minus margin top of 10, which is going to push the image upwards. Let's say 20, and it is even more upwards. And then just to make sure that everything is working correctly, let me check the mobile. Yeah, this works, right? This works. I mean, it doesn't overlay with anything. And let me check the 360. 360 also worked. Let me check the, which phone has the, I know the Galaxy Fold is quite small, but there's an iPhone that is 320. Is it no longer here? Okay, that's okay. That's what I wanted to check. And then now what we're going to do is on large screens, we want this to move even more upwards, right? So what we're going to say therefore is, let me just check where it starts moving, like oh wait a minute, it's because of this. So here let's also set this to padding top. Oh sorry, not padding top, padding bottom. Okay, there we go, so that this moves upwards even more. And then here we're going to say that for large screens, we're going to say minus margin top of 40, which is going to push it even more upwards. And then this is how it's going to look on large screens, but you want to reduce the size of this image. As you can see here, it is just a bit smaller. So inside this image, we're going to give this a class name, and we're going to say that for large screens. And I'm saying for large screens because on small screens, it looks small enough, so I don't want to shrink it too much. But on large screens right around here, that's when it becomes like overly big. So here I'm going to say give it a width of about, what, let me say 2/3 of the entire screen. Yeah, that works. And then let's say for large screens, make it a block element, and then for large screens, let's say MX auto, so that it's going to center properly. That is looking nice. And that is it for this image. So now let's go ahead and move to this H2. So for the H2, I'm going to give it a class name, and I'm going to say text slate 800, and then text dash 3XL, and then for large screens, text dash 4XL, and then margin bottom of 6, and then font dash light. And then I'm going to copy these class names, and I'm going to paste them on the bottom H2. So save it, and this one and this next one should be styled correctly. And then I want the text to be centered, so text center here and text center, and they should move to the center. Nice. And then let's go inside this div, give this a class name of margin on the Y of 10 to push away from the image and from this bottom div. And then let's say that for large screens, then the margin Y should be 20 to increase this what is it called, margin even more. And this is just a bit smaller. Do I want to increase that? No, let's just work with 4XL. If I set it to 5XL, then it's going to be almost as big as the H1 up top, so I don't want to do that. And then let's limit all this. Let me see how it is. So this one is limited, and then the size of this image is also reduced. So let's go inside this div. Oops. Let's give this div a max width of 4XL and an MX of auto, which should limit it just a bit. Nice. And then let's go inside the paragraph. Let's give this paragraph a class name of margin bottom of 10 to push away from this. And then let's say text slate dash 600. So does that work even? I can't remember if I've been using a different color for the paragraphs. Can't remember. So since I can't remember, let me just remove it to be on the safe side. And then this needs to be centered, and then it needs to have a max width. So let's say text center and a max width dash large, and then MX auto so that it is centered properly. Large is too small. Let's say 2XL. Yeah, that's looking okay. And then we need this to be larger on large screens. So let's say that for large screens, then the text should be large to increase it just a bit. And there we go. And then let's move on to this part. So this part is this div, and we're going to go inside this parent div and give it a class name, and let's say grid, and grid columns 1 to begin with a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, then the grid columns are going to be 2. And then for large screens, then the grid columns are going to be 4. And when I save it, then they should be aligned 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And then let's tell this H3, give this a class name of text slate 800, margin bottom of 4, and text dash large. And then let's copy these class names and paste them to the rest of these H3s. So here, and here, copy. And there we go. So we're going to have this, and oh wait a minute, that's it actually. That is actually it. And I just noticed that they changed the font. I don't know why they did that, but they changed the font. But anyway, we're still going to be using the one that we've been using all along. So that is it for this section. Just make sure that on small screens it looks okay and doesn't mess up with anything. As you can see, looking nice. And then what we're going to do is, let me see, let me create these other sections first, because I think this one is going to be, I mean, we can just do a bit of copying and pasting, but this is just a bit more technical. So let me create these other sections first. So let me call this sending invoices for this component. Let's create a new component here and call it sending invoices.js, and then let's say RFC, and then let's import the first image here. I think it should be icon1. I can't remember well, but I think it should be icon1. So let's say import icon1 from // images / invoices / icon1.png, and then let's say import 2 and 3. So 2 and 3, and then 2 and 3, and then let's return a section with a class of, let me see, this is white, so you can see class of padding on the Y of 10, and then for large screens you can say padding on the Y of 20, and then let's say max with -6XL and an MX of auto, and then let's add padding on the X of 8, and then let me see, let's say text, actually the text is not centered, so let's remove this. So padding on the X of 8, and then inside here you're going to have a div which is going to be the parent for everything. But first, before this div, let's have an h2 that says this. Copy and paste, and then inside this div we're going to have an article, and then this article is going to have an image that says icon1, and it's not going to have an alt attribute, but below this we're going to have, let me see, we're going to have a ul. That's how I think I structured this kind of like structure that we did before. So li, and then inside this list item we're going to have a span that says 1, and then the text is going to say this. So copy and paste it, and you know what, let me save this, and then we're going to style it out to see how it looks on the screen. And so let's go ahead and render this component. So below this, let's render sending invoices. I don't know what I was about to write there, but so sending invoices, and we should be able to see an image here. There we go. So we have our h2, and then we have this. So let's style this out. Give this h2 a class name of text, text-4xl, and then for large screens text-5xl, margin bottom of 10, text center, and text slate 800, and font light. That should be it. Okay, and then let's go inside this div, give this a class name of grid, and grid because we're going to add the second div here, and then the second article, and then the third article here. So grid, and then grid columns 1 with a gap of 8, and then for medium screens then the grid columns are going to be 2, and then for large screens then the grid columns are going to be 3. And then inside this image we're going to give this a class name of block, and then mx auto, so that the image is centered. And then inside this span we're going to give this a class name of, I can't remember what, but let me just try it. So padding on the y of 2, padding on the x of 4, and then rounded dash full with a border, and border dash slate dash 600. And then let me see, we need the list item to be a flex box so that you can add this gap here, and so that this text can be aligned to the start. So give this a class name of flex, and items start, and then let's give it a gap of about 3. That should be enough, I hope so. Let's save it. Let's see what you have. So padding on the y of 2, let's say padding on the x of 5 to make it just a bit more ordered. Doesn't work. Let's work with 4, and then let's go inside this ul, give this a class name of margin top of 4 to push away from the image. Let's say margin top 6. Okay, and then now we're going to copy this article once, and then twice, and then change this to 3, change this to 2, and then we're going to change this to icon 2, and then change this to icon 3, and then we need to change the text. So copy this text and paste it here, and then copy this text and paste it here. That should be it. So save it, and we should be able to see it on the screen. There we go. And then on small screens this is how it looks. So you can see that grid comes into play, and then on small screens it looks like so. So that is looking nice. That is looking nice. So that is this section complete. Let me increase the margin on the bottom here on this h2 It's a bit too small. Let me say that for large screens, margin bottom 16. I think that is much better. And then let's go ahead and create this part. So convert estimates. Let me create a new file here called convert.js, and then I'm going to say RFC. And then here we're going to be using classes. So first of all, I'm going to create a section with a class of pay online-hero, if you remember that class. And then we're going to have a div with a class of overlay. And then inside here, we're going to have an h2 that says this. Copy and paste. Below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. Copy and paste. And why is this text so small? Oh, wait, I'm zoomed out. When did I zoom out? Can't remember. Okay. And then let's do this. Let me grab this h2 and paragraph, and then let me paste them inside an article. I think that's a much better structure. And then here, let me add a custom class called convert hero so that we can actually change this background image, because if I save this and I go ahead and render the convert component, if I go ahead and render it, then you're going to see that it's going to render but with a different image. So we don't want this image. That's why I've added this second class. Where is it? That is why I've added this second class here, so you can change the image. So let's go ahead and do that. So inside our index CSS, let's go all the way to the bottom here. Let's say that for the convert dash hero, I want the background to come from URL from /images / invoices / oops, really, invoices / should be Shutterstock editorial. Let's set the background repeat to no repeat, and then let's set the position to center and cover, and that should be it. Actually, it should change the image. There we go. So now we have the correct image. And then once we have that, then let's go save it. Let's go inside this overlay class. Let's change it to a flexbox, and then items center and justify center. This should bring it here, correct? And the reason why it brings it here is because we are using this class, right? And then when we're styling this class, we also styled a class of overlay on it, which adds a fixed height. So that's why when you use flexbox, this comes to the center. So let me go ahead and let's tell this out for mobile first. Let's go ahead inside this div. Let's say padding on the X of 8 to push it inwards a bit. And then let's say text center. This is for mobile, obviously. So text center. And is it white in text? Can't remember. Where are you with this component? Wait, what? Oh, it doesn't show. Oh, the image doesn't show on mobile. Interesting. Interesting. The image doesn't show on mobile. Okay. But I'm going to have it show on mobile anyway because I like it. So let's go ahead and do this. We are going to say on mobile, I want this to move to the right so that you can actually see this guy here with his tablet or whatever. Wait. Why did it change? Convert hero. Why did it change? Why did it change? What? I want it to move to the right. What? Convert hero. What? Let me remove this class from here. Let me add a height of 500 pixels here. Height 500 pixels should now appear. Wait, what? What is the problem? Let me just check the console. What is the problem here? This is not showing. Why aren't you showing? Yet the image is there. What? Is there something I'm doing wrong? Is there something with the pay online hero class? Pay online hero. And it only brings this issue when you set it to the right. Why? Let me say top. Let me see. So only center cover works. Is it something to do with CSS that I can't remember what? Can't seem to find it. So I know that you've most likely caught the problem as to why our image wasn't showing, and that is because I was changing the background size instead of changing the background position. So what I should have done is change this to right, and that would render the image correctly. I wasn't able to capture this when building the project, but it is only now during editing that I've been able to see that this is where the issue was. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let me remove the height from here, and let me go ahead and bring back this class of pay online hero so that it can apply the styles correctly. And then inside here, let's give this a class name of text slate 800, text 3XL, for large screens text 4XL, margin bottom of 6 to push away from this text, and we're going to have that. And then on large screens, I want this text to go to the left. So let's go ahead and say this. Let's say that here on large screens text left, where does that go? Here or here, because it is limited to 6XL, I think. And then once we have that, then inside this article, we're going to give this a class name of, let's say, max width. Let's say, let me set it to large screens, and then let's say max width dash large. How is that? Too small. Large max width dash. Actually, that is actually correct, but I needed to move here. So let me say, let's say for large screens, then let's say items dash start. What happens? No, I want justify start. Justify start. Bring it here. Okay, that is not what I wanted. Oh, wait, actually that is what I wanted. So that now I can give this a max width of 6XL. And that should bring it here. When I add an MX of auto, bring it here. There we go. There we go. So that is this section complete. And then now I can add in this part. So get paid by invoice. So let's create a new component here called get paid. Get paid.js. Let's say RFC. Let's render it inside here. Let's say get paid. And then let's go ahead and let me see what we have on the screen. We should only have get paid here. And then what we need to do is we need to add in this background color. So let's return a section with a class of gradient with another class of padding on the y of 10, for large screens padding on the y of 20, and then padding on the x of 8 to push everything inward so it's not on the edge, like so. And then inside here we're going to have an article with an h2 that says this, and then below this we're going to have a ul, and this ul is the same as the top one that we have here. So let's just do a bit of copying and pasting. Let's go inside the hero. Let's grab this ul, copy and paste it here, and then let's call this h2, give this a class name of text white, and then font light, and then text 4XL, and then for large screens text 5XL, and then margin bottom of 6. Then let's go inside this article. Actually not, yeah, inside this article give this a class name of text center, and then let's limit it. So let's give it a max. Actually, do we need to add a max width because the text is too small? Yeah, the text is so small, we don't need to add a max width. With what? Why is this black? Did I not change the color for the buttons? Let's change it to text white here and then copy this and paste it here. Okay. Oh, I know what happened. It's because in the hero we added text white on the parent. That's why. That is why. So inside here, let's see, we needed to get paid by invoice today and get paid by invoice today. Actually, that's it. All we need to do is just increase the margin bottom here. So inside our get paid, let's go inside the h2, let's increase this to 10. Yeah, that actually works. So just to 10, it is fine. And then next we have looking for another solution, and then this part. And so I'm thinking, because this part is only text and no functionality is implemented, then I can just add it inside this get paid component. So right below this section, I can create another section with a class of bg slate 100, and then I can add in margin bottom of about 20 to push away from the footer to add in this space, and then let's say padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens padding on the y of 20, and then let's have padding on the x of 8, and then inside here we're going to have an article, and then this article is going to have a class name, and let's say max width dash 6xl, and then let's say mx auto to center it properly, and then below this we are going to have an h2 that says this, so copy and paste, and then below this we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and then below this paragraph we're going to have a button, and I do realize that this is a link, but I'm creating it to be a button, and then I'm going to style it out to look like a link. So class name, let's say sorry, not bg, text blue 600, and then on hover we're going to have underline, and then let's say font bold, and then let's go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of margin bottom of 4, and then this h2, actually not, let me just copy the styles for this one, copy and paste them here, and then change this into text slate 800, and we should save it, and that should be fine. Let's see, should appear here, and then we'll need this to move to the center. So inside this section, let's say text center for everything, and it should move here. Nice. And then we need this to be bigger. So inside this paragraph, let's say that for large screens, then text dash large, and then let's do the same for this button so that it is also enlarged on large screens, just a bit bigger. Okay, and that is this section complete. I'm not going to build this out. You can do it by yourself. And so what we're going to do now is this section, so how it works. So I'm going to create a new component here called how it works.js, and then I'm going to say RFC, and then save it, and then I'm going to render it above. It comes before which section? It comes below this one, so how it works. And we should see how it works right here. So let's begin to build it out. Let's see how it looks. First of all, you need the radial gradient. So how it works, we're going to return a div. We're going to return a section with a class of radial dash gradient with a class of padding y of 10. Then for large screens, padding y of 20, and then padding on the x of 8. Let's see, and then we're going to have an h2 that says how it works for your customers. And then below this h2, we're going to have a div, which is going to be the rest of this component. So this is how we're going to build this out. First of all, we're going to need to import our state values. So use state. So we're going to need to import the use state hook, not import our state values. And then we can create our state values. Here I can just say cards, and then this is going to be equal to use state. And then by default, I think it's going to be some piece of data that we're going to create. And then we're going to have another one called value. So value, oh my god, what am I typing? Value and set value. This is going to be equal to use state, and by default it's going to be 0, meaning the first item. And the logic still remains the same. Remember how we did it in the previous video or on the previous page, how we built this out. So this is just going to be the same logic as this one. So send invoices, and then now what we're going to do is this. I'm going to say this. Let me see. We need to create our data. So let me go ahead and create our data. So inside our data folder, we have a data folder here. We have a data.js file, and we're just going to go below this, and I'm going to say export const how it works, and then this is going to be equal to an array of objects, and it's going to have a description, and the description is going to be this. You can create data. Oops, this needs to be a string. And then below this, we're going to have an image. So basically, even the structure for the data is the same as the one for the previous video. And this is going to be coming from /images /invoices / I think it is step1 step-1.png. Okay, and then we need this arrow icon, but you can add in we can add this in manually. You don't have to add it in here. So let's go ahead and copy this 3 more times. So let's say 1 2 3, and then we're going to change this to step 2, change this to step 3, and then this to step 4, and then we need to change the text here. So copy this and paste it here, and then copy this, copy and paste it here. Oops. And then copy this and paste it here. Okay, and then now what you need to do is, just like in the previous video, we need to move out these 4 images from here and paste them inside the public folder. So inside the public folder, inside the images, we're going to create a new folder called invoices, and then we're going to paste in our 4 images so that this actually works. So now you're going to save it, and then now card state value here is going to be initialized to how it works data, which when I click enter, it's going to be imported here. So make sure that you import it correctly. And then now what we're going to do is this. Let me see. I'm trying to remember the logic. It is disappearing from my mind. So what we need to do is we need to get the image, destructure the image from the data that we have created, and then we're going to set it equal to cards of value, meaning set it equal to the first card. And then now if I try to render the image here, if I try to render image, then what we should see on the screen is the first image only, this one. And if I change this to 1, we should see the second image. Okay, so you can see that the logic is working correctly. The logic is working correctly. So now what we need to do is not this, but we need to first go ahead and create an article. And this article is going to be, first of all, this left side. And then we're going to create another article, which is going to be, article, which is going to be the image on the right. So inside here, we can render the image. We can render the image that we have destructured, okay? And then now we can go inside this div, give this a class name, and say grid, and grid columns 1 with a gap of 8. And then for medium screens, you can say grid columns 2. And then let me just render an h2 here that says lorem 5, just so that you can see how everything is looking. So it's going to look like this. And then of course we need to limit this. Why does this go to the end? Why is this here? Why are you here? Oh, I haven't placed a max width here. So let's go ahead inside this div. Let's give it a max width of about 6xl and mx auto, which should limit it to about here. And oh, this is outside, so we need to add in these classes on the h2. Class name goes to this. This should bring it here to this, not to the center but here, and then change it to text white and text dash 4xl, and then for large screens text dash 5xl, and then margin bottom of 8, and let's say font dash light, and then let me reduce this. Come on, let me reduce this to 4xl. That is not what I wanted. Let me just have it at 6xl and then reduce this to 4xl and then this to 3xl. Okay, this is too small, I think. Yeah, that is too small. So let me just undo, and then let me reduce this to 5xl, And then, no, what am I doing? Reduce this to 6XL, but reduce the width. So let me say that for large screens, the width of the H2 should be about, let me say, 96. Let me see if that is going to work. That looks horrible. Looks horrible. Let me just have it as this for a moment. I don't want to dwell on that so much. Let me increase the margin bottom here. So let me say that for large screens, margin bottom should be 16 to push it even more downwards. We're going to have that. Okay. And then now, now we need to go into the technical part of it. And how we're going to do that is inside this article, we're going to remove this H2. And then we're going to map over our cards data. So cards.map. And then for every object that we get back, we're calling it card. I also want to get back the index. And then now inside this, I want to return a UL. Sorry, what? No. I don't want to return a UL. I want to return a list item with the key of index. And then inside this list item, we're going to have a span that says index +1. So remember the logic for the last one, because arrays are indexed from 0. So when you add 0 + 1, it starts from 1 here, so that you can have 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 0, 1, 2, 3. And then once we have that, then the text is going to say card dot description, so desk, which we have inside here. And then let me see. Now inside here, instead of returning an article, I want to return a UL, so that this structure actually makes sense. So UL, and then we have list items inside. And then let's save it. We should see something here. Okay, so we have that. Oh, we need the image at the end. Remember the arrow image that we have here? We can add that in. I think I also downloaded it. So let me say invoices, and it should be what? Oh, I don't have the arrow. Oh, oops. I thought I had it in. Let me just get it real quick. Okay, so you know what? I've just realized that I can't really download this image. I don't know why, but I'm unable to download it. So you know what? Let's just work with what we have inside here. The way you would add in this arrow image is you would just go like to the end of this, and then add in an image here, and then add in your arrow image. So that is basically how you would add it in. It's nothing too difficult. Okay, so let me go ahead and save this, and then we're going to have this on the screen. So let's begin to style it out, because we need it to look like this. So let's go ahead and say that for this span, give this a class name of padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4, and rounded dash full with a border, and then border dash white. That should be it. Let's see how it looks. Those are our thingies. And then let's go inside this list item, give this a class name of flex and items dash start, and then give it a gap of 3 so that this stops behaving like this. There we go. And then let's go inside the UL, give this a class name of flex and flex dash column, and then items dash start with a gap of, let's say, 4, push away from one another. Let's say gap of 6, that it is pushed out even further. And then let's say text white. Actually not, that's a bad idea. Having text white here is a bad idea, because if you look at the way this looks like, oh wait, it's actually not a bad idea, because all of this text is white. It's only that the one that is active now becomes bold. So having text white here is okay. So let's just have text white. So save it, changes to white. Nice. And then we need the text to be larger. So let's go inside this list item, and then let's say that for large screens, the text should be large. I don't know whether it's going to mess up with the numbers. It does just a bit, right? So let's remove it from here, and then let's add it. Oh, wait a minute. I can't, because this cast description is inside the list item. So probably what we would do is we'd say that for large screens, therefore then the padding Y should be 3. And then here we're going to say that for large screens, and the padding X should be 6. That should fix it. Yeah, that fixes it. Let me say 5 here. I don't know. Probably we should be adding this as our own custom classes so that we can have a bit more control over the widths and heights. But this works anyway, so let's just have it in. And then let's go inside the list items, and then let's have a cursor of pointer, so that when you hover over them, then the cursor is going to be pointer wherever you're hovering over them, which means that they are clickable. So that is the basic what's it called, layout of all of this. And then let's reduce the width of this image just a bit. So let me say give this a class name. Then let's say give it a class name of block and mx auto, and then for large screens make the width to be 2/3. That should be fine. Actually, that's too small. Let's say 9/12, which is 75%, and then let's work with that. So 2/3, let's just make sure that on small screens it also behaves correctly. Okay, so we have that. Now we need to have the click event. So we're going to go inside the list items. So right below this, we're going to say that on click, when you click on this, then we want to create our inline function, and we're going to say set value into the index of the item that we click on, meaning change this value, which is going to change the image. So save this, and then when I click on 2, the image changes, and 3 and 4. So our functionality is working. What we need to do now is when I click on the item here, then we should change the font to bold to show that this is the one that is currently being clicked on or currently being viewed. So how we're going to do that is this. I'm going to wait for that card to pass first of all, and then I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to grab all of these classes, cut them out, and then I'm going to add in my curly brackets with my backticks, and then I'm going to paste in these classes. And then we're going to have, let me see, $, and then this, so that we can add in variables inside our classes. And we're going to say that when the value is equal to the index is true, then we want to add a class called font bold. And I hope this works. So let's save it. Let's try it. And there we go. You can see that now this is bold in font. And when I click on this, it now becomes bold. So that is correct. Looking nice. And that is actually all the functionality for this page. And oh wait, that is the entire page. Fantastic. So that is the entire page complete. And in the next video, we're going to begin with the freelancers page, which is this one right here. Let me take a look. It doesn't have, we're going to reuse this component. I don't know whether you remember, we created it in the first video. And yeah, it doesn't have any technicality to it, but that is the one that we're going to begin it in the next video. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So in the last video, we built out the invoicing page, which was this one all the way to the bottom. It looks really nice. And so in this video, we're going to begin with the freelancers page. So the freelancers page is this one right here. And so what we're going to do therefore is this. I'm going to close all of this down. And then inside my source folder and inside the pages folder, I have a freelancers.js. So this is going to be the parent for everything. So the first thing that I'm going to do is inside the pages folder, I'm going to create a new folder that is called freelancers. Freelancers has an R. And then inside here, we're going to create a hero.js file. And then inside here, we're going to say RFC. Just save that. And then inside the freelancers parent, we're going to return a fragment. And then we're going to render the hero from the freelancers hero. So make sure the import is correct. So when I save this and I navigate into /freelancers, let me just confirm that that is the correct link. So /freelancers, let's go ahead and navigate here, freelancers. Oops, that's the wrong page. So freelancers, then we see hero right there. So you can begin to style this out. And the way we're going to do it is inside our hero, we're going to return a fragment. And then we're going to return a section with the class of pay online hero. And then I'm going to add a custom class called freelancers hero. And then inside here, we're going to have a div with a class of overlay. And then this div with the class of overlay is going to have an h1 that says this. So h1 that says this, copy and paste. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this, copy and paste. And then below this, we're going to have a button, that class of btn blue, which is a custom class we created. that says sign up now. And then when I save this, then we should have something on the screen and this appears. So we want to change this background image first of all. And then first of all, what you can do is we can make this to be a flexbox, and then item center, and then justify center. And then you can give it a max width of 6XL and MX auto, and it's going to come to the perfect center here. And we need to make it a flexbox, so flex dash column. And you know what, even instead of making a flexbox, what you can do is we can grab this and place it inside an article, so that now the article is going to be the only item here, so that we no longer need to have in a flexbox, flex column, sorry. And then once we have that, then let's style up this h1. Let me go inside this article, actually give this a class name of text white, and then text dash 4XL, and then for that screen text 5XL, margin bottom of 8, then for large screens text dash, actually not, let me not add 6XL because I think this is already too big. And then for the h1, let's give it a class name of margin bottom of 8. I added this margin bottom on the wrong place. Wait a minute, I added all of this on the wrong place. Cut this out and paste it here. Let me see, let's see, we need this to be italic, so Tailwind has a class called italic to make it italic, obviously, so that this happens, right? And then we need it to be font bold, so font bold, save it, and it should be bold. Okay, and then let's go inside this class, this article, give it a max width of 6XL, should limit it just a bit. I mean, it doesn't even show. Let me see what happens if I say max width large. Is it here or here? I don't want that. So let me go ahead and say let me give it a width of 2/3, width dash 2/3. What happens? I don't want that. Let me just leave it for a moment. Let me just leave it for a moment. And then I can go inside this paragraph, give this a class name of, is it, let me say text white, and then let me say margin bottom of 8 to push away from the button. And then for large screens, I'm going to say text dash large, and then I'm going to limit the width to about, let me say width dash 1/2, half. Okay, so that this is not going to be here. Okay, nice. And then let's go ahead and use this class, so freelancers hero, to change the background image. So inside the index CSS, let's go right below this, so freelancers hero dot freelancers hero, we want the background come from URL // images / freelancers / and it is called hero banner freelancers. I hope that is the correct one. Set the background repeat to no repeat, and then set it to the center and cover, and then save it, and it should change the image. There we go. Nice. And that is the first section already complete. And then now we can go ahead and say why freelancers. So let's go ahead and create a second component here, and let's just call it y, capital W, y.js. And then let's say RFC. Oops. And then once you have that, then let's go ahead and render our component called y inside here. Remember to import it on the top. And then when you save it, then we should see y here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add in this h2, and then these are going to be articles. So inside here, the structure is going to be as follows. We're going to return a section. Oops. We're going to return a section with a class of padding y of 10. Then for large screens, we're going to say padding y of 20, and then padding on the x of 8 to limit, to push everything inwards, and then max width dash 6XL and MX auto to limit everything. And then inside here, we're going to have an h2 that says this. And then below this h2, we're going to have a div, and then this div is going to have 4 articles. So 4 articles. And then below this div, we're going to have a button with a class of btn blue that says, let me say, sign up now. So sign up now. And then let's grab this, place it inside the div, so that I can go inside this div and give this div a class name of text center, and that should center it hopefully. Let's save it. Let's see where the button goes. Okay, nice. So let's tell out this h2, give this a class name of text slate 800, and then text dash 4xl, and then for large screens text 5xl, and then font light, margin bottom of 10, and then for large screens margin bottom of 16. And then let's also say text center, and that should do it. So now this comes here. Nice. Okay, and then let's add in one article first of all, and then we can copy paste for the rest. So inside here we're going to have an image, and then the image, the source for this is going to be, let me check our images. So freelancers images, freelancers, and it should be called icon1. This, let me rename this to icon3 so that it doesn't confuse me. So we're going to have icon1, and let me just copy this. Let me just copy it here, here, and here. Change this to icon2, change this to 3, change this to 4. Below this, we're going to have an h3 that says this: get paid by international customers. Come on. And then below this, we're going to have a paragraph that says this. Copy and paste. And then let's go ahead and do the rest of the articles, just because I've already started it. Just make sure the structure is correct. Below this, we're going to have an h3, and the h3 says this: copy and paste. And then we're going to have this text, copy and paste it inside the paragraph. Below this, an h3, and then a paragraph, and then here an h3, and then a paragraph. So let's grab this, copy, oops, and then copy this and paste it, and then copy this and oops, wait a minute, that is the wrong one. So let's grab this, move it upwards using Alt. So just hold down the Alt key and then use the up arrow to push it upwards, and then we can do this here. So peace of mind, and then change this, copy and paste it here. Just remember now to change this to icon 3, and then this one to icon 4. And then let's import the images. So import icon 1 from // images /freelancers /icon1.png, and then copy down, copy, change this to 2, 3, 4, change this to 2, 3, and 4. And then when I save this, then we should see the articles appear, et voila. So we have that. The first thing that I want to do is I want to center the images. So give the images a class name of block and mx auto, and then let me say margin bottom of 6 to push away from the text, and then copy this here and here and here, and then give this h3 class name of text dash large margin bottom of 4, and then text slate dash 800, and then copy this on this h3 and on this one, which one, this one, and then on this one. And then let's go, let's go inside this div, give this a class name of grid, and grid columns 1 with a gap of 8. And then for MD screens, let's say grid columns 2, and then for large screens, let's say grid columns 4. Save it, and it should appear right there. There we go. And then let's go inside, still inside this div, let's say margin bottom of 10 to push away from this button. And there we go. Would you look at that? We have this section complete. Oh, this section has a background color. Oh, I hadn't noticed it. So here, let me do this. Oh no, that means I'd have to restructure, because I wanted to give this a BG of slate 100, but if you look keenly, you'll notice that it won't go to the end. And the reason why the background color doesn't go to the end is because we have a max width here. So how to solve that is we're going to grab everything inside this section. So grab it all the way to the bottom here, cut it out, place it inside a div, and then give this div a class name of max width -6xl and mx auto. and then you can paste everything inside, and then just remember to remove these classes from here, from the top parent, and that is going to fix it. It is now going to go to the end. There we go. That is much better. Just make sure that it doesn't ruin any of your styling. As you can see, it doesn't. Fantastic. That's looking okay. I think the H3 is just a bit bigger, so let's make it a bit bigger by changing it into XL. How big is that? Yeah, let's work with XL, and then here XL, and then here, and then here. Let's have it as that, and yeah, looking nice. And then next we're going to reuse this component. Remember, we built it out in the first video. So inside should be inside what? Inside components, and what is it called? Section 3, section 4. Oh, it's called section 3. So let's make sure to import the correct one. So freelancers, below this, we're going to import section 3, and section 3 is going to come from, let's say, import section 3 from dot slash, no, dot slash, and then wait, what? Dot slash pages. Wait, am I in the correct folder? No, dot slash components. Components is the folder. Components, and then homepage, and then section 3, this one. So that is the correct one, so that when you save this, then it is going to appear here, so that you don't have to redo this. Remember, it was quite a bit hectic to do this section. And then once you have that, then we can build out this part that says looking for your next job. So let's create a, where is it? Let's create a new component here called looking.js, and then let's say RFC, and then let's remember to import it here. So looking, and then we should see just looking here, and then we can begin to style it out. Let me see, it has a background color, so let me add in that first. So let's return a section with a class of bg slate 100, the class of padding y of 10, and then for large screens padding y of 20, and then padding x of 8. And then inside here we're going to have a div with a class of max width dash 6xl and an mx of auto to limit everything. And then inside here we're going to have an h2 that says this, and then below this h2 we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and then below this paragraph we're going to have, let me see, we're going to have another div which is going to have 6 images. So let me see, how do I want to do this? I'm going to say ul with 6 list items, and each of these are going to be images. So the first one is going to be freelancer. The second one is going to be Upwork. The third one is going to be Fiverr. The next one is going to be 99 designs. Oops, I can't do that. I can't say designs. The next one is going to be iFreelance, so iFreelance. And then finally the last one is going to be Guru. So let's import these images. The images are going to be in the freelance whatever. They're going to be inside the freelance folder. Sorry about that. So let me say import freelancer from // images /freelancers free logo underscore freelancer.png, and then copy this down 5 more times. Change this into what is the second one? Upwork. Wait, what am I doing? This should be Upwork, and then this should be logo underscore Upwork. Okay, and then next is Fiverr, so Fiverr, and then next is 99 designs, so I call it designs, and then iFreelance, and then next is Guru. Then change this to logo underscore Guru, change this into logo underscore iFreelance, change this into logo underscore, what is it called, 99 designs. Wow, what have I done? This, I renamed this by accident, so this is logo underscore freelancer. Okay, and then this one should be logo underscore Fiverr. That should be it. And then let's save it. Let's see what happens on the screen. There we go. So we have all of this. Let's style it out. You can set this h2, give this a class name of text slate 800, font light, margin bottom of 8, large screens, margin bottom 16, and then text dash 4xl, and then for large screens text dash 5xl, and then insert this one, give this a class name of, let's say for large screens, oops, what am I doing? For large screens text dash large, then margin bottom of 10, and then border dash bottom, and then border slate dash 600 to add in this very slight border that we have here, this one. Oh, wait a minute, this is a dotted border. I am leaning in to take a closer look. It is a dotted border. It is dotted, so let me change this into border dotted is the class, is it? Yeah, border dotted. And then let's change this to 200. How light is that? Barely visible. Let's say 300. Wait a minute, border dotted doesn't work with this, does it? Does it? What? Dotted, what's the class for a dotted border? Border dotted. Oh, you know what, I need to have the border still. I need to have border and then border dotted, and then border dash b, and then let's say border dotted dash 2. I think that's the class. And then let's change the border style, the border color. So let's say border dash slate dash 400 to make it just a bit dark. Okay, that's too much. Let's say 300. I don't know, this barely even looks dotted. I don't even think it's dotted, is it? I think it's because of dash 2. That is dotted. Now that is dotted. There we go. And then in order for the dotted border to push out from the paragraph, we need to add a padding instead of a margin. So let's add a padding bottom of 4 to push out from this. There we go. And then let's go ahead and save for the paragraph text center, and then for the h2 as well, text center. Okay, this margin bottom of 16 is a bit too much, so let me remove this one. We don't need it. Okay, let's see, looking nice. And then what we're going to do is this, we're going to go inside this ul, give this a class name of grid, and grid columns dash 2 for mobile screens with a gap of 8, and then for medium screens we're going to say grid columns dash 3. I think that's it. But now they're going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let me see, do I want this, where is it? Do I want this, or do I want them to be 1 by 1? Let me say 1. Let me say it looks and then inside this image, give this a class name of block and mx auto, which should center it. And then let's do the same for all the other images. So copy here, here, and here, and here, and here, paste it in to center them all. I mean, do I want I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to begin with 1 grid column, and then for small screens, which is about 640 pixels, I'm going to say grid columns 2. So right around here should be grid columns 2 here, yes. And then for medium screens, so tablets, grid columns 3. Yeah, I think that is much better. I think that is much better, looking nice. So this is our grid. Let me increase the grid gap a bit. Let me say the grid gap should be 16. Nope, let's say 8. And then for medium screens, let's say gap 16. And then once we have this, then the next section is ready to get started. And is that the end really? I thought this page was much bigger. So ready to get started. This is a green section. Let's grab this color, copy, and then we're going to say create a new file here called get started.js. Let's say rfc, and then inside here we're going to render a section with a class name of padding y of 10, and then for large screens padding y of 20, and then padding on the x of 8 for everything, and then text center for everything. And then inside here we're going to give it a style and give it a background color of this. Paste it in, and let me see, we're going to have an h2 that says ready to get started, and then below this a button that says sign up now, and then save it, and then let's render it here that says get started. Save it, and we should see something on the screen. And we have this. Let's style it out. So inside here, actually, can I copy the h2 classes here? Let me just copy this one and then paste it here, and then change this to text white. Text white. And then I can remove this text center from here because it is already on the parent. So I can remove it from here. And then let me go inside this button, give this a class name of border, and border dash white, and rounded dash full padding, padding y of 2, padding x of 6, and then text dash white, and what else? Save it. Let me see. Let me see, padding x of 16. Let's have that. Let me see. The border is thicker and the button is wider. So the border here, let's say border dash 2, make it thicker. And then let's say the text should be large, and then for large screens the text should be XL, make it bigger. Yeah, let's work with that. That looks okay. So ready to get started. And then we have the footer on the bottom. All you need to do is just add a margin bottom of this section so that it pushes away from the footer. So right here, let's say margin bottom of 20 to push away from the footer. And would you look at that? That is this page complete, looking nice. So that is the freelancers page complete. And in the next video we're going to begin with the partners and developers, I think, right? Yeah, I mean, this page, we can easily do this page in less than 20 minutes. So we're going to begin with this page in the next video. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So in this video we're going to begin with the partners and developers page, and we are cruising. We are almost done with this very huge project, and let's just jump right in, and we're going to go inside our source folder and inside the pages folder, and then we're going to go inside partners and developers JS. And the way I'm thinking is, because this page doesn't have all that much, like what's it called, intricacy to it, so I can just place everything to be inside one file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn a section here. Oops. I'm going to turn a section with a class of pay online dash hero, and then with a class, another class of partners dash hero, so that we can change out this background image. And then inside here we're going to have a div with a class of overlay, and then inside this div with a class of overlay we're going to have an article, and then this article is going to have an h1 that says this, and then it's going to have a paragraph that says this. So copy and paste it, and then once you have that, let's save it. And if we navigate into what is the route, partners and developers, so let me just copy this, and then let's navigate into that proper route. Then we should be able to see all this. So we have the correct text, only the image is wrong. So let's go ahead and switch out the image, and we're going to go inside our index CSS, and then we're going to say that for the partners dash hero, then we want the background come from URL, and it's coming from /images /partners / I think it is this one, and then set the background repeat to no repeat, set it to the center and cover, and it should switch right there. So that is the correct image, as you can see. And then what we need to do is this text needs to come to the center. So how we're going to do it is we're going to go inside this overlay, and then we're going to change this into a flexbox, and then items dash center, and then justify dash center, and it's going to bring it to the center right here. And then we need to change the text to white, and then we're going to say add a padding on the x of 8 so that it pushes just a bit inwards on mobile screens. And then let me see, actually let's see what we need to do. My brain is hanging. Okay, we need to move this to the center. Oh my god, why did that take so long? Give this a class name of, let's say, text dash 4xl, and then flash screens text dash 5xl, margin bottom of 8 or of 4. And then here we don't need to do anything on this paragraph, actually, just on this one. And then on this article, we're going to say give this a class name of text dash center to center both the h1 and the paragraph. And then we need this to be font light, so font dash light. That should be it. Okay, nice. We need this to be bigger, so inside this paragraph, give this a class name of text dash large. And then for large screens, we're going to say text dash XL. Make it just a bit bigger. There we go, looking fantastic. And then let's go ahead and build up this second section. So below this section, we're going to have another section. And then let me see. So this section is going to have a class name. Let me see, class name. And we're going to say, we don't need to have a max width on this because this doesn't even go all the way to the end. So having a max width doesn't really do anything. But we need to have a padding on the x of 8 and a padding on the y of 10. And then for large screens, we're going to say padding on the y of 20. And then inside here, we're going to have an h2 that says this. And then we're going to have a paragraph that says this. And then we're going to have a UL with 2 list items. So the first one is going to be this image, and then the second one is going to be this text. So inside here, for the first one, I'm going to have an image that is going to come from, let me just say, PayPal as the name of the image. And then inside here, let me grab this text and paste it here. And you know what, actually I can even have like one list item, and then I can place in the image to be a span, and then just add in the text at the end of it. But even like this, it's still okay, there's no problem. And then let's go ahead and grab in this image. Let's bring in this image. So import PayPal from dot/, and then images / what's it called, partners and developers / let's grab the correct image here, partners. Let's see, oops, really. Let me rename this. This is too long. Let me rename it to PayPal. That is too long a name. So / PayPal dot, is it a PNG image or what? .jpg. And then save it, and then let's see what we have on the screen. And there you go. And then once we have that, then let's style it out. So let's go inside this section, give it a class name of text dash center. Let's see that. And then we're going to go inside this image, give this a class name of block and mx auto to center it. And then inside this UL, give this a class name of flex and items center and justify center with a gap of 3, so that this now aligns here. There we go. And let me see, we're going to go here, give it a margin top of 8 to push away from this text. Then we're going to go inside this h2, give this a class name of text slate 800, text 4xl, large screens text 5xl, margin bottom of 10, and then font dash light. And then here we're going to say give this a class name and see that for large screens, then the text should be large. And we're going to have that. Okay, let's see. That is looking okay. That is looking nice. But that's actually the complete section. And then let's grab in this color for this next section. So copy this, and then let's go ahead and below this section, let's create another section, and then give this section a style, and then let's say background color and set it to this. And then let me see, we're going to give it a class name. Let's say padding on the y of 10, and then for large screens, padding on the y of 20, and then let's have padding on the x of 8. Push everything inwards. We're going to have an h2 that says this, and then we're going to have a paragraph that says this, and then below this we're going to have a button that says this. Okay, and then let me copy the styles of this h2, copy these styles and paste them here, then change this into text white. And you know what, actually I can actually just add text white of the parent here so that I don't have to add it in here. And then let me see, let's see, inside this paragraph, I'm going to give this a class name of large, text large, and then margin bottom of 6 to push away from this button. And then this button, we're going to say give it a class name of font dashboard, and then on hover we want it to be an underline. Save it, and then let's see what we have on the screen. We have this, and then we need the text to be centered. So let's go here, let's say text dash center. That should center it. Okay, but we need this to be limited. So perhaps let's grab this h2 all the way to the bottom, and then let's add in a div with a class of max width -4xl and mx auto, and then can paste in this, and that should limit it. There we go. I think that is much better. Yeah, let's work with that. And then we're going to have this next section, which is basically a copy paste of this. So grab this section, copy it here, and then we don't need this background color, so let's remove it. And then let me see, we don't need text white, and then let's say we need this to be text slate 800. Okay, and then we need the text to change, so copy this text here, and then we need this text as well, copy, paste it here, and then we need this as well, copy and paste it here, save it, and it should appear right there. Of course, now we need this to change. We need, okay, so questions, and then this. So what you can do is we can grab this, place it inside a span, and then we're going to give this span and say give it a class name and say font bold, font dash bold, and then on hover we want it to have underline, and then text slate, so not slate, text blue 600, and then we're going to remove this from here. Okay, so that now the questions here, this text that says questions doesn't have any styling, but the span inside is styled to look like a link, as you can see right here. There we go. So looking nice. And then next we have, oh, that is the entire page. So that is the entire page. Let me see, let's increase the, let's add a margin bottom here, just here. Let's say margin bottom of 20 to push away a bit more from the footer, and we're going to have that. Okay, let's try to add in this part. See this part right here, this part that scrolls to the particular section. Let's try to add it in, and emphasis is on the try. So let's go right above this part that says explore our resources. So basically below this section, let's have a div. This div is going to have a UL with 3 list items, and then each of these are going to be links, so anchor tags. And then this first one is going to be linking to developers, The second one is going to be linking to merchants, and then this third one links to, wait, I interchanged them. So this one is merchants, and then this one is products. Okay, and then this one says developers for the text. This one says products, and then this one says merchants. And so how we make them to be links, to link to the particular sections, is we go here and give it an ID of developers for this first one, and then products for the second one. So here, let's give it here. This one says products, and then the third one here says merchants. And then let's tell out this UL, so give it a class name of, let me say, flex items dash end and justify dash end, and then let me say what is it, let's give it a gap of about 6, and then inside this div we're going to give this a class name, and we're going to say bg slate 100 with padding y of 6 and padding x. Actually don't need to have padding x, but let me see how it looks. So they are here, and okay, we need to have padding x, and we also need to limit it. So let's say padding x of 8, and then here let's give it a max width of 6xl and mx of auto. I hope that doesn't mess up with anything. Yeah, and then I can click on this and it scrolls to this one, or I can click on this one, it scrolls to the next one. And if you wanted to have a smooth scroll like it does here, the way you do it is by going into your CSS, going to the top of the file, and inside your asterisk, we're just going to say scroll behavior and set it to smooth, so that now instead of jumping to a particular section, when you click on it, it scrolls down. Okay, and then let me try to make it sticky to the top. I don't know whether I can do that, but I can go here and I can say make it position sticky. Is that the correct thing? Let's see. No. I can change it into position fixed, but it's going to be fixed depending on the body. See, we'll see what happens. It's fixed depending on the body. I don't want that. What do we do? If I make it, because the part of this is the fragment here. See, like that doesn't make much sense either, that the point of this is the fragment. What I can do is I can bring this inside here, but it's going to be inside the image. It's not going to be inside the image. You can't really tell it all that well, but technically this is inside the image. If I go ahead and say that set it to the bottom by 0, it's going to come here. Oh, wait a minute. It's here because I need this section to be relative. I need this one to have a class of relative. So that means it's going to come here on the image. Really? Is it not really going to listen to me today? What if I change this to absolute? Is it now going to come here? Okay, now it comes here. And then if I say width dash full, then it's going to go all the way to the end. Okay. And then now what I can do is, because I want it to be scrollable. Why, if I now change this to fixed, but it's going to be fixed here such that if I scroll, then this happens. I don't want that to happen. Okay, I'm just going to remove this because it is a bit too stressful and I am quite a bit tired. And what is happening now, I can remove this div, place it here, that it goes back to normal. There we go. But yeah, we're going to have that. Okay, so in the next video we're going to build up the login page, and we are also going to build out, perhaps if we have time, we're going to build out the sign up page as well. And just like I said in the last video, we have taken less than 20 minutes to build out this page. So see you in the next video. Hello everyone. So in the last video, we built out the partners and developers page, which is this page right here, all the way to the bottom. And so in this video, we're going to embark on building the last two pages, which is the login page and the sign up page. So the login page is pretty simple. This is how it looks. I mean, it's obviously a multi-step form, which goes through some kind of authentication and so on and so forth. But we're only going to be building this first page, the landing page for the login form, because the next one requires some kind of database where you do some authentication with your mobile number and then sending an SMS to your phone and so on and so forth. So that's the reason why we're only going to be doing this landing page for the login page. And then I'm still not so sure how we're going to do the sign up page, but currently this is how the sign up page looks like. So if you want a personal account, you can select this and you go to personal account, and then you also have the business account. So I'm still not sure how I'm going to do this, but I'm thinking maybe I'm going to make this to be links, which are going to be linking to separate pages. So let's just begin with the login page for now. And inside our application, then I'm going to navigate into /login, which is the login page. And you can see we only have login on the top. And I'm going to place this to the right. And then I'm going to place our code editor to the left. And then inside the pages, I'm going to go into login.js, which is our parent. And then inside login.js, what we need to do here is we need this icon. I think I have this icon. Let me just check login. It's called logo.png. So let's go ahead and import logo from // and then // and then images /login /logo.png. And then we also need this second logo, the SMS. Where does it come in? Where does the SMS come in? There was a part here that was like it said something like opt in to SMS or something. I think that's why I have this sms.png here, but I think they updated the website or something, or maybe I'm just in the wrong path, maybe. But anyway, let's just go ahead and do this. Let us return a div, and we're going to give this div some class names, but for now it's just going to be like this. And then on top, let's return an article. This article is going to be the image that says logo. And then below this article, we are going to have another article. And then inside this article, we're going to build out the form, and the form is going to be everything from here all the way to this sign up button. Or you know what? I think this sign up button is going to be different because we need this to be a link which links into the / sign up page. So here, let's have a form, and then we're going to have an input with a type of email, with a name of email, with an ID of email, and then some placeholder here that is going to say email or mobile number. And then let's just set it to required to add some HTML5 validation. And then we're going to have, let's have a paragraph here that says forgot email. I mean, obviously this is not a paragraph because this has to link into some kind of email recovery, password recovery service, but we can just have it as a paragraph here. And then we're going to style it out to look like this. And then below this, we're going to have a button with a type of submit that says next. And then we're going to give this button a class name of btn blue so that it takes in the class names of our default blue button. And then below this form, we're going to have, let's see, how do I do this? Let's have a paragraph that says or, and then below this paragraph, we're going to have a link. Sorry, not that link, but a link that is going to be linking to / sign up. Let me just confirm that this is the correct route that we created. It goes into / sign up, correct? Okay, so sign up, and then the button, the text is going to say sign up. And then we're going to style this out. So let's give this a class name equals to border, and then border blue. And then let's say padding y of like 3 maybe. Let's say padding x of 6. Let's say width -full so that it takes up the full width. Let's say the text should be blue -600. wait a minute, this should be border blue dash 600, so that the border is also blue in color. And then let's change the font into bold. And then on hover, let's just add some slight opacity of about 75. Let's add a transition, so transition all with the duration of 150. And then inside this paragraph, let's see, what do we need to style? We need this image to go to the center, so give this a class name of block and then mx auto, so that the image is centered, this image. And then on the input, we need this to be styled a certain way, so let's give this a class name, and then let's say border, and then border dash blue dash, let's say about 200. And then padding y, let's say padding y of 4, padding x of 2. Let's say the placeholder text should be gray, so placeholder dash slate dash, let's say 600. And then let's change the text to slate dash 800 perhaps. And then when we focus on it, we want the border to be blue. Did I add a border? Oh yes, here it is. So the border to be blue dash 600, blue dash 600. And then on hover, sorry, not on hover, but on focus again, we want the input to have an outline. So I'm going to say a ring of 4. And then on focus, once again, we want the ring color to be blue dash, like what? Let's say about 200. I hope that is it. Let's style out this paragraph. Give this a class name of text blue 600 and font dash bold. And then on hover, we want an underline. So underline. And then let's say give it a margin on the Y of 8 to push away from the input as well as from this button. And then let's see, inside this button, let's give it a margin bottom of 8 to push away from the paragraph. Or rather, instead of placing this here, let's place it on the paragraph. Let's give this a class name of margin Y of 8. So this is going to push away from this one and this one. And then what else do we need to do? We can save this, and then let's see what you have on the screen to see what we need to correct. So let this reload. Is it reloading? Compiling. Okay, let it reload. Okay, so once it reloads, you can see it says link is not defined. That is because I have not imported this. So what you can do in VS Code is you can just click on this, on whatever you want to import, and then say Control Spacebar, and then it's going to give you a list of the imports available. We want this first one from React Rotterdam, and you can see that when I click it, then it imports it on top. And then when I reload it, then it should now reload properly, and you can see this is what you have on the screen. Okay, so you can see that we have our functionality working almost correct, but this is not what we want. So let's just begin fixing it one by one. First of all, let's go inside this div, give this a class name of padding on the X of 8 to push everything inwards. And then let's say padding on the Y of 10. And then for flat screens, we're going to say padding on the Y of 20. And then let's go inside this image. Let's give it a width of about 20. That's too small. Actually, that's fine actually. And then let's go inside this article, give this a class name. And then let's say margin top of 10 to push away from the image. And then let's go inside the input. Let's give the input a width of 4, and then a border radius. How do you add a border radius? Rounded dash large for the input to have a border radius. And then the border here should not be blue. Let's change it to slate. Let's change it to slate, and then let's say about 300 maybe. Yeah, let's say slate 300. Let's reduce this border radius by just reducing it to rounded. And then we need to remove this outline on focus. So let's just say outline dash none, so that we don't have an outline. There we go. And then let's see, I need this border to be bigger. So let's change the border here to border dash 2. And then let's change on hover. On hover, the border is going to change to be darker, right? Okay, there we go. So it's just a bit darker. And then I want this ring. Is there a ring 6? Let me see. There's no ring 6. There's only ring 8. but I think 8 is too big. Let's see how it is. I think 8 is too big, but then it is also functional, right? I think it's also functional. Then let's try to type in. I think that looks okay. So what we need to do, actually, now let's increase the size of this, the size of the text. So let's say text dash large, just to make it a bit bigger. Yeah, let's work with that. Okay, so that is the input. This is the forgot email. We need this forgot email to be larger as well. So let's say, let's say text dash large for the forgot email. And then this button is okay. And then we need this sign up button to go all the way to the end as well. And then we need this to be centered. So let's say text center, and then let's change the text to slate dash 600. And then it's going to do that. And then on this, what we need to do here, we need this to be width of full, and then we need it to be, oh, wait a minute, width of full is already applied here, but the reason why it doesn't go full width is because this is not a block element. So let's make it a block element. Okay, but then it does this. Let's see, what do we need to do? Let me see, block, and then if I say text center here, text center, does the text go to the center? Okay, there we go. And then let's change the rounded to large, rounded to full, sorry, so that it has the smooth rounding border radius. And you can see that is working correctly. Oh, wait a minute, that is actually the end of it. And then we just need to limit everything so that at about, what did I do here? What did I do to this button? What did I do to you, button? It's the button, BTN blue. Next. I think it's something with the default styles that I applied. Let's change this to width dash full. Let's see if it's going to fix it. Does it? No. What style did I apply on this button? BTN blue. BTN blue. Small, we set it to width auto. Oh my god. What if I remove this from here? If I remove width auto from here, but then that is going to mess up, I think, with the other pages. I think it's going to mess up with the other pages. We're going to have to confirm it, but let's finish building this out. We just need to limit this so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. That's simple enough to do. We can just go inside this parent div, and then we're going to say give it a max width of large. How small is that? That is okay. And then let's say mx auto so that it's going to be centered here. And then let me increase the padding on the bottom. So padding top is going to be 20, and then for large screens I'm going to say padding bottom to be 32 so that this increases. And then let's go ahead and actually, you know what, this is going to be an issue. Let me show you where the issue is going to come in, because I want to add in this slight border that it has. So the way we do that is just by adding a border here, and you're going to see that it's going to have a border, but notice that the border is going to be dependent on the padding that is available. So instead of this being padding, and I only want this to apply on large screens, by the way, so that on small screens you don't have a border, but on large screens there's a border. So let me save. Let's go ahead and do this. Let me do this. Let me remove the padding for large screens. And then I'm going to say this, that for large screens, then the margin on the Y is going to be 20. Okay, so the margin on the Y, meaning margin on the top and on the bottom, is 20 for large screens, but on small screens it doesn't apply. So right around here it doesn't apply, right? And then what you'll notice is that the padding on the Y is still applying, but it is inside the container, which is this div right here. And by the way, if you didn't know, that is the reason why you normally see in style sheets there's an asterisk where they say reset the margin to 0, padding to 0, and then box sizing to border box. So when you set box sizing to border box, that just means that apply margin on the outside, as you can see, and then apply padding on the inside of elements. So that is what is happening here. That's why the padding here applies to the inside of the element, but the margin now applies on the outside. That is the CSS box model. And then on large screens, once again, let's say rounded dash large, so that this is rounded, just a bit barely visible, but it looks nice. And that is our login page. And then what we need to do now is we need to go into the sign up page, and then we need to build out the sign up page. So let me see how we're going to do that. Let's just build up the UI first of all, and let's begin with the mobile version. So the mobile version doesn't have these images, but it just has like this text. So what we're going to do is we're going to close this, and we're going to close this, and let's go into the sign up page. Where are you? Here, the sign up page. And then in the sign up page, we are going to import the images. So these images that are going to be available on large screens, we are going to import them. So let me just go into the our images folder, and then the sign up. So the image is called socials.jpg. So let's go ahead and say import socials from // and we want to go into the images folder, and it is called socials.jpg. And then inside here, let's go ahead and do this. So first of all, we're going to return a section, and then inside this section we're going to have an article, but this article is not going to be visible at all on mobile screens. This article is going to be the image which we have just imported, that is called socials. But what we're going to do is we're going to give it a class name, and we're going to set it to hidden on mobile screens, and then on large screens we're going to set it to a block element so that we can see it. And then once you have that article, we're going to create another article, and then it's going to have an h2 that says this, and then the h2 we're going to style it out as follows. We're going to say give this a class name of text xl, and then padding bottom of about 4, and then we're going to give it a border on the bottom, and then a border of slate dash 600 on the bottom. And then below this h2 we're going to have an h3 probably that says this. You know what, this looks like it's still an h2, so let's just use h2 here, and then let's copy this text, and then let's paste it here. Let's copy these class names and paste them here, and then remove this space. And then once we have that, we're going to say this. We are going to create how do we do this? Let's create an h4 that says choose from 2 types of accounts. And then once we do that, what we're going to do is this. We are going to say let's return a ul with 2 list items, li times 2, and we're going to say the first one says personal account, so personal account, and then below this, or you know what, let me just place it inside like a span or something, and then let's copy this text, copy it here, then remove this space, and then inside here we're going to say business account, and then let's return a span, and then the span is going to say this, copy and paste it. Now how I'm going to do this is we're going to use a bit of toggling. So we're going to create a component for the personal account, and then we're going to create a component for the business account, and then we're going to be toggling between the two. So first of all, let's just finish building this out. Let's save this. Let's go into /signup. Oh, there we go. So it says images, socials. Oh, wait a minute. It should be images, then sign up, then socials, I think. Is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. So we have this. So inside this section, let's begin to style it out. Let's give it a class name, padding y of 10, and then for large screens, large, padding y of 20, then padding on the x of 8 to push everything inwards. And then we don't need this border on the bottom for this second h2, so let's remove this styles all the way up to here. Okay, and then just to show you something, if you place this to be margin bottom, then this border is not going to be like pushed down. So if you want it to be pushed down, then you place it to be a padding. And once again, that is just the CSS box model. What we do need, however, is we need this h2 to have a margin on the top of 4 to push it away from this part, and then we need this to have a text of slate of 800, let's say 700, and then let's copy this class, and then let's paste it here as well in the top h2, and then let's continue to style this out. So inside this h4, let's give this a class name, of text, slate 800, margin bottom of 4, goes away from the UL that we have inside here. And then let's make this font bold. And then inside this UL, we're going to say give this a class name of flex and flex column. And then let's give it a gap once again of 8 to separate it out just a bit. And then inside this list item, we're going to say give this a class name of flex. Let's see what happens. So flex is here, and then I'm going to say flex dash column so that it is aligned one on top of the other. And then I'm going to say this. I'm going to say give it a gap of 2, and then I'm going to change the font to bold, and the text I'm going to change it to slate 700. Okay, and then now what we need to do is I need this to be bigger in font, so text, let's say XL. There we go. And then now I'm going to go inside this span and reduce the font weight of the span. So I'm going to say font light, and then I'm also going to reduce the size, the font size, by saying text based on the span, so that it's going to be reduced. That looks bad. Let's move this. How is this style? Let's see. Shop in your country. Let's just work with it as it is here. And then let's go ahead and let's copy these class names. So copy this here. And then let's copy this here. And that should apply here as well. Nice. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need this. Let me see. We need to create a toggle for these two. And therefore that means that we should probably place this inside a button so that we can click on them. I mean, we don't have to actually, because we can make anything to be clickable. But I think it is recommended that you create buttons for them. So therefore, what we're going to do now is this. We're going to create new components. So I'm going to create a new folder inside the pages folder. I'm going to create a new folder, and then I'm going to call it sign up. And then inside sign up, I'm going to create a new file called personal account.js. And then I'm going to say RFC inside here. And then I'm going to create another new file that is called business account.js. And then RFC, so that we have that boilerplate. And then for now, we can just close these files. But what we need to do is we need to import a use state on top of our signup.js. And then inside here, we're going to create a state value that we are going to call what? Let me just call it account and set account. And then this is going to be called to use state. And by default, it's going to be false. Not what I'm doing is not going to work. What I'm doing is not going to work, because if we're going to create a toggle, then it means that one is not going to show here. Let me think about this for a moment. I think I'm going to go with my first idea. And my first idea was to create links for these. We create links for these. But that would mean to create separate pages. That would mean to create 2 extra pages for the personal account and for the business account. Do I want to do that? Let's go ahead and let's remove this. And then let's say import link from React.dom. And then we're going to grab this list item. Sorry, not the entire list item, but just the span up to this text. We're going to return a link. This is going to go into /personal-account, and then we can paste that in, and then we're going to do the same here. So grab this text, let's return a link that is going to go into /business-account, and then we can paste that in, so that now these are going to be links, as you can see. So now what we need to do is we need to restructure this styling. we need to style this a bit differently. Let's grab all of these styles, cut them out and paste them on the link, and then grab these styles, cut them out and paste them on the link, and there we go. So that now when I click on this, we're going to get an error page because we don't have these pages created yet. So therefore, let's go ahead and do this. Let's go into our app.js. So into app.js, we are going to do the following. We're going to create 2 extra pages below this. So just copy this down twice. This is going to go into personal-account, and the element we're going to show is personal account that we need to import. And then this is going to go into business-account, and then the element is going to show business account. And then let's import these 2 elements. We need them to import them. So let's go inside our index.js here, and then let's import, let's say import personal account from that slash should be actually, where is it? signup / personal account, and then do the same thing for business account. So business account, and then change this into business account, and then let's export personal account, and then let's also export business account, and then save this. And then now we can import personal account here, personal account, and then we can also import business account, so that now when you click on this, we shouldn't see an error page. Instead, we are seeing the correct page. So now that we have that out of the way, and I've just realized that I'm going to forget to style the error page. I hope I don't forget. So let's go ahead and do this inside personal account. So inside our personal account, instead of just returning this, let's see what we need to return. Let's go inside personal account. Let's see what is needed. So you see, this is now a multi-step form. Now I don't want to create a multi-step form because it would mean me having to blur out my screen so that I don't show my mobile number, and I don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is we're just going to create something simple like this, and then it's almost similar to the login page that we created. So we're just going to do a bit of copying and pasting. So inside login.js, inside our login.js, what we're going to do is we're going to copy this entire div, and then we're going to paste it inside here. And then we also need to get this image on top. So let's get the image. Do we need the link? No, I don't think we need the link. Let's get the image here. And then we need to remove this border. So we can remove this border all the way up here. And then we can remove the margin. Y can remain. It doesn't really change anything that much. And then this should now come from .. and then .. I think that is the correct one. And then the input here is going to remain. We know we don't need this paragraph. And those are kids playing outside, if you can hear them. And then this now says next, but wait a minute, we do need a paragraph here. The paragraph is going to say this text. Copy and paste. Okay, and then the button is going to be next, meaning we don't need the rest of this, so we can remove it. And then let's style out this paragraph. Let's give it a class name of text-small and text slate 700. Let's save it, and then let's go into personal account. Let's see what we have. Personal account, we have this. So let's go ahead and say give it a margin on the Y of 8 to separate it out from this. Okay, and you can see that this is now what we have for our personal account page. And then we just need to do the same thing for the business account. And once again, I don't want to create the multi-step forms because it's going to introduce a bit of overhead that I do not want to deal with. So business account, we're going to do, you can say security challenge and so on and so forth. So crosswalks, we have this. Oops, that was the wrong one. Bicycles. I hate these challenges. Okay, there we go. So we have this. Oh, this is still the same thing for the, oh wait a minute, we're on the sign up page. Wait, what page are we on? we are on the sign up page and we want the business account. So business is now loading. There we go, and you can see that this is now sign up for business. You can see it's just a bit different, but not so much. So we're just going to do once again a bit of copying and pasting. So we're going to grab all of this, copy, and then inside business account we're going to paste it in, but remember we need this to change back into business account. And then the image can remain. We need the image. Now the text here says sign up for a business, so right below this we're going to return an h2 that says sign up for a business account. And then this h2 is going to have a class name of text-4xl, let's say 3xl on mobile, and then for large screens text-4xl, and then margin y of 8, and then text slate 700, and then font light not bold, that is reflex. And then we need the, where is it, input the type of email can remain. We don't need this paragraph. And then the button now says continue, so continue, and then let's save it. And then now we can go back inside our application. You can see that this is now sign up for a business account. What we need though is we need this to have a margin on the top of h to push away from the input. And then let's go ahead and say, let me see, we don't need to add anything else, do we? We just need to now style this out properly. So therefore what we're going to do now is this. Back to this page, sorry for jumping back and forth quite a bit, but back to this page, what we need to do is, let me see, sign up, load. There we go. So we need the images, and then we need this text. So copy this text, and then below this image we're going to have an h1 that says this, and then we're going to style it out, give it a class name of text-4xl. For large screens we're going to say text-5xl, margin top of 8, pushed away from these images just a bit, and then we're going to say font-light, and then text slate 800, and then save it. Let's see, it's going to appear with what? It's this one, text 5xl. What? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Oh my goodness. Okay. So we need this. Also see for yourself. Okay, so below this we're going to paste this in, and you can see that this text is the same as this one. So what we're going to do is we're going to hide this text. We're going to say that for large screens we want this text to be hidden, so hidden. So this is going to disappear, but then we're going to show a bigger one. Okay, and then we're going to go inside this section and we're going to give it a max width of 6xl and mx auto, which is going to limit everything. And then we're going to go, where is it, we want this to be a grid, so we're going to say that for large screens display this as a grid, and then for large screens we're going to say grid columns 2, and then for large screens we're going to say give it a gap of 8, so here and here. And then let's go ahead and say for large screens then item center, which is going to bring this down as a bit. Nice. Okay, so let's increase this gap a bit. The gap is here, let's increase it to 16 so that it's just a bit bigger. And then let's make we need this line. Let's go inside this article, and then let's say the border should be on the left, right -2, and then the border color should be border -slate -800 or 600. Now that's going to apply here. And just to mention, these styles are only going to apply when this is displayed as a block. So once it is hidden, none of these other styles are going to apply. So you don't need to like specify this should be on large screens only or you know. Let's reduce this to 400, and then let's reduce this to 1, so border right. and then we need this to push away from that, so we need to add a padding on the right of 8, padding on the right, not ppr, of 8. But if this is 8, then the gap here is 16, therefore we need to reduce this to 8 so that it is going to be even, and we're going to have that. And the final thing that I want to do is I want to make this hoverable. I want to change the color on hover so that it gives some kind of visual cue that this is a link. So what I'm going to do is inside here, we're going to say that on hover, then the text is going to be blue-600, and then let's have a transition of all with a duration of 150, and then let's copy these classes and paste them on this bottom link right here, and then save it, and then now it should be like so. Okay, so we can click on this, it goes into personal account, and then we can click on this, it goes into business account. And then what we need to do is we need our navbar. Yes, the navbar is the thing that is remaining. Oh, and the error page. Let's start with the error page because it's easier. So let's just go into a link that doesn't exist. Let's begin with the error page, and actually let me see if they have an error page just in case. So let me see if they do have an error page. Do they? Or something's not right. So let's create this one. So something's not right, we can't find a page with the URL you entered. Okay, so we're going to say this, we're going to go into the error.js file, which is this one here, and then we're going to return a section, and the first section is going to be an article, which is going to be this dark section. So an article, this we're going to give it a custom style, we're going to give it a background color, and let me just select this background color. Wait a minute, where's my tool? Oh, I'm on a guest tab. Let me just get the color real quick. So the color is #33333, and then we're going to give it a class name. We're going to say class name. Come on, we're going to say change the text to white, and then text center, and then padding on the Y of 10, and then for large screens we're going to say, you know what, let me just say padding on the Y of 20 for everything, and then padding on the X of 8 to push everything inwards. And then inside here we're going to return an h1 that says something's not right, and then below this h1 we're going to have a paragraph that says that page doesn't exist. Okay, and then below this article we're going to have another article with padding Y of 20, and then also going to say text center, and then padding X of 8, and then this is going to be another paragraph that says this. So copy this, place it inside a paragraph, and then let's see, we need some way to link back to the home page. So below this paragraph, let me add in a link that goes back into the / page, and then this is going to say back to homepage, or let me say back to civilization with a Z, and then let's import this link, and then let's save it, and then let's what up, and we have this on the screen. Okay, let's style up this. What's this? This is an h1. Let's style up this h1. Let's give it a class name of text-4xl. Then for large screens we're going to say text 5xl, margin bottom of 2. You don't need to have it, but I just think it's necessary. You know what, let me make it text 7xl to make it big, and then let's change the font to light, and we're going to have that. Okay, and then let's tell out this button. So inside this paragraph, let's give it a margin bottom of 8 to push away from this button, and then let's style this out. Let's give it a class name of text blue-600, and then font -bold, and then on hover I want an underline. Let's see, and we have that. Okay, so back to civilization. So this is our error page. So in case we go into a page that doesn't exist, we are going to get the error page. And I've just realized that this is because of we removed the what's it called, the width of auto on the button. So I think the lesser evil would be to go back into index CSS, and then on the btn blue, I think we can just do Control Z. Yeah, we're going to return this class here so that this doesn't go all the way to the end. But then on the login, which one is it? The login page, this happens. So the login page, this happens. I think we're just going to have to style this out ourselves. So let's go into the login, and we're going to say, actually, let me try something. Let me say for small screens, then the width should be full. Is that going to fix it? Actually, that fixes it. Really? Okay, let's see the sign up page. Does anything change? We need the personal account to do this as well. So let's copy this class. So personal account, we're going to say here, as well as for the business account, we're going to do the same thing here. And then let's see. Okay, so personal account, business account. Fantastic. Now let's deal with our navbar. Our navbar, I hate the navbar. I hate dealing with the navbar. Let's close all of this. So let's go ahead and create a new component. So inside the components folder, let's create navbar.js, and then let's say RFC. And then the way we're going to render our navbar, because we want it to appear on all pages, so we're going to render it right above our routes. So here we're going to render navbar, and you can see that it is imported here. So import navbar from components navbar, so that when I save this, it's going to appear on all pages. So you can see this is our navbar here. If I go into another page, even an error page, we're still going to have our navbar. If I go into the login page, we're still going to have our navbar, and so on and so forth. So this is our navbar, and let me see how this is styled for the home page. Which page is this? Now it's taking me to the US website. I want Kenyan. And what? Did they change the image? Did they change? They changed the homepage image. Okay. You can do that if you want. I'm not going to change the image anyways. So let's go ahead and do this. We need our number to be like so personal, business, and partners. How am I going to do this? I think I just need to do one of them. Remember, in our data, we created something like this where we commented it out. What we're going to do is we're going to select all of this, and then we're going to remove it and then close this file. So inside our navbar, we're going to do this. I'm going to do a bit of just hard coding it inside here. If it works, then I'm going to leave it. But if I'm able to refactor it, then I'm going to refactor it. So let's import a link from React Rotterdam. And then inside here, let's return a header. And then the header, we're going to have a div. And the div is going to be the PayPal image. Do I have that image? I can't remember getting the PayPal image. Wait a minute. There's an image I linked. The logo. Here is the logo. Let's copy this logo. And then we're going to add in an image. Or you know what? Let me make it a link, which is going to be linking back to the / to the home page. And then inside here, we're going to pass in an image. The source for the image is going to be this icon. And this icon, you can get it inside the README, which is this one right here. And so once we have this, we need these 3 links and then the login and sign up. So we need the actual navbar, which is going to be this one. And then after this navbar, we need another div with a UL, so li times 2. And then each of these are going to be links. So the first one is going to be linking to the / login page, and it's going to say log in. And then the second one is going to link to the / sign up, and it's going to be called sign up. Okay, let me see, do we need to do something else here? No. So inside this navbar, let's go ahead and do this. Let me see. So we need what do we need? How is this styled out? My head. Oh, my head. Let's see. So we need a paragraph. Wait a minute, let me create a div first of all. Div, not a directory, or direction rather. So the div, the first div is going to be this personal that is going to have all of this. So inside this div, I need a paragraph. And the paragraph is going to say personal, which is going to be this title on top, which is going to be uppercase, but we're going to spell that out in CSS. And then once we have that, then we're going to have a UL with how many list items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So LI with 6 list items. So LI times 6. And then the first one says how PayPal works, and then pay online. So how PayPal works. And inside here, we're going to have a span, which is going to be this smaller text inside. So this is a span. Wait a minute. I'm doing this wrongly. We need this to be links. So LI times 6, and then we need them to be links because they are linking to particular pages that we have created. So this first one is going to be going to / some link that we're going to get in a moment. So here with the text says how PayPal works. So how PayPal works, and then we're going to have a span, and then the span is going to say what you can do with a personal account. So what you can do with a personal account. And then the second one is going to say, you know what, let me just cut to where I've completed all of this because it's going to be easier. So just give me a moment. Okay, so we have all of this, and I'm going to save it just so we can see what you have on the screen. And it's going to be all of this. We can see that this on the top part here, this white part is the PayPal logo. So what you need to do is we need the blue background here, and I can see that it is a linear gradient. Actually, it is a linear gradient when you hover over it, but for me, I'm going to make it blue. I'm going to make the entire navbar blue. So inside this header, we're going to give it a class name of radial dash gradient, which is going to make it blue. There we go. And then what we're going to do now is we need to limit this. So give this a class name and say width dash 20. How big is that? Too small. Width dash 40. And then we're going to go inside the header. We're going to say padding on the X of 8. And then we're going to say what else? We're going to say padding on the Y of 10. How big is that? I think we can work with that. And then we need this to be a flex box of flex, and then item center, and then justify dash center. So not center, but between, justify between, so that they go to the end. There we go. Nice. And then we need the header to have a max width of 6XL so that it doesn't go all the way to the end. No, I don't want to start dealing with this. And then let's tell out these buttons because they're quite easy to do. So inside this UL, let's give it a class name of flex and items dash center and justify dash center. And then inside this first one, we're going to give it a class name equals to border and border dash white and text dash white and font dash bold and text dash small. And then let's copy these class names onto the second one. But this one is not going to have a border, but it's going to have a BG of white, and the text is going to be slate dash 800. And let's save it. Let's see what happens. That happens. So we need to have a padding. So here we need to have a padding on the Y of 2, padding on the X of 4, and then rounded dash full to make it fully rounded. And then let's copy this and paste it here. Let's see what happens. That happens. And then we need right here on the flex, let's add a gap of 2 just to separate it out a bit. And then let's reduce this padding Y to 1 and here as well to 1. And then on hover, I want an opacity of 75. and then you can just copy this and paste it here as well. There we go. So that is our login and sign up page. And remember that it links to the login page, and this one links to the sign up page. Okay, and then this links back to the home page. Very convenient. And so now what we need to do is we need to start working on this, and this is going to be the pain for this navbar. It's going to be a pain anyways. Just that it is not a pain later, let's test this out for mobile screens first of all. You can see it's already broken on mobile. So what we're going to do is this. We are going to go ahead into, where is it? Into this navbar. And let me give this a custom class name of navbar so that I can do it in CSS because I find it easier. And what I'm going to do is right beginning from here, what I'm going to do is we're going to change this flex to column, so they're aligned in column form to begin with. And then we're going to give it a gap of 8 to separate it out. And then what we're going to do is on mobile, this can remain the same, but I don't want this to be like this on mobile. How do we do this? How do we do this? I need to add an icon here, which is going to be our menu button. And so let's see. Let's begin to style out this navbar. So let's go ahead and style out the navbar. For the navbar, I want the navbar to come on top right. Let's go where? Let's go below BTN blue. For the navbar, I'm going to say position absolute. What happens? That happens. Okay. And then I'm going to say bring it to the left by minus 100 viewport widths, which is going to bring it outside on the left. Okay. And then I'm going to check for whether the navbar has a class of open. And if it has a class of open, then I'm going to say bring it to the left by 0, which is going to bring it back to the left. And then I'm going to say, let me just use tailwind, and I'm going to say apply transition dash all with a duration of, let's say, like what, 200. That should be enough. And then when the navbar has a class of open, I also want it to have the same radial gradient. So this one, so background, let's copy this. And then for the class of open, let's paste it here. So let's save this, and then let's go inside the navbar, and then let's add a class of open here. What happens? That happens. You can see that happens. Okay. So we need to style this out. So for the navbar, I need the text to go to white. I need the text to be white, and then I need the width to be full. Okay, and I need it to the top by 0 so that it is on top of everything. And then let's say top 0. Then what does bottom 0 do? Wait a minute. I don't want this to be like so. Top 0 is enough here. But when the navbar has a class of open, then let's go ahead and say at apply. And we want the top to be 0. We want it to go to the left 0. We want the right 0, and we want the bottom 0 so that it takes up the entire width of the page. Okay, nice. And probably it should be moving with us. So I don't know whether I should change this to fixed. What happens if I change it to fixed? Okay, nothing happens, but now it scrolls with us. You can see that now it scrolls with us. And probably I should give this to have a slight opacity. Let me say 99 here, and then let me say 99 here. Just a slight opacity so that like someone can know that you are scrolling with the navbar. I think that is better. And then let me see. We need to style out this paragraph. So give this a class name, and then let's say uppercase. And then let's say font bold, and then text XL. Let's see how that looks. That looks okay. But now, what do we need to do now? We need to have some padding on the navbar. Why didn't I realize that? Let's say padding around of 8 on the navbar. There we go. There we go. And then what I want is I want to have a margin bottom here of about 4. Remember, this is still for mobile, so margin bottom 4. And then on this list item, we're going to give this a class name, and we're going to say give it a class name of flex, and then flex dash column, and then give it a gap of 2 to separate out these links because this is on mobile. Let's say gap of 3. How does that look? Gap of 3. Okay, gap of 3 works. And then what we're going to do is I want to copy paste this entire div, because remember, this is for the personal, we still have the business tab to deal with. So I want to copy this entire div. Where does it end? Wait a minute, is it the entire div? Where does this div end? Here. So I want to copy this div, copy, and then paste it below it so that we can have two things that we can see how they are responding to one another. Okay, so we have that. Now what we need to do is we need this div to have a margin on top, so margin top of 8 to separate it out here. And of course we know that this is now the business tab, so business, just to make things a bit clearer, so business tab. And obviously the business tab doesn't have these links, but we're going to change them out. So now we know that our navbar, the UI for our navbar is working, right? We know that it is working. So what we need to do now, is we need to implement the functionality. We need to implement the functionality. To do that, therefore, we're going to create a button below everything. So we're going to create a button. The button is going to be dependent on a state value that we're going to create. But for now, you're just going to say menu. And it's going to appear here. I don't know if you can see it. It is below the navbar. Actually, you know what? We can remove the class of open and the navbar. And remove this class. You can see that now the button comes here. So now what we're going to do, the navbar goes, oh, sorry, the header goes up to here, and then the button comes here. I wanted the header to be, what's it called? To be a flex box, but I'm seeing as though that is not going to be possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide this div, the div that has our call to action buttons. So I'm going to say give it a class name of hidden, and then for large screens we're going to turn it into a block element, so that now I can go inside our header on top, and then now instead of this being flex column, it's just going to be a flex, which means this is now going to come here. So this is our menu button. And then we can reduce the padding Y here to 6, and then for large screens we can increase it to back to 10, and we're going to have this. So now we need to create our toggle for this. So we're going to import use state from React, and then inside here we're going to say we're going to create two state values, so is open and set is open for our navbar, and by default it's going to be false because we don't want our navbar to be visible by default. And then what we're going to do on this button is we're going to be checking for whether is open is true. And when is open is true, then we want the text on the button to say close. And if it is false, then we want the text on the button to say menu. And then we're going to style this out. So we're going to say give it a class name of uppercase, and text small, and then text white. And then let's give it a tracking of white for the letter spacing just a bit. And then on hover, let's reduce the opacity to 75. So we're going to have that. Okay. And then now we need to add the on click event. So on click, we're going to say that set is open to the opposite. Where is it? To the opposite of is open. Meaning if is open is true, meaning if we're showing our navbar, then when we click on this button, then set it to false, meaning hide the navbar. And then I've just remembered we need to give this a class of relative and increase the z index to 50 so that it is above everything. Fantastic. Nice. Now let's go ahead and do this. In order for this toggle to work, then we need our navbar to be dependent on the button. So meaning everything inside this navbar, so this entire navbar. So how we're going to do that is we're going to go ahead and cut this out, and then we're going to add in our curly brackets and then our template literals, and then we're going to give it a custom class name of navbar first of all, and then inside here we're going to check for whether is open is true, and only when is open is true do you want the class of open on the navbar. So let's go ahead and save this, and then let's see whether this is working. So click on this, you can see that now our navbar opens up, and then when I close it, it closes. Okay, so you can see that the functionality is working. The functionality is working. Now what we need to do is we need to change up these links, and then we need what else? I think we need to move this downwards just a bit so that this is more prominent. So let's go where inside this div, let's give it a class name. Let's say margin top of 10, push it downwards. Yeah, so that this close is more visible. I think that is going to be better. Okay, so let's go ahead and change up these links. So these links are going to be for the business tab. Where's the business tab? Business tab is here. So the business tab says all business solutions and see our range of products. So all business solutions, and then see our range of products. And then just like I did in the first, when I was creating the personal tab, I'm just going to skip to where I've already just changed up this text. So just give me a moment. Okay, so there we go. So those are our links. And then now when I save this, then it's going to be substituted here. So now what we need to do is just get the correct link so that we can link all of these pages properly. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm just going to get my app.js, just drag it here so that you can have these two pages online. So how PayPal works, wait a minute. So how PayPal works, this goes into /personal. This goes to /pay-online. This goes into / let's see, send money online. Make sure that these links are correct, otherwise you're going to get error pages. And then this next one goes to / requesting payments. And then this one goes into mobile apps / mobile apps. And then this one goes into / shopping. And then this one is the business tab. This one goes into / merchant. And then this one to / accept payments online. And then this one goes to / email, where is it, email invoice. And then this one goes to / freelancers. And then finally we have oh, I have not created partners and developers. Oh, okay, so we need to create one more div. So we need to create one more div. So just copy this div here, and then we're going to remove this UL, and then we're going to return a link here, a link that goes into / partners and developers, and the text says partners and developers. And then we need this to be uppercase, so give it a class name. You know what, let me just copy the class names for this paragraph, it's easier. Copy and paste them here, save it, and we should have all of this on the screen. And so now what is going to happen is that when I click on this, it's going to go into the home page, or rather the personal page. As you can see that it has changed, and this one goes into the other page, and so on and so forth. So that is working as expected. Now, the reason why you're seeing this image is kind of above everything else is because this image has a z-index of 50, if you remember how we built it. So we're going to fix that by going into the pay online page and into the hero. And then for the image, where is it? Is it this one? It's this one. Shop online with PayPal, this one. Oh, really? Wait, doesn't the number have a higher z-index? I thought it should. Higher left open. Oh, I haven't placed a z-index on this, so z-index of 50 on the number. So that now it comes on top of everything. I see that now it is on top of everything. So that is much, much better. You can see that all our pages are working correctly. Nice, nice, nice. So now what we need to do is we need to create, oh, wait a minute. We already have the toggle. So we need that when you click on this link, then the number should go away. That is what we want to happen. And so what do we need to do? We're going to say this. How do we fix that? Is open. So that would mean that on each of these links, oh no, no, no. On each of these links, we're going to have to check. This is going to be some hard work. So we're going to say, we're going to implement an on-click function here, and we're going to say the following. We're going to say that on-click set is open, or let me say, if is open is true, then set is open to false. Otherwise, oh, wait a minute, we can just do this. We can just say this. Only when is open is true, that's when you set is open to false. And then let me copy, let me cut this out because this is going to be quite tedious. And then let's create a custom function here that is called, we're going to call it handle nav link, or handle link click. Let's call it that. Click. Let's get that function. I'm going to say const handle link click. We're going to create an arrow function here, and then we're going to paste this in. And so now we can just copy this part and paste it here, and paste it here, and here, and here, and here, and then save it, and then let's test it out. So when I click on this link, the number should disappear. Okay. And then when I click on this, it should disappear, and so on and so forth. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. So let's implement this on the rest of the links. So here, and here, and here, and here, and then finally here. Paste it in, save it, and it should work. There we go, there we go. What is happening here? Oh, I didn't add on freelancers, we didn't add a padding on the x-axis. So inside freelancers, inside the hero, we just need to add, where is it, here, padding on the x of 8, which is going to push this inwards. There you go. Nice. And I just realized that we made a mistake here as well. I need this to span the entire width, so this should only apply on large screens. There we go. Nice. So let's go ahead back into the home page, and then on bigger screens, obviously we don't want this to happen. So I'm going to begin right around large screens, which is here, large screens, right? So for large screens, the first thing that we want to do is we want this to disappear. So we're going to go to the bottom and say, where is it? Oh, right here, actually. We're going to say that for large screens, then we want this to be hidden, which is going to hide this menu button, and this is going to come here. And then we're going to say this, we're going to go back inside this div, actually not this one, inside the navbar. So inside the navbar, the way we styled it, we styled this to be hidden by default, but we're going to add a media query so that on large screens, then it's going to be visible. So we're going to copy this, and then we're going to add a media query. Let me see, media query 768. media query part media for a mean width of, what is the large screens, 1024 pixels. Then I'm going to paste this in, but then I'm going to change this to position relative for the navbar, and then I'm going to position to the left by 0, and then transition, this can remain text white, width full. We're going to change this to width auto, and then to the top of 0, and then padding of 8, we're going to remove this. And then for this open, this can remain 0. Background gradient, so background we're going to set it to none because we don't want the background color. And then top 0, left 0, bottom 0, z-index, let's set the z-index to auto. Let's save it, let's see what happens. There we go. So you can see that this is now what happens. Obviously we don't want this to happen, right? So how are we going to do, how are we going to do this? This is quite tough. And this is why I hate navbars. I hate navigation bars with a passion. Let's do this. We need this one and this one and this. Okay, so this one needs to be hidden by default. All of this needs to be hidden by default. So let's go ahead and we're going to say that for this UL, we're going to say that for large screens, then hidden. Actually, is that even the correct way? Is that even the correct way? Let's do this. Let's give it a custom class of links. And then I'm going to say that right here below this, I'm going to say that for the class of links, then I'm going to say display none. Okay, display none. But then I want that when I hover over this paragraph, so let me give this a custom class of title, and I'm going to say that when I hover over the title, then I want to access the class of links, and I want to say display block. Will that work? Let's see. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I hate numbers. I hate numbers because they are usually a pain for me to style them. They are a pain. Class of title hover. Let me try something. Let's say display none here. This should disappear. Wait, what? For the class of title. What was that just now? What was that? Title hover disappear. Okay, see, when I hover over the title, it disappears. It disappears. That is the functionality that we want. So now hover over the title. I want the immediate links. Is this the correct way to do it? Is this doesn't work. Links or plus, is it plus? CSS, come on, work with me. Let me bring this on top of this. Does that work? Wait a minute. This should be display block. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Okay, so we have our basic functionality working. So what we need to do is we need to add this class of title on the paragraphs, and then this class of links. So we're going to say here add in the class of title, and then here add in the class of links, and then we don't need to do it for here because this is only one link. So that when I save this, then this should also disappear. There we go. Okay, and then now next we need this to be aligned as a flexbox. So let's see how we're going to do that. We're going to say, actually, how are we going to do that? This div as a flexbox. Is it inside the navbar? Let's go inside the navbar. Let's say that for large screens, then this should be a flexbox. What happens? This is a margin top. This has a margin top. Let's say for large screens, margin top 0. Okay. But what is this? What is this? It's not here, is it? it should be, what is all this space? What is all this space? Flex, let's say for large screens, item center, large screens, let's say justify between. Okay. What are these links? Not these links. What are these margins? What are these margins? This is so annoying. Margin bottom of 4 on the title. Let's say that for large screens, margin bottom 0. Well, that's going to be detrimental. That is going to be detrimental because we still need a margin bottom of 4 to keep it away from these links. Wait a minute. This is still not going to work because I still can't hover over the links. Oh my goodness. Annoying. Okay, you know what? I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this. This is what I'm going to do. Okay. We are going to say we're going to say what? I think this extra padding, we have a padding on the nav bar, right? On this nav bar, let's say that for large screens, then the padding should be 0. That should fit. There we go. Okay. And the way it is aligned like this is because of flexbox. So flexbox, where's the nav bar? Flex item center justify between. Let's say for large screens, then the gap should be 8. Separate it out. And then we need to do something still, even on these links. We need to style out these links, give it a class name of flex and flex dash column so that this goes on top of the other. And then on hover, we need the, what's it called? The underline here. Okay. So therefore, let's copy this. Let's paste it on all the links. This is quite tedious. I don't recommend that you do it like so. Let's paste it there, and then let's paste it here and here and here and here. Paste it so that now all these links are going to be like so. Let me see, does anything break on mobile? I hope not. Yeah, nothing breaks on mobile. Oh wait, something does break on mobile because now we can't see the last link. So that would mean that probably let's take this back to, where is it? Let's make this back position the absolute so that we can scroll with it. Oh god, why is everything breaking? Top 0 and then bottom 0. That should fix it. That should fix. Oh wait, it doesn't. What? Why doesn't it fix it? Oh, you know what? Because it ends here. Oh. This is not good. Height of full. Navbar open. Let's say height of full on navbar open. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. I hate navbars. I hate navbars. Okay, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's say that for the dot navbar, or let me go below this. Let's say that for the dot navbar, we want the UL, we want the list items, we want the anchor tags, and we want the font size, or let me just say at apply text dash small to reduce the font size of all of this, so that at least this is visible. But this is not a good solution, because you realize that for probably other devices you're not going to be able to to scroll. Okay, so I am stuck here because I am tired. And I can't seem to think of a solution to how to handle the hover. I'm trying to think, but nothing is coming to mind, and I have a headache. I have a headache. By the way, just so you know, I've been having a headache for the past 1 week. That's why even the video on Monday wasn't released. Anyways, I'm going to leave this at that. And probably, you know what, I think this is also going to be the last video anyways. But I'm going to challenge you to try and find a solution for this, because I'm just too tired to think of it now. So try to find a solution for this. And if you get the solution, then just go ahead and leave it in the comment section below this video. And yeah, that is going to be the PayPal homepage. And probably I should disable all of these links so that this looks a bit more presentable. So let's go ahead and say that for the navbar links, for the .navbar, let me go inside our media query. For the .navbar, let me just say for the links, then display none. Display none on them. And then we're going to have this. And what is this margin? This margin is really bothering me. It is really, really bothering me. Articles is recognized. What? Section 5, accept online payments. Accept online payments. So online payments, section 5. We have a tag called what? Articles. This should be article. Sorry about that. And even this one should be article. And even this one. Is there anyone else? Save it. Sorry about that. Okay. So what is this? We have a navbar. Margin bottom of 4 is here. And then this has a margin top of 10. So let's see. Let's go inside this navbar. Let me just fix this so that it looks a bit more presentable. Here, let's say for large screens, margin bottom 0. Okay. And then for the next one, which is business, here, let's say for large screens, margin bottom of 0. And then here, let's say for large screens, margin top of 0. What happens? Okay, and then we need to reset this, but I think we have a margin top here. Let's say for large screens, margin top of 0. Then let's go back to the top here and say that for large screens, margin top 0. There we go. There we go. Okay, nice. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that because I can't find a solution for the hover. Probably what I should have done is I should have left the toggle thingy, or toggle, so that you can be able to navigate through this website. But I think I'm just going to do that offline, but this should suffice. And that's going to be the end of this series. I don't know which part this is going to be, but it is going to be the end. And thank you for following me on the journey. And I hope by doing this project that you have learned how to integrate React to build a full-scale website, and you can integrate it into your normal day solutions or into your other projects. So that is going to be the end. I hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, then leave a like, and you can comment down below what you loved about the project or what other project that you want me to do. And I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. So something that I forgot to do is that I forgot to deploy this. So I've just completed recording the entire video right now, and you can see that the last commit that I've made was 1 minute ago. So I want to deploy this repository to the internet. So I'm going to go into Netlify, and I'm going to say add a new site. So import an existing project from GitHub. And I really love the new Netlify logo. And loading, and we're going to call this, it's called PayPal-homepage. So there we go. And we're just going to deploy the defaults as it is here. So deploy site. And then we're going to change this site name. So change site name into TsbSankara-PayPal homepage. Let's clone. There we go. And then I'm going to wait for this to finish. There we go. So it is now finished, and when I visit this link, then we're going to have our website looking nice. I have changed a few things, as you can see. So what I did is I returned this mobile toggle even on desktop screens, and then I removed the opacity on this background color, just so that we can have an at least functional website instead of leaving it hanging as it was. And I think this is much better. So this is our website, as you can see, looking quite nice. So if you want to visit this link, then it is going to be in the description below.